championship or at least a playoff win. You know, like and I don't know what it's going to take for us to get nothing, you know, to get going. But like he's just like money hungry. He doesn't really care about the team. He doesn't want to invest any money into it. So what do you think?
Well, by the statement he made at the beginning of the season, where he talked about, I've given them all the resources. If he believes all the resources are a less than $90 million payroll, maybe even less than $85 million payroll, those are not enough resources. If that's how you view it, then you're not giving them any chance. And it's tough to be a general manager if you're limited in how much you can spend. And Ben Cherington didn't do enough of the right stuff. He should have spent it all on offense with 2 big players and forget all these other add-ons that they got. But you're right, they have potential, especially pitching with Chandler and Skeens 1-2. You talk about those 2 guys alone. You add Jared Jones when healthy, and Keller, and even Falter, and they're going to have a really good starting staff. They missed one opportunity this offseason. They better step up the next offseason because they need as much hitting as they can get, and knowing that you're not going to have to score all that many runs. But when you're scoring 2.9 runs per game, you ain't going to win a lot of the tough games. And Mitch Keller is a prime example. He's 1-7 despite a 2.92 ERA in his last 10 starts or something like that. So that's what it's going to take. Anything else, Chuck?
Yeah, and yeah. Also, I wanted to chime in about the Steelers situation. Like, I'm kind of over the whole Aaron Rodgers thing. Like, I'm pretty sure he's going to land here, but when I listen to the show with Pona and Mahler, like they're talking about it all the time. Like they said that he's been seen in Pittsburgh, like in numerous places.
Yeah, that's all meme stuff.
Yeah, he's bought a country club membership.
No,
he's been
not right.
Apparently he's been looking into like buying a house somewhere. I'm not sure.
Why would you buy a house if you're him? You're going to be here for 1 year. Why would you join a country club if you're going to be here for 1 year?
That makes a lot of sense. Agreed for sure. But you know, this is just hearsay, so I don't know. What do you think as far as Rodgers? What do you think we're going to do?
I still think he's going to end up here, and I hope they protect him the right way, because if they don't, it could be not worth signing him. I'm also curious, since he's gone on record as saying that he would actually play for $10 million a year. I hope that's the contract that the Steelers would get him then, $10 million for 1 year. But I suspect it's higher than that. So I don't know. There's a part of me who wants to see young guys play and look to next year's draft. But if he can come in and, they're still looking for a number 2 receiver. There's been a lot of talk about guys like Chris Olave. You heard Jonnu Smith rumors, which I think were generated by the agent to Adam Schefter. A lot of this is just stuff they throw out as favors.
Right.
So to try to help a client or whatever the case may be. So I think he'll end up here. I don't know what I think it's going to be difficult for him to play all 17 games. That's what I know. If he's protected, I still think he can throw the ball down the field accurately, and it can make a difference. Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah, I think we could ride. Good talking to you, Bob, and you have a great weekend.
You do the same. Appreciate the call. We'll move along to Chris in Monongahela. We have Chuck, now a Chris in the Monongahela Valley. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Bob, I work for a company that Bob Nutting purchased, so I had some first-hand experience. I'm glad I'm out of there. I can tell you from experience, he will never let the team win. And I'm going to make a real quick analogy to explain my perspective. You remember the old TV show Taxi?
Yes.
Okay, there was one episode in it. They had a vending machine in the taxi garage. It had apples. They sold fresh apples. And Bobby bemoaned that the apples were never fresh. And Tony said, well, nobody buys the apples, so they were fresh when they first put them in, but by the time we actually buy them, they'll get rotten. So Bobby says, well, why don't we just buy all the rotten apples and collect our money, buy them out, they'll get the fresh apples. And Tony thinks for a second and says, because if we do, he thinks that they'll think that we are happy buying rotten apples. And that's Bob Nutting's business plan. He thinks that that stadium will fill about the same amount, whether he spends, $75 million or $275 on salary.
Well, he's been proven to be right from that point of view. People show up, and I get it. I take my grandson and my granddaughters to games. I think it's still a fun night out for them. They learn about the game, but that's not the reason they should be there. The reason should be because you're watching a winning team or somebody contending. And I think if he's not thinking that way, then we're all
absolutely.
in trouble.
What do people say when they go to the game? They always say, beautiful stadium. We had a good time at the beautiful stadium. People say, you see people post on social media, very few of them ever say, hey, we actually won. Or, It's the stadium. It's the draw.
I just think he wants to do it in a salary that doesn't make sense for a roster. Thanks, Chris and the Manga Lavelle. I appreciate it. I think you can't live like that. You have to be willing to go out and lose some money once in a while, or spend more to make it happen. And if he's to me, a shrewd businessman would understand how much you can make while winning. Winning or contending brings in much more money than anything else. The best promotional item is not fireworks, it's not bobbleheads, it's not anything. It's not 2-for-1 nights, it's winning. People will spend crazy money on winners. They always do. I look at teams that are selling out. They raise, ticket prices, shirt prices, merchandise, everything. If you're hot, people buy the merchandise. It's as simple as that. So there's a lot more to be made if you spend more money, I think. Jake joins us right now in Brentwood. What's up, Jake? How are you?
Hey, Bob. Good morning, buddy. Good afternoon, whatever it is.
Good night, too, Jake.
These Pirate fans, the organization is a joke, but the fans are starting to become a joke, too. I mean, they act like it was the bottom of the ninth in the World Series. They got a bad call. Okay, they're still going to miss the playoffs by 35 to 40 games. So get on with it. The team's terrible. And then the last caller said, oh, the team's solid. This team's got one solid player.
They have two players that potentially, Skeens and O'Neal Cruz.
O'Neal Cruz, it's out there. He's not. O'Neal Cruz can bat. He's a career DH. That's all he is. He's terrible in the field. Absolutely.
But you got to give him some slack. He's in a new position, really. He hasn't played a full year in center field. They put him out there. I'm willing to wait on that. If I get the kind of 30-30 bat I should get out of him.
Yeah, but I just think he'll be moved to a team that just needs a DH, and that's what he's going to end up playing in his career. That's what he's going to be known for. It's not going to be his fielding. I mean, the team is terrible.
Well, we'll see. Listen, they got to change everything. They do, and they have time. They have a little bit of a window here with Skeen still here, and Chandler coming up.
This team's trash. They'll just replace Chandler with Skeens. That's all.
Yeah, but they can have them both up here at the same time, along with.
They won't do it though.
Well, they're going to have to do it at some point. He's pitching too well down there. It may delay them, but he has to be up here at some point.
Wait, why did they bring Burrows up instead of him at this point? What was that about?
It's probably signed. It's probably signed to some sort of money thing. I'm not sure because he should be up here by now. They both actually Burrows. There's some things I like about him too. I hope he can be a contributor, but.
Yeah, Burrow's going to be good. I mean, he was the Pirates' Farm League pitcher of the year.
And then he got surgery.
3 years ago, right?
And that changed everything. Yep. But all right, Jake, I got to move along. Thank you. Jimmy in Lawrenceville wants to talk about the strike zone and maybe a system that can change it. Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
Good. How are you?
What's up, man?
I'm kind of confused. People call in and they complain about the balls and strike calls all the time, and they say they like the human element. So I'm not sure what they're complaining about if that's what they actually like.
This won't remove the human element. It's still going to be there. It just makes the human element more accountable. That's all.
Well, I'm just, in 2025, we have the technology to call balls and strikes with a computer, get it done accurately, have the umpires still be back there to do things, file tips, all that other kind of stuff, safe and out at home. So there's no reason to have a challenge system and try to figure out a specific number that works. Because if you got Angel Hernandez up there, who recently retired, thank God, we're calling balls and strikes. You may need 100 challenges in a game to get the game right. When we have technology that'll keep the game moving fast and get the balls and strikes correct, and not take the bat out of a guy's hands like Davis, who's trying his hardest. You could see the disappointment and the real effort. And I was really impressed with the way that the Pirates reacted to that, especially McCutchen, because I haven't seen fire out of this team for a few years where they actually seem to care. And that's the first time I saw them actually seem to really care and be upset and show some emotion. And I think that's important as well.
Yeah, I mean, they were. And I think under Donnie Kelly, there's a little bit more of a fire here and an urgency, despite where they are in the standings. I mean, he inherited that as far as his managerial time. But, but you're right. I mean, there's a way to do it. I think this is the first step toward that goal, maybe. But they're not going to immediately come in and put the entire system that way. I think you're going to see this system next year. They'll make enough cases because I've seen not just the Pirates and other teams. I mean, the Padres had some terrible calls again. There's going to be enough evidence to suggest they need to make this change.
And then as far as, people calling in asking for nutting to how do we get rid of him, I mean, the guy's making money. He's not going to sell the team. It's risk-reward for him. He can go out and sign guys for another $40 million. If those two guys get hurt or they don't perform, which does happen, then he's out $40 million and he gets no extra money. He has very little incentive because of the way baseball works to actually go out and try to spend more money, because if he does, he may end up look, if he made $40 million last year, he spends $40 more this year. Yeah, the sales might go up if they do well, if the guy doesn't get hurt, if. It's a risk-reward system. So if he goes out and spends an extra $40 and he doesn't make any money this year, and the guys don't perform, or some other teams in the division do so well that.
But this is why, Jimmy, the system needs to change, and this is why you have to force him to spend more based on a cap, a system. But again, it's going to be a tough fight, and it's going to be ugly, I think. Thanks for the call, man. Yeah. We have Brian in Brookline, Ronnie in Munhall. You guys will be next up. We got to take a short break, and got a headline coming up with Joel Lee Nelson right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 2 between the Pirates and Padres is set for tonight at 9:40 from Petco Park, and it's right here on The Fan with the pregame coverage beginning at 8:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bailey Falter set to take the mound for the Pirates, Dylan Cease for San Diego. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers and select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh employee pricing plus event, what's the difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new or pre-owned Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fourniers, Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to more.
Please, Chef.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show. Let's go. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
We're rolling along here. Final segment of the show at 412-928-9370. This week it's the Memorial Tournament at Jack's Place. That's beautiful Muirfield Village in Dublin, Ohio. We start today with Ben Griffin, who's been on the roll. He won last week down in Texas. Nick Taylor, both 7 under par. Akshay Bhatia, you'll see these guys at Oakmont, -5. Scotty Scheffler lurking around at 4 under. Then Jordan Spieth, who put together a late round yesterday. That's a tough place to play. It's also a good way to, get some tough holes out of the way and in preparation of the U.S. Open at Oakmont. Very similar kind of conditions there in Muirfield. So we'll see what goes on there. I'm very anxious to see how this thing works here and what the final score may be for a winning score after 72 holes at Oakmont Country Club for the U.S. Open, which begins the week of June 9th, which is just coming up. Not this Monday, but a week later. In the meantime, let's go out to Brian in Brookline, who joins us. What's up, Brian? How are you today?
Fantastic, Bob. A little chilly, but
yeah, we're going to see some sun. It's coming. It's definitely coming. We need it.
Yeah. So here's my question. So, Bob, you've been in sports a long time. You've been with Mike Tomlin, Omar Khan, Mr. Rooney. Your gut feeling, I'm going to unpack it for you this way. Your gut feeling, do you believe the Steelers really know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers? Just your personal gut on this, Bob.
I think they have what they believe is an agreement, but that doesn't mean Aaron Rodgers can just walk away. So I don't think they have anything firm, down that they think he's going to be. I think they think he's going to be here. No, I don't think they have a complete confirmation that he's going to be here. Okay,
but like in any sports franchise, I'm sure you're going to have especially at this level, gets no higher. I think you're going to have a contingency plan. So if he doesn't sign by a certain time, they're going to stop the wish list and go after somebody else. Is that how you understand it?
Well, I don't know who else there is to go after at this point. A lot of people have brought up veteran guys around the league, but I think at that point, if he doesn't come here, I still think he will. But if he doesn't, then I think they're just going to turn it over to Mason Rudolph, and they're going to have Will Howard. They'll bring in somebody else, but he won't be somebody to contend as a starter, I don't think, unless they make a trade, with Atlanta, and I don't know if I want to see that either.
No, and I'm okay with Mason Rudolph.
I've said this from the beginning, Brian. I really thought they should have just kept Justin Fields around for a 2-year deal. That's all it is. You may tap something there that triggers a much better passing game to go along with athletic abilities. I think there's a lot of upside there. There is no upside with Rodgers other than his best days are behind him. He still can adequately pass the ball when given time, but there's more upside with Justin Fields.
Absolutely, and I agree with you, and I'll just leave you with this. But it takes 2 to tango. There had to be something there to Fields didn't want to come. He didn't sign, so, we don't know the schematics, but it takes 2 to dance. Like Mike Tomlin said, he needs a dancing partner.
But I think that was their plan A going into this whole thing, and then once that didn't happen, all of a sudden they made the signing with Mason Rudolph, and he signed for what obviously was backup money, I think, at $4 million a year. I like Mason a lot. I think he has potential to be something if given a legitimate string. We saw that in those 3 games 2 years ago where he led them into the playoffs, and they had to get wins in all 3 of them, including a trip to Seattle, which was never easy for them. So, I think that's at this point that would be the backup thing, and they'll bring up somebody else just to add to the roster. But and then they have a draft next year where I'm sure they believe they can be in position to take a quarterback in next year's draft.
You're right. Thanks, Bob.
All right, Brian, thank you. So who knows? The longer it goes, the more, subjectivity comes into play here. More people, and already a lot of the insiders nationally thought this would be over by now, thought he'd be here by now, but it's not happening. And he's had time to go and fly all over the country, to be on podcasts everywhere. He went to the Kentucky Derby. If he has time to do that, and I'm sorry, he should have time to go to the team and tell him his intentions, even if he doesn't show up for any of these, mini camps, OTAs, whatever. I don't think most people expect him to be there anyway. He should. In my view, coming to a new team without your hand-picked offensive coordinator, you should show up. You should be here. You should take part because it's a big year. If it's going to be your last, you want it to be big. I think at the beginning of this, he was holding out hope that Minnesota would just, crack and bring him in, but that's not happening now. So we'll see. It is a story that I never thought we'd be dragging on this long, but it is dragging on this long. But they have, still other things to deal with here moving on into, we're only in May still, although June's right here. You get into July and training camp, there need to be more answers to some of these things. Like, who is your number 2 receivers behind Metcalf? I was okay with keeping George Pickens around if they thought that they could handle, his, and they thought he could, for 1 year at least, bring a mature attitude in here. But apparently they didn't, because he would have been a nice compliment. 2 guys going down the field with that much talent, man, that opens things up for everybody. It makes everybody better. And then you would hope that he would be mature enough to realize that, hey, I got a year that I can put up big numbers, and if I do, I'm going to get a $30 million contract. If I don't, I'm going to end up like Chase Claypool, or somebody like that who wastes the opportunity that you have. So I think George Pickens and maybe Dallas realize that. They're taking a chance that he could be that guy opposite C.D. Lamb. Can he? We'll find out. If he whines about anything, then, people know about this. It's a small world with all this social media stuff. People will find out, and it costs you money. And I'm sure whoever's advising George Pickens should remind him, this is on you, right? What happens right now. 412-928-9370. We got Big Al in Robinson. Haven't talked to him in a while. How you doing, Big Al?
Yeah. Hey, Bob, I got a real quick for you. I was going to games 67 years before you were born. I'm 81. Let me wrap this
81. You're going strong still.
Yeah, I just got the Ozempic shot. I lost 60 pounds. Now, let me explain something to you. Mike Tomlin has no business being the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let me tell you why. Belichick won 8 Super Bowls, got fired after 2 years. But here's the problem. When you go 8 years without winning a playoff game, you don't deserve to get $12 million a year for 4 years. It's ridiculous.
I think it's more than $12 million.
Well, let me explain something to you. I'm going to put my money where my mouth's at. All you guys got opinions, what you get paid for, and the listeners. But I'm going to put my money where my mouth's at. Anybody out there, I'm going to lay $10,000 to $5,000. You can hold the money. But Mike Tomlin, as long as he's a coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, he'll never win a playoff game. And if you happen to win the $10,000, I'll bet you another $10,000 he'll win the Super Bowl. That's my deal. He's horrible. He got a guy with 7-10 record calling plays. It's 30 inches. He throws the ball 70 yards down the field. Then you're on the 4-yard line, first and goal, and throws 2 out of the end zone. This guy is horrible.
All right, Big Al. I think there's somebody out there who probably will take that. Thank you for the call. And if you do, call in. And Big Al, I'm sure he has a lot of cash at hand. He got the Ozempic shot. How about that? Lost a lot of weight. A lot of people are doing that. I still think there's a more natural way to do it. I'm not willing to take all those kinds of injections. Anyway, that's going to wrap it up for us. I do appreciate all of your banter, your calls, your perspectives. Love doing it every Saturday with you when I get a chance. Join us on Pomp and Joe this week. Monday, we'll have a lot to get into, and Joe will probably be playing some golf. I know he's played in the bad weather. I know I have too, so I'm sure we'll have some terrible stories to tell you about that. But I want to wrap it up by telling you that I appreciate our sponsors also. PNC Bank, make today the day. Brilliantly boring. That's how they do business, and they get it done better than any banking service you can find. Check out their virtual wallet. Number One Cochran, ride in style, go one better with Number One Cochran. Tune into our Number One Cochran Sports Showdown coming up tomorrow night and every Sunday night at 11:35. And Shenderovich, and Fishman. They got your back, not your wallet. Now it's time for fan weather, which is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, showers here and there, possible thunderstorm. High of 60, but rain will be moving out. Tonight, clear and chilly, low of 45. And then Sunday, believe it or not, partly sunny. We begin to heat up on what should be a week of some 80-degree temperatures. Tomorrow's high will be 69. That is your weather. Joel Nelson, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Coming up next, it's Jason Mackey. He will keep you entertained for the next 4 hours right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Bob Pompiani. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Although there's been a lot of changes lately in the automotive market, this May be the best time to buy a new vehicle from Number One Cochrane. Why? All their in-stock and in-transit vehicles are price protected through May 31st. That means you can avoid tariff price increases on more than 3,600 vehicles across Number One Cochrane's 20 new car brands. You can also take advantage of special offers that save you even more, including an extra $1,000 over KBB for your trade. Or if you prefer to buy pre-owned, choose from more than 1,500 models available. So yes, May is the best time to buy at Number One Cochrane. Shop now at Cochrane.com. In-transit vehicles are defined as vehicles currently en route and appearing on Number One Cochrane websites. Some restrictions may apply. Extra trade allowance is over the Kelley Blue Book Instant Cash offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. Ends 5/31/25.
Grab an ice-cold Coors Light draft at Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill, 6th Street in the Cultural District. Open 7 days a week. Their kitchen is open till midnight and the bar stays open till 2 a.m. at Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill. Online at redbeardspgh.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Pirates take on the Padres tonight at 9:40 for Game 2 of their series, and it's right here on The Fan with pregame coverage at 8:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bailey Falter set to take the mound up against Dylan Cease for San Diego. 8 o'clock tonight, Knicks take on the Pacers in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana, with a win, would head to the NBA Finals to take on Oklahoma City. New York looking to force Game 7. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Saturday afternoon with Jason Mackey.
Live and local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
And a good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for the introduction, Joel. It is Saturday afternoon. I am Jason Mackey, and this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's great to be here. There are some of these shows and even columns that I write at the Post-Gazette. Sometimes you do this job, and I don't want to say you're going through the motions, but maybe you're not as fired up as you otherwise would be. Maybe it's a slow news day, whatever it is. You do a lot of them. We try not to get jaded. I love my job. Very grateful for it. But sometimes maybe you just don't feel it or the news isn't there. Today, it's not one of those days. It's the polar opposite of that for me. Today is one of those days where I'm glad to have a microphone in front of me because I'm fired up about some stuff. You could probably guess what. At least 50% of it. And it's good to have an outlet. It's good to have a conversation about it, which we're going to do. It is absolutely placed on a tee. Unfortunately, we placed it on a tee, and it wasn't called a strike. You have got to be kidding me in that game last night. Part of me doesn't even know what to say about it. I mean, we'll get into the minutia, and I know Austin and Bob have got into this as well. I want to slice it up a little bit of a different way. I've got a column on postgazette.com right now about this. I didn't plan to write this morning, but I couldn't not. You know, and behind the curtain, I tend to work in a conference room down the hall from the station to do show prep and that sort of thing, and I'm doing show prep. I did not plan to write a column, and I'm getting into this and just getting fired up. I'm just getting mad about how stupid this is, that this exists. And if you don't know what this is, I don't know what to tell you. You probably do, but Edwin Jimenez last night, 3-2 pitch to Henry Davis, called third strike, and that's it. Pirates had a chance. They had loaded the bases. That would have brought in at least the tying run. Who knows what happens from there? They go on to lose to the Padres at Petco Park. Donnie Kelly erupts. He gets ejected, as he should. Andrew McCutchen's just there at the top of the dugout steps staring at Jimenez. And God bless McCutchen. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've told McCutchen before he should just do the robot whenever he sees a stupid call. He'll get tossed, but it'll be hilarious. Kutch had an even better way of dealing with the situation, I think. It's awesome. Just staring at Jimenez. And it's okay to get mad. The Pirates got mad. They should have gotten mad. How they reacted to it, I get it. I'd do the same thing. I mean, like, you've seen the call. It's the wrong call. It's terrible. But I also want to have a conversation about Jimenez, about MLB umpires, about the future of this thing, and where we go from here. So we can talk about last night, and we will. It's frustrating. It decided the game. Jimenez missed the call. He should have been available to reporters, by the way. He was not. It bothers me that that happens. A manager makes a bad decision. He's accountable for it. A player makes a bad play. He's accountable for it, or should be. An umpire makes a bad call, and he's not accountable for it? Huh? No, there's a process, and they intentionally make it very difficult to have a pool reporter go with an umpire and talk to him and ask questions, and it may or may not be granted. I will give the NFL this. They do that a lot better. There's a controversial call in an NFL game. They will get you an explanation, and they will answer for it. You might not like it, but they will. That's also beside the point. A little bit of a rant. But what do we do here? What's your reaction to Edwin Jimenez missing a call? I'd imagine you're upset about it. To a lesser extent, where are you at with the Pirates? Did last night's loss move the needle either way? Didn't for me. Kind of in the same spot. It's unfortunate because if you would have rallied there and beaten the Padres the way Nick Pivetta pitched early on, I think that could have been a pretty special win. Mitch Keller's been very good. I think there's a subsequent conversation to have surrounding Keller. If you're out of it, teams are going to be looking for pitching. What do you do? I'd consider it at least. But the conversation in the interim right now surrounding this game, and really all of Major League Baseball, I think because of the impact, not that this is going to overtake, Aaron Judge and Ohtani or something like that, but it's a simmering discussion. When will Major League Baseball change to either robo-umps or some sort of challenge system? I feel pretty confident that when the CBA expires in December 2026, whenever there is baseball again, because I do think there will be a work stoppage, I think there will be some sort of ABS system. My issue with it is why not now? I'd do it today if I could. You can't. You're going to have to get through the end of the regular season. I don't understand what the holdup is here. There should be no holdup. If you look at players, they don't want these calls missed. Why would you want these calls missed? It's defining their careers. It's defining outcomes of games. They're pushed to be the best they possibly can be. And if they're not good, they're jettisoned. They understand the rules they live by. So why are they going to settle for anything less than perfection? It's not like we lack the technology. We have the technology. It's not like we lack the money. Major League Baseball is doing just fine economically. It's not even that it's going to drag down or lengthen games. That's the crazy part, too. There's this narrative out here that's going to cost a lot. Like, it's going to add to games and make it unwatchable. No, it's not. They did this stuff in spring. Basically averaged 4 challenges a game, about 13 seconds per challenge. Sum total, you're looking like a minute to get things right. I don't understand what we're doing here. If the goal is to get calls right, how and why are we knowingly getting them wrong? And that's not even complaining from a Pirates perspective. Like, this guy was just not good all night. It's a call-up umpire. Call-up umpires, I had to look this up. I did not know this. Call-up umpires, they work for as long as they're needed when somebody is unavailable or on vacation. They're promoted from AAA. At first, I started to get all upset about that. Say, why is a call-up umpire calling balls and strikes? What in the world? Well, how else would you do it? And it's not like there's a huge difference between AAA and Major League. I mean, there's a difference. Are you going to tell this guy he can never call balls and strikes? I don't know who that helps. Like, the short answer is you should be able to call balls and strikes effectively. There's a solution for you. And you know what? The other idea here is if you can't, there needs to be a way to fix the problem. There's just too much riding on this stuff. The context surrounding baseball is such that why are you just going to sit by and let this happen? A point I made in my column, and I feel strongly about this, that look around, look at other sports. If you have a scoring play in football, it's automatically reviewed. Scoring play in basketball comes down to the wire. It's going to be looked at. Sometimes they might go to a monitor about 19 times. You can challenge it. There's some form of recourse for a team. Goals scored in the NHL, they're probably going to look at it. If not, you can challenge for offsides or goaltender interference. You have recourse. Why not here? It might be, and I didn't exhaust this, but it might be the only play in sports where nobody can do anything about it. That play. No, I realize a run didn't score, but a run should have scored. You can't do anything about it. Why can you not challenge a missed call? A missed call, third strike. There's no good reason. There's no good reason at all. It's not technology. It's not money. It's not desire. I suppose it's logistics with the CBA expiring. I can't imagine. I did this story last year. It was actually, it flew to Chicago, and it was one of those things where you want to, try to make use of your time, right? Availability is better on the road, and so I was working ahead on some stuff, and I remember talking to guys at Wrigley Field about this, about what do you think about ABS? And the general consensus was, it's coming, and we don't want full-blown robo-umps. We want a challenge system. For understandable reasons. You don't want to lose the human element of a game, but you want to preserve the idea that we're going to get this right. We're going to use technology to get this right. And I don't understand why it doesn't exist. I don't understand a lot about last night. The only thing I do understand is that something needs to change. Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Players Association need to get together this offseason in some sort of special case or reopener and get something put in here because nobody is happy. Nobody wins in this scenario. And poor Edwin Jimenez does not win. Umpires don't win in this scenario. You don't think they want to get it right? They're trying like hell to get it right. The other reality with this stuff is that baseball has evolved to a point with velocity and the style of pitching and spin. And it's not a good thing. It's a separate discussion. You're pitching toward, basically a baseball savant page, right? Like you want to generate maximum movement. You want to do it. It's why you see elbows snapping. But we're asking a human being to decipher this in the fraction of a millisecond. You're asking him to make that call, and then we're reacting, and we're getting mad when he gets something wrong. Well, of course he's going to get something wrong. He's human. You're asking this person to do basically the impossible and then be perfect at the impossible. Come on. That's why I struggle even saying anything about Edwin Jimenez because it's not his fault. I mean, it is his fault because he missed the call, but the fault lies with the system. The fault lies with the sport being stupid and stubborn. And I love baseball, but it's stupid and stubborn. It's probably what my wife would say about me. I love you, but you're stupid and stubborn. It's stuck in the past in so many ways. Financially, that's something that sets me off quite a bit. But we're talking strictly about how you evaluate calls and how you try to determine whether the best possible outcome is achieved. You've got technology. Use the thing. It's not hard. Apparently, it is hard. Can tell I'm fired up. Not a huge fan of this. If you get beat, you get beat. If the call goes against you, whatever. We can all live with that. I can't imagine if I was in San Diego and I was a member of that team, and whether I played for the Padres, Pirates, this isn't a homer comment. This is just trying to imagine myself as a part of the baseball team. I wouldn't have slept last night. There's no way. There is no way. Such a shame. All right, so anyway, let's get back to the outline of today's show a little bit. I'll be on with you until 5 o'clock. Paul Alexander takes over from there. And then the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn tonight. We're going to bounce around a little bit, but it's going to be heavy on Pirates talk, discussing last night. Bubba Chandler went for AAA Indianapolis last night, by the way. He shoved again. I want to discuss the merits or discuss kind of what's going on with Bubba. I never got to it last night in an abbreviated show. So we'll get into that. Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette will join me from San Diego. It was an interesting clubhouse, reading his stuff. I was not there, obviously, but seeing some of the post-game comments and whatnot. Noah will join me at 3 o'clock. I want to get the reaction from out in San Diego about the Pirates being fired up, a message that Andrew McCutchen had for his teammates and all that fun stuff. Do a lot of Steelers in the 2 o'clock hour. I don't want to completely ignore the football team. I'm not going to belabor it. It is May 31st. There's some other stuff to discuss, but we'll talk about some observations from OTAs. Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live and the Harrisburg Patriot News will join me at 2 o'clock, but I have a little first and 10 segment prepared for the 2 o'clock hour. I want to offer up 10 thoughts relative to OTAs, but I expected this to be the dominant topic, talking about robo-umps and all this stuff and getting it right, and, well, it most certainly is. We have a couple calls here. Want to get to them now. John in Bridgeville wants to talk about the state of the Pirates. What's up, John?
How you doing?
Doing great.
I just, I see on social media and people complaining about Nutting not spending money with the Pirates and all this other stuff. But for years now, it's the same old same. They're developing. I don't know who their development coaches are. Obviously in AAA there has to be some. But if you look at every single Pirate prospect, and I don't count Skeens because he's a generational talent. But you look at Charlie Morton, Garrett Cole, Shane Baz, Tyler Glasnow. These guys all left the Pirates and became all-stars or close to it. Look at who's there now. Henry, our number one pick, he's awful. I guarantee you that if our pitcher that just pitched, drawing a blank, but if he went to another team, that they would unlock something, and it's just the culture. I just don't get why it's always Nutting spending money. Maybe it's their development in the coaching and getting these players to their potential and the culture and everything. I just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. The reality is it's both, John. I mean, it doesn't have to be one or the other. I get crap from people from time to time when I say it's what you're talking about, developing. What about drafting? Look at their drafts over the past handful of years, the last batch of Neil Huntington drafts and what Ben Cherington has done. They haven't gotten enough talent that way. What have they done internationally? They talk about a lot of money spent in the Dominican, which I believe they do. I believe they care about that area, but they haven't procured enough talent. Look at the trades they've made, the development. I mean, I completely agree with you. And their payroll should be higher. Right? We can say it's both. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
We should have gotten Rooker, and then we spend it on Pham. I know it's a lot less money, but
the A's didn't trade Rooker, and I think that there's probably a reason why.
Well,
you can't make a team trade a guy.
I think, though, Alonso, there was talk of different I heard Rooker. Maybe it was just obviously they didn't trade him. Now look what he's doing, but I just don't understand the philosophy. And then when we do have pitchers that come through the system, they don't develop into anything. Then you go to another team. Even Starling Marte, he was good for us, but then he goes to the Mets and becomes a whole other level. Now, I mean, he's hurt, whatever he is now, where he's at, but
their development hasn't been good enough, John. You're right. I'm not gonna sit here and disagree with you, man.
I just think that's a thing, and but I appreciate you, and I don't know about the robo-umps, but I'll let that for another caller. I appreciate you, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, brother. Thank you. All right, let's go to Wes in Upper St. Clair. Wants to talk about the ABS system and robo-umps. What's up, Wes?
Hi, how are you?
Doing great.
So, in my opinion, get rid of the whole challenge thing. Forget challenging them. Just have the umpire behind home plate. He gets a beep in his helmet that says if it was a strike or a ball. He calls it just like normal, so nobody even can tell the difference from today. But the call is based on technology. He gets a signal, tells him what it is. It speeds up games. Nobody's going to argue calls anymore because the system's calling them. The umpire has a better experience. He's there to call, catcher's interference and plays at home plate and foul balls and all the stuff they normally calls. So it doesn't change anything about the game. The look and feel, everything's exactly the same. It just takes away the errors. And it speeds up the game because now no one's stepping out of the box and looking at the umpire, and there's no one screaming at them from the it would make everything better. It's a simple solution. I don't know why they don't go to it. I don't think it affects the tradition of baseball or the human element or any of that stuff if you do it that way.
Okay. I mean, I kind of disagree with you on it affecting the human element, Wes. I mean, it literally is. We're involving the human element. And, if you pitch, did you play baseball?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're aware, like, as a pitcher, if you establish the outside corner and you keep picking and picking, you earn those calls. If you're throwing strikes, you earn those calls. That's baseball. That's part of the game. But,
right.
You can't challenge every one of those calls, right? And if you do challenge them, you're probably going to lose it.
Just as many times, though, I'm hitting that outside corner, it's getting called a ball, and I'm not getting it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on the situation. There's inconsistency, right? But
right. So
what you're saying, if you earn that, though, you're going to get those.
If I'm the batter, if I'm the pitcher, I'd rather know, okay, it's a strike.
Sure. I understand what you're saying. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Thanks.
Amen. Let's go to Dawn in East Brady. He wants to talk about the games the Pirates have lost because of umpiring. What's up, Dawn?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Hey, I'm sitting here by the river here in East Brady there, feeding the birds and the little chipmunk, and been a long-time listener, but a first-time caller, and what happened last night just put me over the fence, so I had to call.
Okay. I think you're combining cliches, though, Don. I love that. You were on the fence about something, and it put me over the edge. I'm not sure about put me over the fence, but either way,
yeah,
I like it. What do you got?
How many losses have we had so far?
Too many, but I can look up their record for you shortly. I don't know it off the top of my head.
In the 30, 32 or something like that?
Sure, it sounds about right.
Okay. I contest that at least a third of those were lost due to umpire calls.
Okay. Based on what?
Based on the wife and I, we watch every game there is, except the ones that are on Apple TV and stuff because we don't have it. And I can count at least 4 or 5 calls every game that go against the Pirates that cost us a run, guys on second and third, 2 outs, and we get a call against it. We end up losing the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's anecdotal, man. I have no way of proving that or disproving that. I think every fan of every team probably thinks that the umpires are out to get them.
Well, I'll tell you
I appreciate the passion. I don't think a third of their games have been dictated by umpires.
I do. And I'll tell you, okay. I am all for this automatic system. I don't want our team losing games on account of poor umpiring.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense to me to keep doing that all the time.
I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you.
I watched all the spring training games with the ABS in there, and I liked it. It really worked, and I think it should have been in here this year as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. All right, Tom, appreciate the call, man. Got to get to a break. All right, the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. We're off to a rousing start on this Saturday afternoon. Joel Nelson behind the glass. Really happy to be with you. A lot to discuss. We're going to get into so much in this show. Steelers next hour. Noah Hiles at 3 o'clock as we dip back into the baseball talk. I might light a match. I'm debating doing this, whether I do it today or tomorrow. I've got some thoughts on youth sports, and as Don would say, how we've kind of gone over the fence or gone off the edge. Something happened with my son's team, and it's not criticizing anything relative to my son's team, but just the overall culture of travel sports. I'm going to get to it at some point. I don't know if it's going to be today because there's a lot of Pirates stuff to discuss, and I can see the phone lines already kind of going crazy. So I want to let you have your opinion and your say, and going to talk some Pirates stuff. Penguins about to name a coach. I'm pretty sure George Pickens admitted to forcing a trade. I got to check out the validity of this, but some interesting dialogue there on Twitter. But again, reacting a lot to the ABS stuff and the missed call last night in the Pirates game. It's Fan Saturday afternoon show. I'm Jason Mackey, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
8 o'clock tonight, it's the Knicks up against the Pacers in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and Indiana with a win would head to the NBA Finals. Knicks looking to force Game 7. Pirates tonight take on the Padres at 9:40, and it's right here on The Fan with 8:45. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn. Bailey Falter set to take on Dylan Cease. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit, come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching, unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You've been called many things.
Is that?
The president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat, and sometimes the sultan of slots. But no matter who you are, you know there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. New BetParx casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be worth it.
Pittsburgh, it's time to fill the boot and fire up some good vibes for our local volunteer firefighters. Friday, May 30th at 2 p.m., join Pony and Muller live from Piata Italian Street Food at the North Fayette location. Come grab a fresh chopped salad or toss pasta like their carbonara. Toss a few bucks in the boot and show love for the heroes who've got our backs 24/7. It's good food, great cause, and your favorite sports voices only on 93.7 The Fan. Be there, be loud, and fill the boot, Pittsburgh.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
And welcome back to a Saturday afternoon with Jason Mackey. We're in the middle of a heated discussion, a fun discussion about the call missed last night by Edwin Jimenez. Should have been ball 4 to Henry Davis in the 8th inning. It was strike 3. Major League Baseball is antiquated. Major League Baseball is stubborn. Major League Baseball is wrong. It needs to change how it handles such things. There should be at least a challenge system. Heard from a caller in the last segment that there should be full-blown robo-umps. I understand both points of view. If that's what we're going to be kicking around, so be it. That's a much more intelligent discussion than what we witnessed last night. Absolutely absurd, a game-changing play. There's no recourse. I understand that it happens. I don't expect these guys to be correct 100% of the time. But what I think is stupid is that you can't do anything about it after the fact. When everywhere else, even within baseball games, there are ways to review and challenge and try to use technology to get something correct. But this one little instance, this is where we're not going. I mean, come on. All right, going to go back out to the phone lines. Brent in Carmichael's wants to talk about the Pirates. I don't think he's encouraged. What's up, Brent?
Hey, I just want to call about how the Pirates. I've been a Pirate fan since I've been watching them, and then they've been stinking, and it's time for them to get like a new owner. I miss the reality when it comes to they never seem like McCutcheon, and they should when it's 2 strikes you should call. You should swing at the bat. You teach you on Little League.
All right, man.
I've been a Pirate fan since I've been watching them, and then.
Was he on a recording? That was weird.
That almost sounded like the conversation then through his radio a handful of seconds later.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
That's my guess.
Okay. I don't know. I guess that's a lot more plausible than the dude has recorded himself with like a Pirates rant that they should swing the bat. I mean, Henry shouldn't have swung the bat. It wasn't a strike. He did everything right. I mean, I understand the Pirates are way too passive and their offense is stunk, and you want to be critical of that by all means. I'm not here to defend that. But, I mean, Henry Davis did what he was supposed to do in that situation. Aaron on the Turnpike wants to talk about umpiring. Don't get a ticket, Aaron. What's going on?
Thank you. I'll do my best. So I've actually changed my tune on ABS here, and I'm not a Pirates fan, so this isn't a knee-jerk reaction from last night. I don't even know what you're talking about with that. I didn't see the play.
Okay.
But I consider myself a baseball purist. I've been against every change, the pitch clock, the minimum, 3 batter minimum for relievers, opposed to all of it. But with the ABS, I've changed my tune. The reason why, I've seen it in practice, AAA, spring training, and I think my thought at first with the traditional element of it is, some umpires will call strikes high, and some will call them outside, and they'll do that all game, and you have to learn to that. You have to adjust to that as the game goes on. That's part of it. But these inconsistencies are so wild that it's not even – you're not going to get consistent inconsistency even. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
6 inches off the plate every time. And so it's one thing if it's okay, you learn this particular umpire strike zone, you adapt to it. I can appreciate that part of the game. That doesn't even exist anymore. So I think there's no choice. And it's coming next year. They're full-time in AAA now. I think it's coming without a doubt in 2026. And,
I hope
I'm
you're
not
right, man.
as upset about it as I once was.
Yeah. Yeah, just because of the quality of umpiring, you're saying? Because of the misses and the random misses?
The random misses, yeah, like I said, it's not like you can learn a particular guy's strike zone and adapt to it. It's just wildly inconsistent across the board for both teams in every direction. And when you really see it with that superimposed box up there, it's like, oh, my God, some of the things these guys are missing. It's egregious. And it's going by the wayside sooner than later, I have no doubt.
Aaron, why do you think they're missing? Sorry, I'll let you get your point in a second.
No, I think it's difficult. I mean, like you said, you don't expect guys to be 100%. I think 90% or something is like the standard. But there's some human bias, I think, that comes in. And when it comes in, and Keith Law, athletic guy, he wrote a whole book about this and a whole chapter about umpiring inconsistencies. And guys, they're more averse to make a call. You expect the strike zone to expand on a 3-0 count or to shrink a little bit on an 0-2 count, right? And umpires, maybe completely subconsciously, they're having this bias come in where you don't want to make, a ball 4 walk call as easily. Just in your mind, the zone might be expanding or shrinking in ways that you might not even recognize. Totally understand that. There's nothing anyone can do about it. But it is an element that now we have the technology to surpass. And I thought about this a couple weeks ago in the sense that thinking about this from the traditional perspective, if they had this technology when baseball was first being invented, to have this automated balls and strikes, do I think people would be opposed to it because it ruins the spirit of the game, or do I think they would welcome that technology? And I think they would welcome that technology pretty immediately, even back then.
Yeah, I mean, where I'm at with that part of it, and that's a good line of thinking, Aaron, if you're going to use it for everything else, where's the line of demarcation that says you don't use it for balls and strikes? That doesn't make sense.
Totally. I think they don't use it for fair fouls, right? You can't challenge a fair foul call, can you, or can you?
What is it? You can only challenge things that happen between first and third, I want to say.
Okay.
That's how they distinguish it.
Right.
I might be off on the verbiage a little bit. I'll look that up just to be positive.
Now, the one element I will miss when the strike zone comes in is, fiery managers coming in and getting themselves ejected, going on these hilarious, epic, you're not going to see I'm forgetting the old Orioles manager now from back in the day, Earl Weaver pulling bases out, kicking dirt around. I'm going to miss that element of it, but,
But that's only for balls and strikes. There's still other stuff for them to get heated about.
I guess so, but everything's going to be reviewable. What's there going to be to argue about if everything's subject to this video technology? Again, I'm not lamenting that entirely, but I'll miss that aspect.
I get you. Thanks for the call, man. Really appreciate it. Great stuff. I'll miss it to a degree. I still think there will be opportunities for managers to get upset. I mean, I guess, Joel, when you look at why managers argue, is it a lot balls and strikes? I feel like that's part of it. I don't feel like it's all of it.
I kind of wonder that too. Like, are balls and strikes, like those things, you think that makes up 50% of ejections throughout the season?
What are stats on that? We should try to look that up.
I might, maybe later on tonight, I'll look at a list of all of the ejections so far and see how many of them are ball strike related.
Yeah. Yeah, because, Aaron brings up a good point. If you disagree with the call, there's pretty hard and fast evidence there. You're not going to get mad. You're just going to say you challenge it. And generally, I think when something is challenged, everybody sees the video, and it's either, it's I'd say, 95% of the time, it's probably black and white. So, yeah, there's that aspect of it. I guess I would miss that. I think some of that stuff's overblown, though. If you're a professional athlete and you need another grown man to yell at a third grown man to get motivated to do your job, what are we doing here? That fired us up. I don't know. That feels like one of those contrived, a media creation, frankly. Although they say it, so it's our job to report it. But that just doesn't feel as valuable as getting the call right. We can lose that. I'd rather just have the calls correct. All right, Ken in South Park wants to talk about the Buccos. What's up, Ken? Hang on, let me click the right thing here and put you on. What's up? You're on the fan.
Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
It's a shame what happened to the Pirates last night, but it's also kind of funny because if they were competing for first place or something, that game like that could make a difference. But since they're 25, 30 games out of first place, what difference does it make? It's one game.
Well, because that's the professional livelihood for those guys. What if I came to your work and said what you do doesn't matter?
Oh, no, I'm not saying. No,
well, you are saying. You're saying what they do, it doesn't matter. It's exactly what you said, Ken. Because they're out of first place. It does matter. It matters because Henry Davis is trying to earn his way as a big leaguer. It matters.
Right.
It matters.
I was down on the Pirates for a while, but now I'm starting to get back in. But I know what they do is hard.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, Ken? You good?
I'll probably call back. I always, forget my train of thought when I'm waiting. So.
Yeah, me too. All right, man. Have a good one. Ken's not getting instant service. He's going to passive-aggressively talk about the waiting. No, I'm just kidding. It's cool. I get a little agitated. That's maybe not the right word. Don't tell me stuff like this doesn't matter. It matters. It matters. That at-bat was a very good at-bat for Henry Davis. This is somebody who has had a pretty significant storyline attached to him this season about being a potential bust. He has a really good at-bat there in a key situation. The Pirates are trying to maintain some positivity. As a team, they go into this game against the Padres feeling pretty good about themselves after scoring some runs. There's been as much positivity around the Pirates entering last night as there has been at any point throughout the season. Nick Pivetta pitched really well. They scrap, claw. San Diego gets a couple runs, whatever. The Pirates are in it. They're rallying, something they generally don't do. And I don't know if they win that game. Maybe they lose it. But I'd rather see the players decide that. I don't want to see the umpire decide it. Padres are a good team. Henry Davis does what he's supposed to do. He's showing some signs of development. Don't take the bat out of his hands. Just get the call right. And you're not going to get everyone right. Nobody's perfect. I don't expect that. You don't expect that. But what I do expect is for Major League Baseball to exhaust all resources to put the best product possible on the field. And it failed last night. It was not the best product possible. I don't even know if the outcome of last night's game was correct, and we'll never know. But I'd like to see every effort made toward that. And it's okay to criticize. All right, Donald in Canonsburg wants to talk about the missed call. What's up, Donald?
Hey, Mackie, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Hey, real quick, I'll kind of put it on a larger scope. So, yeah, I mean, it sucks for the Pirates, and people can say, you know, it might not matter for their season, but I'm with you. The baseball needs to hold accountability because when, one, these sports franchises and leagues in general across all four major sports are in bed with gambling now, that's going to make a difference. And, you know, people say, well, it doesn't matter for the Pirates season. Well, don't you think it matters to the NL West? For that
Man,
outcome?
That's a really good point, Donald. Really good point.
So that's all I wanted to say, but have a good day, man.
Yep, you too. Appreciate the call. Boy, I did not even think of that. That's a great point. I don't gamble. I don't understand enough about gambling, so I can't talk about the implications, but I mean, yeah. It's not the representative outcome. It's not the representative if it could have affected the over-under. You know, obviously you have a run score there, whether the Pirates score another run, whether the Padres score another run. Somebody had to score another run to win that game, and that much was affected based on a missed call. It's simple, though. You just want to get it right, and you want to have the process put in place to get it right. And we could talk about robo-umps, and maybe you feel passionately about that, and you're not wrong. We could talk about a challenge system. Maybe you feel passionately about that, and you're not wrong. What I don't understand, though, is having a scoring opportunity in a professional sport, and there's nothing we can do about it if it's wrong. That makes absolutely no sense. And the Pirates were the victim last night. And I thought just, you know, as a fan watching the game, I thought it was hilarious. I thought the Andrew McCutchen thing was hysterical. Donnie Kelly, in 20 games managed, has been ejected 3 times. I think 2 of them were earned. The middle one, he just encountered an umpire with a really quick hook. It's just frustrating, man. All right, got a whole bunch of calls. We'll just keep going. Mike in Pittsburgh wants to talk about the Pirates. What's up, Mike?
Hey, balls and strikes. When I hear about this, I go back whole way to the '92 Game 7 playoff game where the umpire got injured. The guy was calling a really good game, and then another umpire came in, was totally. Everyone knew that after the game for years, he was a different umpire, so he called a different kind of strike zone. So that it just reminded me of that what it always goes to when I hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, I get you, but I think that the technology is different. Absolutely. There's nothing we could have done about it back then. You can do something about it now.
No, and that's what I'm saying is that if it was back then, it would have maybe been a different story of a game. But I'm just saying the inconsistency of an umpire for another umpire to step in, there just shouldn't be that much of an inconsistency of it. That's all I'm saying is like the same umpire should come in and be able to do the same thing the other umpire was doing.
Yeah, or just have consistency within the game. Like if you know that if that pitch has been a strike all game, it's on those guys to adjust. And then I can look at Henry Davis and say, you know what, that's a little off the plate, but he's been calling it all game. You should be ready. You should be able to adjust.
100%.
So, all right, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Let's go to Doc in Claysville. Let's talk about the Pirates. What's up, Doc?
Hi, Jason.
Hi, Doc. How are you?
Doing pretty good. I know everybody's just discussing the bad call last night, but I have the solution. I'm going to play commissioner for this solution. I'm going to order the teams to play another game on Monday because they're both scheduled off, and the deal is these last night statistics don't count. Monday's an open day for both teams, and they could start out because the game ended in a tie where it should have. In other words, the fairest thing to do is start Monday a brand new game because they're open.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Doc.
Why not?
Well, because it's going to complicate the Pirates' travel. They're not going to sacrifice their off day. Major League Baseball is not going to take that away from the Padres. They got a win. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I disagree. I think that's the first step. And one thing I do agree with you, and I'm really strong on this is instant replay is the best thing that happened to baseball in the last 50 years. And one more thing. I'm trying to recall it. Oh, here it comes. No.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Doc. I'll be here until 5 o'clock. Give me a call back when you think of it.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that right? No, wait a minute. It's coming. Well, I'll probably, but I have to probably let it go. I had a real important.
That's all right, man. It happens to the best of us. Appreciate the call, Doc. Thank you. All right, let's go to Tanner and McDonald wants to talk about the Pirates. What's up, Tanner?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well.
Hey, I know we could talk about the Davis call until we're all blue in the face, but there's just a couple things before. Even the inning before when Frazier was up, and he had those couple ones that were outside that were called strikes. I mean, you could see the frustration on Frazier's face there. Kind of set the tone for how that ump was going all game. And, I mean, the Pirates got some calls, the Padres got some calls, whatever, and it really comes down to that last one that really stinks. But there was the game that I was thinking about last Friday when the one that was 3-3 when O'Neal Cruz hit the home run in the bottom of the ninth to tie it up. When Canario ran home, and the ump called him out for going outside of the baseline, which I've never seen at home.
Same. Yep. That was a very bad call.
And then, like they say, ball don't lie, so they won it on that walk-off wild pitch. But it's just a couple games. I mean, it's unfortunate. You watch other games, and umps are here and there. It's a tough job. I get it, but I think the ABS needs to come and let them review the calls, like you were saying earlier. It's the only play you can't review. And I think it's just important to the game and for the teams. I mean, especially competing so hard all the way to the end for everything to be decided by one bad call. No, it just kind of stinks for the guys.
Yep, no doubt, man. I feel bad for him. And I was outlining that before. I appreciate the call, Tanner. Yeah, the Canario play, I remember what he's talking about. I've never seen somebody called out of the baseline there. I mean, you should get 3 feet on either side. And, I mean, you're going to have missed calls. There's going to be mistakes. I understand that. I'm not expecting Edwin Jimenez to get every single one of these calls correct. I think he had 122 taken pitches last night, and he called 116 of them correctly. That's actually pretty good. He made 2.8 more correct calls than the average umpire. His consistency last night was 95%. The average is 94%. All of that checked out. But there's 1.58 runs for San Diego added. And this is by his umpiring scorecard. They come out on social media the next day. It matters when and in what situation that was called incorrectly. And at that point in the game, You can't have that mistake transpire. You simply can't. It is unacceptable. And we can yell and scream at Edwin Jimenez, but it's really just one part of a much bigger problem that falls on the shoulders of Major League Baseball to do what it can do to get this right. Ricky in Blawnox wants to talk about the strike zone length. What's up, Ricky?
Hey, I don't know how old you are, but there was a game in the 97 NLCS called the Eric Gregg game. And, I mean, it's kind of cool when you see good pitchers. Well, back, I'd like to say the 90s, you see guys spot the ball more now. Guys just throw harder. But going with the robot, don't you think that it almost takes away from the umpire behind the plate just in general? Like, what's his purpose?
If you go with the robo-ump?
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically to relay what the computer system dictates, and then you have, I don't know, a check swing. Maybe you have a play at the plate. You might need additional oversight on something. Sure. I mean, there's a role for them. It's just not the same. And it takes away the human element. Absolutely.
I suppose that there's beauty in a pitcher working the zone and quote-unquote getting the corner. And I feel like if that goes away, the game just kind of dumbs down into what it is now, which is doubles, home runs. Nobody cares about on-base percentage, and it almost kind of waters down the game.
I disagree with you, Ricky. I don't think it waters down the game to get something right. I mean, we're not talking about the human element of umpires. I mean, the human element of umpires is if somebody was hitting that spot all night, and they weren't. Like, if the human element of umpires is you pick, and expand the zone. That's not expanding the zone. Like, some of the pitches he was calling strikes, some of the pitches he was calling balls. Like, there wasn't any rhyme or reason to it. So I like the human element of the game, and frankly, if I'm going to give my honest opinion here, it's not to go robo-umps. It's not to go full-blown computer system. It's to go ABS. I want a human being calling balls and strikes, but I want a team to have recourse to fix it. I'd feel the same way if it was the Padres that got jobbed last night. It wasn't, but I mean, you would have felt terrible for them. It's impacting a game in the absolute wrong way. Let the players on the field determine the outcome. John in Butler wants to talk about the Pirates. Got to be quick because we're going to shift the Steelers talk here at 2 o'clock. What's up, John?
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just want to say, I don't agree with the call last night, and I understand the frustration. But with the frustration, you have to think, how many times this year has this team left runners in scoring position?
Sure, too many.
It doesn't come down to that single call. They beat themselves in all aspects. If you think about it, it's just not one call.
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
so the only way around it, don't quit leaving runners on base. They've left how many times have they had bases loaded with no outs, one out, and then by the time the inning's over, nobody crosses the plate, and they either strike out or they fly out the rest of the inning. So there is no excuse in one way, but there's no excuse for the umpire's call either. So you can't, what are you going to choose,
I mean, I'm going to choose using what I can on a league level to make things as firm as possible. If I could, as somebody who lives in Pittsburgh, I'm obviously not a Pirates fan because I'm a member of the media, but if I could do something to, if there was a lever I could pull, if I ran the Pirates to correct that, I would. I can't. And you could say, oh, they should spend more money, they should do this, they should do that. Yes, that's true. It's a lot easier for Major League Baseball to just implement the system that it used in spring training and has been using in AAA, and everybody expects to come here to just do that. Utilize technology to get things right the same way every other sport does. We're not asking for a lot here. Kevin in the car wants to talk about ABS. What's up, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, AI is here to stay in all facets of life. I mean, these people that are saying it takes away from the game, I'm sorry. Now that you have these automatic instant replays on the TV where you can see whether it's an obvious ball or strike. It's just gonna happen. So you might as well just embrace it. I know probably I don't know if the umpire union is against it, because you're still going to need a home plate umpire for other reasons. Just have this challenge available, especially in crucial situations.
Yep, I agree with you, man. And I don't think the umpire union would be against, a challenge system. I don't see why it would be. I mean, you're just efforting to get calls correct. That's all. Nobody. I don't think anybody there wants to have this happen. Edwin Jimenez wasn't having a real good time last night. He probably feels terrible about it. I feel bad for him. What they're being asked to do is difficult. I agree with you that technology is taking over. Might as well let it. All right. Thanks for the call, Kevin. Last call, Bob in Waynesburg wants to talk about the strike zone, then we got to get to a break. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, buddy, I just wanted to mention I've been listening to you guys, and I've been in baseball all my life, and I appreciate what you're saying. I agree something needs to be done. And just on a side note here, along the same thing there, I've seen it happen in the WPRL playoffs this year where it's very, very non-consistent to the point where it probably costs us a team a game. I mean, I believe if you have a pitcher at any age that can hit the corners, they should get them called. And I would assume if it was a robo, they would still have the ability to call the corners.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I think you would see that. If you had an ABS system, you would still preserve that, and people would understand that, and you wouldn't challenge every call because you'd lose your challenges, and you wouldn't want to do that. In a situation like this, you're going to spend your challenge, and you're going to have it right. Pretty simple.
I think it needs to be done across the board. I'm 100% in favor. I appreciate you guys talking about it, buddy. I'll let you go, and I love listening to you guys. You have a great day.
All right, Bob. Take care, man. Thanks. Good discussion about this. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the participation. We'll dip back into it again around 3 o'clock. Noll Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette will join us from San Diego. In the meantime, you can join Pomp and Joe as they broadcast live from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Wexford on Monday from 10 until 2. Enjoy a Caribbean barbecue lunch. You can make a $20 donation. You can get a Fan 5-Alarm T-shirt while supplies last, or make any donation to help out the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. Cloudy and windy in Pittsburgh, highs in the upper 50s. Temperatures in the upper 60s in San Diego for Pirates-Padres Game 2 of that series tonight. We're going to step away from the baseball talk for a little bit. I want to get into some football discussion. Nick Farabaugh from the Harrisburg Patriot News and PennLive.com will join me at 2 o'clock. We'll go through some of what we've learned so far at OTAs. We'll talk some about Aaron Rodgers. I don't want to talk about all Aaron Rodgers. That coming up. It's a Fan Saturday afternoon show with Jason Mackey here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
9:40 tonight, Game 2 between the Pirates and the Padres, and it's right here on The Fan with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn at 8:45. Bailey Falter takes on Dylan Cease. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Text Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh Employee Pricing Plus event, what's the difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new or pre-owned Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No waiting, no games, easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Grab an ice-cold Coors Light draft at Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill, 6th Street in the Cultural District. Open 7 days a week. Their kitchen is open till midnight and the bar stays open till 2 a.m. at Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill. Online at redbeardspgh.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SC or Tucson SC. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines tonight. The Pirates take on the Padres at 9:40, and it's right here on the Fan with coverage at 8:45. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. At 8 o'clock tonight, Knicks take on the Pacers in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Nick Farabaugh joins the show next.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And welcome back to the Fan Saturday afternoon show. I am Jason Mackey, Joel Nelson producing Behind the Glass. Great first hour talking about the Pirates and the blown call in the game last night, the validity or the need for an ABS system. Shifting gears, though, here in the 2 o'clock hour, want to talk a lot of football. Steelers OTAs ongoing. Want to talk about what we've learned so far. Let's go out to the Fan Hotline where we find Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live and the Harrisburg Patriot News. What's going on, Nick? You're in Toronto, I understand.
I am in Toronto. It's great out here. Great city, first time ever here, but I really enjoy it. I went to Rodgers Center last night, saw the Blue Jays win over the Athletics. I did CN Tower. I've done all of the usual. Went to the Hockey Hall of Fame. The Hockey Hall of Fame was awesome, man. I love that, too.
Yes. What about the location of it? It's in like a mall food court. It's tremendous.
Yeah, it's in like a mall food court. It's great. It's in the weirdest spot. It's huge. It's expansive. When I went up to see the Stanley Cup, I didn't expect it to be in it was in like this stained glass ceiling. It's absolutely insane. They did it really well. I've been to the Basketball Hall of Fame and the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I think the Hockey Hall of Fame is the best one. I've never been to Cooperstown, but I've heard that the Hockey Hall of Fame is the best one. I would agree with that right now.
I've never been to the Basketball Hall of Fame. I've been to Canton, I've been to Cooperstown, and I've been to Toronto. I'll take Cooperstown. I do think Cooperstown's incredible, but either way, Toronto's a great city, man. I'm glad you're having fun. I miss it. You make me want to go to a Canadian city. We were talking about this last night. But in any case, wanted to ask you a little bit about Steelers OTAs, what you observed back in Pittsburgh. What was your biggest surprise? I'll start there with 3 days of OTAs.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest surprise was more so about the just blatant mentorship that some of these rookies got into. And I think sometimes when I go to OTAs, I don't see rookies embracing mentorship just right away. I think some people are kind of reluctant to embrace the fact that they have things to learn, and some rookies aren't humble like that, and they come in thinking that they are great. But really, when you look at Caleb Johnson and him just focusing on pass pro so in-depth like he did with Jalen Warren all week, Derek Harmon was basically attached to the hip with Cam Hayward all week. I thought that was really impressive. I thought that you just saw how kind of in-depth those two guys were. They were so detail-oriented. I think that's one thing I've kind of looked at with the Steelers. They haven't drafted enough guys that are meticulous and detail-oriented about the little things in football. And I think Harmon and Johnson are exceptions to that. And I think that's really encouraging if you're a Steelers fan.
Yeah, no doubt. And Derek Harmon, I want to ask you about those guys individually, Nick, but Derek Harmon I thought was really impressive. He was bigger than I thought he would be, and he moved around better than I thought he would. Just what did you think about watching him, not so much the mentorship with Cam Hayward, just Derek Harmon individually?
Yeah, well, first of all, got a great head on his shoulders. I think that's a
yeah, that doesn't hurt.
He moves really well. Right. He moves around really well in drills, right? He doesn't look like he has any bad weight on his frame. I think that's another thing. He carries it really well. He's strong. He's got pop in his hands. You can't really tell much in team drills, obviously, since they don't have pads on. D-line kind of shine in camp in the preseason more than they do here in OTAs. But when he moves in those drills, it's different, right? Like, just compare him to Y.A. Black. Like, they move differently. It's completely different. And, I mean, Black has like 10 to 15 pounds on him. I mean, it's not that much to where it's the stark difference you would see from Harmon to Black. And so Harmon is just a great athlete. And I think that's really encouraging. You want your guys to look the part. Derek Harmon looks like a first round when you watch him go through drills. He just looks different.
So does Caleb Johnson, too, by the way. He looks like somebody who's going to contribute right away. Do you think he's going to get an opportunity to carry the rock quite a bit?
I do. I do think early downs, I think he's going to play a lot. Now, listen, pass pro is going to be the big thing, and so is the receiving part of this game. I mean, he's not really a pure receiving back. They didn't ask him to do it a lot. They had some screens, some slip screens at Iowa every now and then, but nothing really crazy. But he's going to get a lot of early down work. He's the best pure runner, I think, on the team in terms of their scheme, their wide zone running scheme. He fits it the best. And so I think he's going to play a ton on early downs. It's going to be how much does he come along in the receiving part of his game and as a pass pro guy to see how much he's going to play overall. But I thought, when he was in 11-on-11s this week and 7-on-7s, Jason, I mean, I thought he showed some really good hands. There were a few catches in traffic I saw that he made. He's got some soft hands. He doesn't body catch. He catches it away from his frame with his hands. I mean, that's really encouraging no matter what. And so Caleb Johnson, I think, is really encouraging in that regard. So I think he's got the upside to be a receiver. It's just going to be how quick along does that come to pass pro. And if that comes along quicker than you think, then boom, I think you might have a 3-down back.
Chatting with Nick Farabaugh on the Fan Saturday afternoon show. You can follow Nick on Twitter or X at FarabaughFB. Read his stuff at PennLive.com. Nick, one of the other storylines we were all kind of chewing on all week is wide receiver. DK Metcalf is not there, but obviously some questions about what impact DK has had so far, what people think of him. He was in Pittsburgh a little bit for the first phase of this thing. But wide receiving options outside of DK Metcalf, who were you most impressed with?
Roman Wilson. I was interested to see how Roman Wilson would come into the week and look. I didn't really know how he would look come into his second year. A lot of guys could shrivel up with the injuries, but I thought he had a really good mentality, and I thought he was getting in and out of his breaks really quickly. His instant explosiveness was all there. I thought Roman Wilson was the best pure slot receiver this week on the team. I thought that was really impressive. So he was catching balls all over the place. There was one rep, Jason, and I talked with Roman about it after the third day, where he just ran an out route and just took Beanie Bishop's ankles from him. I mean, straight up took them, and Beanie hit the ground. It was that type of route. So he's just gotten quicker in and out of his breaks, and that's so impressive for a guy that has that explosiveness instantaneously. He's got good hands. He's tough. He's coachable. There's an urgency to his game. I think that's something about it too. And so, yeah, I'm really impressed by Roman Wilson. I thought he was the best receiver outside, of DK Metcalf. Obviously, DK wasn't there, but in terms of the best receiver there this week, it was probably him.
That would be some big news for the Steelers if Roman Wilson could emerge and become what they thought he could be, certainly. One guy who's shown flashes of that, Nick, Joey Porter Jr., he talked, I think it was Wednesday, he and Darius Slay both talked basically at the same time, kind of about their relationship, what Joey Porter Jr.'s learned from Darius Slay, and what Joey Porter Jr., kind of what the tape said last year and what he's been working on. Take me under the hood a little bit. What does he need to do? What's he been working on? How does Joey Porter Jr. take those next steps to truly become an elite corner?
Well, the big part is to trust his feet, because when he doesn't trust his feet, doesn't trust his positioning, that's when things go haywire. The issue is he's got pretty good footwork. He's got really good hand usage and press. So it's a mental thing, honestly, Jason. Like, I think that's the big thing. Like, go back to the Bengals game, the first one in Cincinnati. He tackled Andre Yoshivas on a pass that he was right there for. I mean, it would have been a PBU easily. Didn't have to touch him. There was another play that was a fade on the goal line. He just grabs T. Higgins by the back of his helmet and throws him down. Like, it's egregious penalties. Like, it's penalties that do not need to be committed where he is in position to make plays that he commits. It's being smart about the penalties. If there's a play where you get burned down the field and it's better to take the 5-yard holding call than it is to give up a 50-yard touchdown, that's a smart penalty. Joey takes bad penalties where he's in position to get PBUs or picks and just doesn't finish the play. Maybe sometimes he doesn't get his head around to the ball. I think that's another thing. I'd like to see him track the ball a little better, because when he doesn't, he panics and sometimes can get into DPIs against bigger physical guys like T. Higgins, for example, who has just given him so much trouble. And he's been called for so many penalties against him. If you look at the 17 penalties called last year, Jason, 14 of them came in 4 games. Like, he gets them in bunches, and they come against really physical receivers. They came against Cortland Sutton, 2 times against T. Higgins, and then there was an outlier game when he faced Terry McLaurin. McLaurin's a smaller guy, but he plays bigger than he is. So those types of receivers give him trouble and rack up these penalties because he doesn't trust his footwork, but he should, and he's big enough and physical enough to match them.
So I have to ask one question about Aaron Rodgers, Nick. I'm contractually obligated to do it as a radio show host. When this guy signs, what's this going to look like? Is he immediately going to step in? And when do you expect something to be resolved here? Or like most others, are you just kind of waiting and we're just here, man? You know, where are you with Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, man. I think we're all just kind of waiting to see what Aaron Rodgers does. I think we don't actually know when it's going to happen. Listen, Rodgers' circle is so tight-lipped, and it's so tight. There's not a lot of an Aaron Rodgers circle. So, you're not going to get something out of that circle. The Steelers can tell me and tell you, Jason, they feel optimistic and think it's going to happen like they have the past 2 months. So that's what everybody says. They're optimistic. We think it's going to happen. Does it probably happen? I think so. Is it before mandatory minicamp? Maybe. Is it after? Is it before training camp? I'll tell you what. Here's the thing. Brett Favre did this with the Vikings. You know when he signed? August 18th. Like, I mean, sometimes these things happen, which it just goes crazy off the rails. And Aaron Rodgers is a guy that will take things crazy off the rails. So conventional wisdom says before mandatory minicamp. We could say before training camp. I don't know. Aaron Rodgers isn't conventional wisdom. Like, he does things on his own time, his own way. I think before we get to that point, August 18th, I think they move on and go after a Cousins or a Wentz or ride with Rudolph, whatever.
Yeah.
But, like, Aaron Rodgers deciding, I don't think there's a timeline for it necessarily that maybe we think. Could it happen before mandatory minicamp? It could. But if I told you a timeline for sure, Jason, I'd be guessing like the rest of us. We all have no idea for sure. Even Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport are like, who knows? We think, but we don't know.
It's such an awkward scenario, too. And the one thing I love about where this sits right now is just how Mason Rudolph is behaving, how he's handling things, how he looks, how he's played on the field. What have you seen out of Mason so far? And, what's your confidence level if it is kind of a ride with Mason kind of situation?
I mean, listen, I think Mason is kind of what he is, which is a backup spot starter type. I don't think he's going to be, a guy you want to ride 17 games per season. But, listen, he's a professional. He's handled that. I think we know he's a very kind of made product at this point. We know what he looks like at his best. Listen, Mason at his best, can the Steelers go 9-8 to dig into a wild card spot? Sure they can. I don't think that's crazy. But I do think the thing with Mason is there's not a lot of upside. The ceiling's capped with there. Like, the best you're doing is probably 10-7 wild card loss. Like, that's kind of what you're doing there. But you could also have the bottom fall out with it. He doesn't play well because he didn't play well last year in Tennessee. Granted, that supporting cast was awful, so I'm not going to completely put it on him there. But we'll kind of see where Mason goes. But at OTAs, he looks good. He looks like a professional that's done this. He's been around for 8 to 9 years at this point. This is a guy that has a great deep ball. This is a guy that has a strong arm. He has built-in chemistry, I think, with some of these teammates already, like Calvin Austin. He's just a guy that fits their personnel well, too. Fits well with DK Metcalf. So there's a good fit here. But if you're asking me if I'm, enthusiastic about watching 17 games of Mason Rudolph,
You're not.
No offense to him. I'm not.
Fan Saturday afternoon show, a couple more minutes with Nick Farabaugh of Penn Live and the Harrisburg Patriot News. You can follow Nick on Twitter or X at FarabaughFB. Nick, I want to have two final questions where you kind of fill in the blank, if that's okay. The offensive line this season will be, what do you
better.
think?
I think Falcone is going to be better. Frazier should be better. McCormick should be better. Even if Jones doesn't get better, those three being better should make it better.
And TJ Watt's contract situation, much discussed about it so far, not out of TJ himself, but it will end with
a $40 million per year extension 5 days before the season opener in New York.
Wow, you think they're going to pay him $40 million?
I do. I think they're going to get very close, 39, 38. I think it's going to be quite close. They better get it done before Aiden Hutchinson and Michael Parsons Inc., because it's only going up.
Man, oh man. Do you like that? I don't.
I have worries about it. He's a speed rusher that's 31 years old. Speed rushers lose speed, but he's a strong guy. I think he can reinvent himself, but we haven't seen it yet. There's a lot of risk in this deal, unlike the last TJ deal. So, I don't love it, but if you're going to get your superstar locked up and you think he could still be a superstar at age 33, other edge rushers have done it that are Hall of Famers, then go for it. But it's not like a sterling non-risk deal. There's a lot to it.
Nick Farabaugh, thanks so much, man. Enjoy Toronto. Appreciate it.
All right, appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me on.
All right, take care. Nick does an awesome job covering the Steelers for the Harrisburg Patriot News, PennLive.com. You can read his stuff there. Follow him on X at FarabaughFB. Appreciate the time. Appreciate him squeezing us in on a weekend away in Toronto. I can't emphasize this enough. If you've never been to Toronto, go. It's an amazing city. It's obviously not far. I'm actually going to be going to Toronto. I'm excited about this for the Steelers going to Ireland. I'm going to be over in Ireland for a week for the Post-Gazette. My assignment is to go drive places and explore places in Ireland and find cool Steelers stories. So just an aside, let me know if you have any good Steelers stories or leads or things or places you've been to in Ireland, any suggestions, places to check out. Wouldn't mind those, 412-928-9370. You can email me, jmackey at post-gazette.com as well. But that's beside the point. I'm flying out of Toronto to Ireland to get a direct flight, and my stepmom went to Ireland recently and told me about this, so we'll find out. Should be fun. In the meantime, I want to talk about some Steelers stuff. I want to react to what Nick said. Going to talk about TJ Watt's contract, some of my own observations from the first 3 days of OTAs. Warning, it's heavy on emphasis with Caleb Johnson. I've been really impressed with Caleb Johnson and the running backs. That's the subject of a column I have at post-gazette.com right now. It'll be in Sunday's paper. Really impressed with the running backs, really impressed with the young kids. I think this could be an area of strength for the Steelers. I'll tell you why next. It's Fan Saturday afternoon show. I'm Jason Mackey. Keep it tuned here to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
8 o'clock tonight, Knicks take on the Pacers, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana looking to move to the NBA Finals against Oklahoma City. Knicks looking to force a Game 7. Pirates take on the Padres for Game 2 of their series tonight at 9:40, right here on The Fan with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn beginning at 8:45, where it's Bailey Falter up against Dylan Cease. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip through their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
And welcome back to the Fan Saturday afternoon show. I am Jason Mackey, and thank you so much to Nick Farabaugh for joining me. Nick, of course, from the Harrisburg Patriot News and PennLive.com. Great thoughts on the Steelers as they complete 3 days of OTAs. They'll have 3 more this week, and then the mandatory mini camp after that. A lot of exciting stuff on the South Side. I was there on Tuesday and Wednesday. Did not go Thursday. Had some other stuff going on, but tried to get down there as much as possible. It's always entertaining. Good to see those guys back on the field. I'll get into my 10 thoughts, kind of a 1st and 10 segment, opining about some Steelers stuff here shortly. First, I want to tell you the Fan Text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, let's get going. Let's talk a little football. spent the first hour of this show, again, very heavy on ABS and umpires and Major League Baseball and the call that was blown last night, the Pirates' reaction to it. Noah Hiles at 3 o'clock from San Diego is going to talk a little bit about the mood of the clubhouse, how the Pirates might want to try to galvanize around this and rally, and the message Andrew McCutchen delivered. But we're not there yet. It is still a little bit of football time. So thought number one on where the Steelers are at, the Aaron Rodgers thing is just stupid and annoying. It would be nice to talk about this team in a different way. I understand to a degree why it exists. We kind of can't have a conversation about the Steelers without discussing Aaron Rodgers in some form or fashion. But I continue to just sort of look at this and shake my head, where the conversation around this team should be about so many other things. And there are interesting storylines galore. Broderick Jones talked this week. Troy Fautanu talked this week. I asked Nick about the offensive line and what it should look like. And this is a very important part of the Steelers. The offensive line improving. Broderick Jones has looked better over on the left side. Troy Fautanu is back healthy. Just really, really like that kid. He talked openly about how difficult it was coming back from a dislocated kneecap. I had a kneecap split in half. I can't imagine what that feels like as an offensive lineman and everything he had to go through. But anyway, the bookend tackles here, a pair of first-round picks, should be pretty good. I think the Steelers' offensive line has a chance to really improve, and that group was not very good late in the season. Yet, we're talking about the quarterback who is not here. Not only is not here, he is not a Steelers employee. He might not be a Steelers employee. He might not care enough about the Steelers to play here. And there are so many solutions to this. They're so easy. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to play here, no harm, no foul. Just say so. And I go back to what Aaron Rodgers said on the Pat McAfee show, how he told teams, look, if you don't want to wait around for me, that's okay. I understand. Why are the Steelers waiting around? Art Rooney said at the owners' meetings that he's not going to wait around forever. Okay, so don't wait around forever. What are they doing? They're waiting around forever. Makes no sense. Mike Tomlin really has ultimate authority here. If he would say, I don't want to do this, the Steelers wouldn't do it. What do you see in Aaron Rodgers that's going to change the complexion of your team? Could they win a couple more games? Absolutely. Is it going to suddenly transform them into a playoff contender? No. I don't think so. You probably don't think so. Aaron Rodgers is a mediocre quarterbacking option at best. If we zoom out a little bit and think about what this season should mean in the larger context of the Steelers, it is what? You want to find out where you're at long term. The Steelers' problem has been more of the same. It's been mediocrity. It's been not too far in either direction. If you sink to the bottom, at least you get your quarterback of the future. That helps them address something Art Rooney II said after the season has been nagging them. So to me, that's a victory. It's a victory by losing. They can do that with Mason Rudolph. They can do that without the headache. They might be able to do that better with Mason Rudolph. I've talked about this a decent amount, so I'm going to shut up there. I feel like I'm belaboring the point. I just don't understand all of the tentacles that this has. Guys being asked about it, some guys being asked to be there and they're not, what it means for Mason Rudolph, wide receivers who are trying to earn a job, trying to improve their standing. They don't know who's going to be throwing them the ball. I mean, shoot, Brian Batko wrote about this at the Post-Gazette, and I had Brian on last night, and we were talking about some of the things that Aaron Rodgers said to the Jets 2 years ago at the importance of OTAs. Yeah, they matter. They're not everything. And some guys, given your standing on a team, you might not need them. But when you're new, when you play quarterback, you need to be there. There's a reason why every other quarterback in the NFL is in camp at OTAs right now with their team, because that's what's expected of you. Aaron Rodgers is not different, at least not with this. He's different with a lot of things, but he's not different when we're talking about what he needs to do to play winning football, and it involves being here. Number 2, DK Metcalf is an entirely different situation, and at the same time, guys have been really impressed by him. DK Metcalf has not been on the south side for the portion of OTAs open to the media. There are several phases to this. They had workouts prior to us being allowed in the facility. DK Metcalf was around for those. He's staying in communication with people. This is one of those where I'm not too worried about it, especially if you don't have a quarterback here. Kind of what's the point? I mean, you can be here if you're there for some of it, if you're there for important stuff, if you're talking to people, I'll let it go. Maybe that's a double standard. I don't know. Maybe I should apply the same logic to DK Metcalf that I am to Aaron Rodgers. But I just don't see a huge issue if you're here for some of it. If your teammates know you're committed, you're under contract, there's really no question about your status. It's just 3 practices. But a lot of guys had some really positive things to say about DK Metcalf and the special things he was able to do. I do think he's going to offer better wide receiver upside than George Pickens did. I really like the DK Metcalf signing. I think he's going to be fantastic. I don't know what's going to transpire underneath him. That was something we talked to Nick Farabaugh about, how those guys look. Roman Wilson has looked excellent. It's also OTAs. Calvin Austin III, don't know. Robert Woods, maybe there's something. I think there's at least one more move left to make. But at the top of that, it has to be DK Metcalf. It has been so far, and he's made a positive impression on everybody. Can't wait to get him and see him myself. So number 3, I kind of jumped the shark a little bit, but it's the wide receivers, and the rest of the group is kind of a work in progress. Roman Wilson, I really want this to work out for him and for the Steelers. He's a 3rd-round pick. He's willing to block. Nick Farabaugh thought that Roman Wilson was the Steelers' best slot receiver this past week. I won't argue with him. Maybe that becomes his role, although if Roman Wilson is your slot receiver, does that mean that Calvin Austin's working outside? I don't know if I love that. If you've got a 4-receiver setup where you get a bona fide number 2 and then you're kind of interchanging Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin, I'm good with that. But bottom line, I want Roman Wilson on this team and productive. He's a good kid, did some good things at Michigan, isn't afraid to stick his nose in there and block. He very much fits the Steelers' way of doing things. And so far, he's healthy. It was interesting talking to him on Tuesday about what he's learned and how much better he feels things have gone so far with his health, taking care of his body, all of that. Also kind of curious about Robert Woods. And you might not know the name. I love the Bobby Trees nickname. It's fantastic. But Robert Woods, he's the only 1,000-yard receiver on their roster right now, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean in the NFL. He's put up numbers before. I don't know if he's going to put up numbers with the Steelers. I don't know if he still has anything left. I'd like them to further insulate themselves by signing or trading for somebody. But I'm not ready to completely discount Robert Woods. And I wrote in my 3rd thought here in the 1st and 10, still very much a work in progress. I think we have a lot to learn with the receivers. I think that's fair. Troy Fautanu, teased this a little bit earlier, but just what a wonderful young player. I think he's going to be a really good right tackle. His aggressive mentality, that comes out a little bit at these things, not a ton. But I think the Steelers' offensive line can be pretty solid because of this guy. Their right tackle play was not good this year. Their left tackle play was even worse with Dan Moore Jr. A little bit surprised Dan Moore got the contract that he did, but nonetheless, if they can improve 50% over what they had last year, I think it's going to mean a lot of things for the offensive line. Fautanu, it's easy to forget how high the Steelers were on him before he was injured. And it's like another 1st-round pick, honestly. Getting him and Broderick Jones in here. Broderick Jones obviously at the right position, and that's number 5 on my list. Looks like a completely different guy on the left side. Broderick Jones looks like he belongs. Again, no pads, limited physicality. We can't go too far with it, but he looks legit. Looks happier. He's lost about 20 pounds. It's been impressive. Number 6, talked to Nick Farabaugh about some of the mentorship going on, and everywhere you went around the fields at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex, Derek Harmon was right next to Cam Hayward. And it's very cool, honestly. It's a great story. Derek Harmon is, you know a lot about him personally, but I think he's very self-aware. Sees a guy like Cam Hayward as a similar build, similar style, and he wants to follow Cam and do everything that Cam has done. Boy, you could have worse people to look up for, right? Or look up to, right? And Derek Harmon has been wise with that. And the mentorship in general. There's a lot of Caleb Johnson next to Jalen Warren. A lot of young guys learning from the older guys. I think that's always a good thing for the team culture. Number 7, there's an interesting spot to be won next to Patrick Queen. Patrick Queen's obviously going to play pretty much every down that he can. But who's next to him? It's not necessarily a Landon Roberts. I think there's an opportunity and more plays to be had for Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson talked about bulking up a little bit, but still maintaining his mobility. A player who had a really, really good rookie year, kind of got overshadowed by Jaden Daniels of the Washington Commanders for natural reasons. But that spot, Malik Harrison is somebody they signed this offseason. Not quite sure what he's going to do. Cole Holcomb was hurt. Not quite sure where Cole Holcomb fits. Peyton Wilson probably has the most, at least recent, NFL upside or NFL production. Wouldn't be surprised if Peyton Wilson winds up becoming more than just like a pass-down specialist. He's looked good. Number 8, the TJ Watt thing. It'll probably get done. I still think that it shouldn't. When we had Nick Farabaugh on, he thought that $40 million was how this thing ends, or darn close. I like Nick and I respect Nick, and he's allowed to feel however he wants. I just don't like that. I hope it's not true. I hope that's not how this story ends. Maybe you do. I don't get the sense, though, that that's where fans are at with TJ Watt. I get the sense fans would be perfectly fine if the Steelers just held a hard line on Watt and they didn't pay him because of his age. Because you kind of look at it and say, what have we won with this guy? Is it really worth seriously extending ourselves to the tune of $40 million? I just don't think you have to do something because that's what everybody else is doing. You can make the case that TJ Watt is an elite player, which he is. But is anybody worth $40 million who's not a quarterback? I'm of the opinion that the Steelers should be getting away from the model of lumping so much money into defense. I'd like to see them spend more of their money on offense. They need to score more points. You need to have more talent to score more points. I'm not giving a defensive player $40 million a year. I'd rather see them pivot. I don't think they will. I do think they're going to extend TJ Watt. Everything they said publicly paints that picture. I just don't think that's the smartest way that they can spend their money. Number 9. I want to talk about Caleb Johnson because I think there's a strong chance that he could play a significant amount. I don't think he's going to be a rookie who just happens to be on the team and he's along for the ride. He's a very impressive player. Physically, how he handles himself. Had a great chat with Caleb Johnson. I think it was Wednesday, and we were talking about a few things that are in my column, but I wanted to get to them here in this setting. Caleb Johnson was upset at the perception that he's just some big body back. I'm not slow, Johnson said. I never got caught from behind in college. I want to show that I have breakaway speed as a big back. He said the Steelers and their, I guess, sports science staff, whoever's in charge of this, clocked him at 22 miles per hour. That's flying, man. Pass protection has been one weakness in his game, but he's already cozying up, like I said, to Jaylen Warren to learn how to do that better. Another part of his game that I think was underutilized or underappreciated at Iowa, his ability to catch passes out of the backfield. We heard Nick talk about that, how he catches with his hands, not his body. I mean, this guy is a big dude. He's very much 6'1", 230. I think when the pads come on, we're going to see him have an impact. But where I'm curious is the fit, is the speed, is the fact that he ran a lot of zone plays at Iowa. That was pretty much all he did. And that's what the Steelers are looking to do under Arthur Smith. He's the perfect scheme fit for what their offense aspires to be. He had 240 carries at Iowa last season. 80% of them came on zone runs. And just a number to talk about the contact, how he loves running after contact and how physical he is. He accounted for 66 missed tackles last year. That was the 6th most in college football. Again, this dude wore basically a Steelers uniform, certainly Steelers colors last year at Iowa. Curious to see how those skills translate, especially with some of the maturity he displayed. Very, very impressive. I liked what I heard. I liked the conversation that we had. The last one, maybe not the most important one, but I think just a bit of a dose of reality here in Steelers land. Let's calm it down with Will Howard. I like the kid. I like watching him. I liked watching him at Ohio State. Kansas State before that. He's a good quarterback. He's talented. Let's not anoint him as like a future Hall of Famer. Let's not even place the expectations that this kid should be starting. Let him be who he is. Let him be a 6th-round pick who's on an NFL roster who's going to get some experience. He's going to have an opportunity to learn from veterans. There's just way too much being placed on Will Howard right now. Slow down the hype train. It's okay. Some of the thoughts that I didn't put on the list, but very well could have been there. I think corner will be improved. We talked about Joey Porter Jr., Darius Slay, or Slay, as I should say. Beanie Bishop has stood out so far in OTAs, I guess outside of that one pass that he tried to defend against Roman Wilson. He's been lining up a lot at slot corner. They signed Brandon Echols this offseason, but it certainly looks like Beanie is ahead of him as of now. Granted, it's the end of May, so probably temper the expectations there. But I think corner should improve. And that's the list. That's what I got for you. Joel, you've been producing. You've heard me yakking, a whole bunch of people out here yakking. What have you been most intrigued by Steelers OTAs so far?
Caleb Johnson.
Yeah.
You know, and the Steelers could, I know Najee Harris had, productive seasons with the team, but it would be pretty refreshing to see if Caleb Johnson can be an electric playmaker. Najee Harris was not an electric player, and he got his 1,000-yard seasons based on volume, I would think, right? And getting all of those carries. So I think it's going to be, if Caleb Johnson can be electric, that's what I'm looking forward to the most, I would say.
I like it. I like it. Fan Text Lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So there's an interesting story, and I'm sorry to do this, but it is interesting, involving Aaron Rodgers and what number he might wear. There's been a link between him and Terry Bradshaw. What could happen? Could there be another link to Terry Bradshaw if Aaron Rodgers comes to Pittsburgh? We'll discuss next. It's the Saturday afternoon show with Jason Mackey here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
8 o'clock tonight, New York Knicks take on the Indiana Pacers, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. New York looking to force a Game 7. Indiana looking to move to the NBA Finals and take on Oklahoma City. Pirates tonight take on the Padres, Game 2 of their series, 9:40 from San Diego and Petco Park, where it's Bailey Falter up against Dylan Cease. 8:45 tonight is the North Shore Tavern Leadout Show with Jeff Hathorn. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Welcome to Bid It to Win It. Now, contestants, where can you save up to 80% off retail prices? Olivia?
Mac.bid.
That's right. Question 2. Where do all auctions start at $1? Gary?
On Mac.bid?
Correct. Question 3. Where did I just win a washer and dryer? Olivia?
Mac.bid.
That's right. Gary?
Is the answer always Mac.bid?
Yes, the answer is always to Bid It to Win It on Mac.bid and on a free app.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers and select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's little village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans could have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby color now, Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout, and the dry hopped Paleo IPA in better beer establishments throughout Western Pennsylvania. Next time you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And the one thing about Aaron Rodgers that I think we all know, he's a little bit petty. And when he does sign with the Steelers, you know what number he wears? He wears number 12. You know what number Terry Bradshaw wore in Pittsburgh? Number 12. You know what number's not retired yet, Ryan? Number 12. That would be the ultimate Aaron Rodgers revenge play, to fly into Pittsburgh in the next week, say, I'm wearing number 12, sign me up, let's go to practice.
Welcome back to the Fan Saturday Afternoon Show with Jason Mackey. What you just heard was CBS Sports analyst John Breach. He was on the CBS Sports HQ podcast, show, whatever you want to call it, talking about Aaron Rodgers, and I found that interesting. Earlier this week, we heard from Terry Bradshaw about the Steelers quarterback situation. Terry Bradshaw obviously ripped into the Steelers quite a bit for how they've handled this thing. He ripped into Aaron Rodgers, saying he should, I don't know, go in the wilderness and go eat bark or something like that. Yet the general expectation is for Aaron Rodgers to remain a Steeler. Or not remain a Steeler, to become a Steeler. That, you know, he's still going to sign here. What if he does? And you heard John Breach talking about this. Watch him go request to wear number 12. Now, obviously, that's going to be rebuffed. The Steelers aren't going to give that out. It's going to be a one-year deal for Aaron Rodgers, even if he signs here. And while number 12 is not officially retired, nobody has worn it since Bradshaw. Nobody's going to wear it again. They should just retire it. But, like, I don't know. Could you see Aaron Rodgers requesting it? I could. It would be something, too, if he ended up wearing it. But we should also, you know, Rodgers, of course, wore it for 18 years with Green Bay. Did not wear it with the Jets. Had number 8 with the Jets. I'm sure that's going to be what he ends up wearing. Or something completely new. I don't know. Maybe he should wear number 1. I don't really care. But I just think it'd be funny if he came in here and tried to request number 12 just to be a jerk, just because Terry Bradshaw said what he said. You never know with Aaron Rodgers. As we've deduced, it's not exactly rational thought all the time. Rational thought would tell you I'm going to sign with my new team and actually show up. We're not there. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth and baseball Softball Showcase is presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan will make a stop, or could make a stop, to your field. Details are available at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. And fan weather, it's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. Cloudy and windy in Pittsburgh, highs in the upper 50s, temperatures in the upper 60s in San Diego for Pirates and Padres. Have one call here from Greg. Wants to talk about the Steelers running backs. Happy to entertain this topic. What's going on, Greg? You're on the Fan.
How you doing today?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I seen the guy running in college there. He don't seem like to be a bad running back. But you're in the NFL now. And that's not for long if you ain't running right. I mean, he looked damn good. I seen him play a few times. He's a nice running back. Hey, but like I said again, it's NFL, not long if you ain't running right here.
So how do you think the running back situation is going to shake out, Greg?
I think that with him and a couple of other running backs, it seemed like they couldn't get that together last year, just like with the wide receivers. Those were two big problems. You had the one guy, that you got rid of. He was nice, but he had all kind of mental problems, and all kind of – he acted like a little spoiled kid. But this year you got Metcalf, and I guess you got some other receivers. It was nice that you got a quarterback out of Ohio State. Now, he's a nice quarterback. He might be able to start. He's a nice quarterback. Don't take your eyes up off of him.
Greg, you're putting too much pressure on Will Howard, man. Come on.
No, I'm not. He is nice. I watched him play a lot, man. He's nice. You watch him, you'll see.
I've watched him. I just don't expect a 6th-round pick to start right away in the NFL. And Greg hung up. That's all right. I'm not offended by that. I just don't want to do that to Will Howard. I like Will Howard a lot. I think he can be good. I think having that sort of expectation, just because he's built like Big Ben, just because we had that happen with Big Ben, it doesn't mean history is bound to repeat itself. Let the kid learn. If he shows us, he shows us. Great. It's a victory. I just don't think you have to count on it. I think people are getting a little carried away with it. Off topic, Joel, but did you see the uniforms, the City Connect uniforms last night for the Padres?
Yeah, those are pretty cool, I think.
You like them?
I know. So I don't know. Maybe it's because like the uniform is like mainly like a generic white, and then you add a couple touches of these other colors. I think it's pretty cool. It gives off like a little, I don't know, Pacific or tropical vibe to it. I think it's.
I hate it.
I know. I get it because
I
other
feel like
teams.
such an old man, but I don't like any of the City Connect uniforms.
The Padres one, or just a lot of them in general?
Any of them. I just don't like the concept.
The Mets with their like smoke gray City Connects. Those are, I don't know what went into that. The Padres, it's not the flashiest thing, but the mix of like a tropical pink, a green, a yellow. I think it's fairly good. Like a decent 7.5 out of 10.
Really? You'd go that high? I don't think it's above a 5 for me. I don't like it. You know what bothers me, Joel? Like a lot of these teams, and the Padres are one, they have really good like throwback alternate uniforms. I would much rather honor the past with some sort of alternate uniform that is like really throwback. Give me something from, I don't know. I'd want an 80s Padres uniform. First off, that would be the easiest, but I would understand if somebody would want something different or deeper, a deeper cut. And rotate that. I don't get the whole, we're going to make this uniform from scratch. We're going to try to make a uniform that speaks to the city. Like, it looked like they belonged in Miami. San Diego's not Miami.
I wonder if it's because, like, they're close to a body of water or something. That would be my guess. I tell you what, Donnie and I were talking about this on Tuesday night. The Diamondbacks, when they had, like, the purple on the sleeves, and then maybe the lettering is in, like, that sort of aqua teal, those are pretty underrated.
No, they're rated appropriately. They stink. I'm just kidding. I mean, honestly, where would you put the Pirates I was going to say the Pirates are one of the better City Connect uniforms, I think, because they actually made sense. But where would you put them?
I think a solid 8 out of 10.
Okay.
It's not, not the flashiest, but it keeps first of all, it keeps the black and gold. I know some of these teams are straight up not even doing that.
Scheme, please. I first started having this thought watching the Phillies series, and they wore their City Connect uniforms for one of those. The Phillies should always have red in the color scheme. And if you want to have a baby blue base, I get that. It wasn't even close to that.
I'm trying to find why they would go with that color scheme. Maybe if there's some sort of tradition or whatever that prompts the mainly blue with the little yellow and little black, but Seattle's are pretty cool. Have you seen those ones?
I don't think I have.
It's the blue with the yellow.
Blue and yellow. Hang on.
Unless they changed it, but from what
Okay. All right. You have me there. I'm looking at it now. But that's a little similar to what they used to have. And that's why I like it. It at least makes sense. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I should just shut up. But I feel like Major League Baseball is overthinking the City Connect uniforms and underthinking automated ball strikes and getting calls wrong. So that's going to be our transition back to that topic. When we come back, we'll bring in Noll from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's going to talk to us from San Diego. He was in the clubhouse last night. A lot of anger there. I believe that was something that came out of Mitch Keller's mouth, a message delivered from Andrew McCutchen to his teammates about earning calls and what the Pirates need to learn from the experience of last night. Changes are not going to happen immediately with balls and strikes, but we'll get Noah's opinion on an automated system. When might that come? I'm sure that was a topic of conversation as well at Petco Park. It's a Fan Saturday afternoon show. I'm Jason Mackey, Joel Nelson producing, back with Noll from the Post-Gazette after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates take on the Padres tonight at 9:40, and it's right here on the Fan with coverage at 8:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bailey Falter is set to take on Dylan Cease. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Noah Hiles joins the show next.
We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Now, we just showed you Andrew McCutchen, who just moved for the first time since the call to end the top of the 8th inning. This is when Bednar comes off the mound.
I don't think he kind of blinked right there, but I was counting. He didn't blink for about 5 straight minutes.
That was the call that Henry Davis thought he had tied the game, and in the act of support, McCutchen never taking his gaze off Edwin Jimenez, the home plate umpire.
That was Joe Block and Neil Walker last night on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. The controversial call we've been discussing quite a bit. Well, there wasn't any controversy. It was a missed call. It was a bad call. And it exposed something that I think should change with Major League Baseball. Let's go out to the Fan Hotline where we found Noah Hiles in San Diego. He was there last night. He's there right now. He was inside the clubhouse, which apparently was one disgruntled place. Noah, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm well, Jason. How are you?
Doing all right. Describe the setting last night for me post-game as you walked in there.
Yeah, I mean, guys were upset. I mean, I think it was the most I've seen the team collectively ticked off in my time covering them. When you're in there, you can typically, you don't want to eavesdrop on anything, but you can hear guys discussing certain topics or whatever as they're, cleaning themselves up and getting ready to head out of there. And it was like a team-wide conversation on that call. Everyone was talking about it at their lockers as they made their way in and out of the shower. The coach's office, you could hear them talking about it in there. I mean, people just pulling you aside and asking for your thoughts on it. It was something that everyone was kind of outraged by, and I get why that's the case.
So Andrew McCutchen, we played the clip, was staring at Edwin Jimenez. I thought it was hilarious. Did Kutch address what he was doing there, or just what did you think of watching that?
I mean, that's what a veteran player is supposed to do, right? There are people who have said, Kutch isn't as vocal as he needs to be. But to those people, I would show them that video. That's a veteran leader stepping up when his team needs him to step up. If you're a young player, I don't know if you can do that and get away with it. But when you're Andrew McCutchen, you can't. Because if Andrew McCutchen's in the batter's box for that at bat, that's probably ball 4. But because it's a young, unproven player against arguably the best closer in the game right now, the closer's going to get the benefit of the doubt. And that's what happened, and that upset a lot of people, and McCutchen was the one who took it upon himself to really air those grievances.
Chatting with Noah Hiles of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, who was in San Diego, covered the Pirates game last night. Read his work at post-gazette.com. Follow him on X @_Noah Hiles. Noah, they also talked about this being sort of a galvanizing moment or using this for good. I'd like you to explain more. I don't think I'm doing a good job of articulating it, but how are these guys taking what happened last night and spinning it forward to tonight and the rest of their season?
Well, yeah, I think the message was that they have to earn the right to get those calls. You look at the other team they're playing, the Padres. That's a team that has superstars. It's a team that's been to the playoffs frequently over the last 5 years. That's a team that's going to get the benefit of the doubt, whereas the Pirates, they're a team with young guys, not a lot of proven talent. So you're going to get the short end of the stick in those spots. McCutchen made a really good comparison after the game. He said, think about it in spring training. When you're playing with the big league club, even though you haven't made the big leagues yourself, you're wearing number 95. It's the 7th inning. Anything close is probably going to get called against you because you're wearing number 95 and you're not a big leaguer yet. He said this team's in a similar spot where they have to earn respect from the rest of the game, from their opponents, from the umpires, from everybody. And the only way to do that is by going out and playing better and winning. Whenever you start winning, whenever you're known as a serious baseball team, essentially, you get treated as such. And stuff like that doesn't happen to you.
So What can be done to that end? I mean, is that just as simple as winning games?
I mean, I think so, and I think it's just further motivation. You know, like I think the team has been playing motivated since Kelly took over. I think you and I both can agree that they've had a little bit more of a spark to them. But this continues to add to that. It's another, it's more fuel to the fire that's saying, look, like no one feels sorry for you that your manager got fired. No one feels sorry for you that you're in last place. People look down on you guys, and remember that and allow it to fuel you to be even better. And that's what they need to do. They need stuff like this. Whereas, other teams in their spot could roll over and just say, it was a tough loss. Like, it's a good sign that they are upset by this. It's a good sign that they're trying to use this as a way to unify, to motivate themselves, to play better down the stretch here.
Saturday afternoon on The Fan, our guest is Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, who was in San Diego talking about the call from last night. Noah, kind of a bigger picture question. What would you like to see Major League Baseball do when it comes to addressing this stuff? And kind of a two-parter. I mean, what would you like to see Major League Baseball do, and what do you think Major League Baseball will do about robo-umps, about an automated ball strike challenge system, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I think ABS makes a lot of sense. I wrote about it in spring training. I know that some players are for it, some players are against it. I'm personally fine with it as long as it remains a challenge system. I don't want all balls and strikes to be called by technology. I do like a little bit of a human element to the game because if a guy is calling that pitch that Davis watched, if he'd been calling that pitch all game long, I think it's a little different, and that adds a little bit to a baseball game when different umpires have different zones, and that benefits, catchers who pay attention or pitchers who pay attention when you know the zone of the guy who's calling it. That adds a little bit more to the game itself. However, if you have a couple of challenges in your pocket for spots in the contest that you need a call to be 100% correct, I think that makes the game better. I don't want it to be a situation where you're challenging every pitch, every inning. I think that will drag on and slow the pace of play down, something that they've done a good job recently of improving. But having the two or three challenges a game and being able to do that and make sure you get that call right, I think is important. If you can challenge a play at second base, if you can challenge if the ball was a home run or not, if you can challenge every other really crucial element to the game, you should be able to challenge if a clear ball four was actually a ball four with the bases loaded in the eighth inning. I mean, that's something that needs to be reviewed.
Yeah, I don't understand it, man. I was going on that rant earlier in the show. Like, it is just such a consequential part of the game. You should have that ability. Like, I agree with you that I want the human element. I want to preserve that, but they need some mechanism here so stuff like that doesn't go wrong. All right, I wanted to ask you a little aside from that, what you thought of Mitch Keller. Mitch goes 6, gives up 3 hits, 3 runs earned. I thought he was pretty good. He was really cruising early on. Just what were your impressions of Keller last night?
I thought he was good, like you said, especially early. He retired the first 11 he faced. This is a team that's given Mitch a lot of problems throughout his career, especially in the late going. I mean, I remember last year when I was here in August, they roughed him up pretty good, and I think they hit him pretty good when he faced him earlier this season as well. So I was surprised to see him be so efficient. I was also surprised that he didn't go back out there for the 7th. He had only thrown 79 pitches. But overall, I mean, that's 5 straight quality starts. He's had 9 in his 12 outings total this year. He's having a good season. It's unfortunate that they just can't score runs for him. He's thrown 70 innings this season. They've scored 16 runs during those 70 innings. That's just insane when you really think about it. Yeah, but he was good. I think the one unfortunate part of his outing is the moment they gave him the lead, he gave it back up, and you can't allow that to happen. I know you're facing the Padres. I know it was the second or third time through the order, and I know those were just runs 2 and 3 allowed, but that's just kind of the game you got to play if you're going to beat this team, and that's probably the one flaw to his outing, if you could find one.
Last question for you, Noah, a fun one. Joel and I were kicking this around a little bit ago. The Padres City Connect jerseys or uniforms, thumbs up or thumbs down?
I like them.
Yeah.
I like everything about San Diego. I've been pretty vocal about that online. Great ballpark, great great city. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I won't like them if they're like becoming too regular of a thing. Like if they start wearing them in, non-city connect situations, like if they start wearing them for like playoff games and stuff, I won't like them then. But sprinkle them in every now and then, I think they're cool.
Fair enough. Noah Hiles, Post-Gazette, thanks so much, man. Enjoy the rest of your time in San Diego. See you soon.
Absolutely, Jason. Thanks for having me on.
All right, brother. Noah Hiles does an excellent job. Check out his work, post-gazette.com. I didn't say this to Noah. I should have. I'll say it on the air, though. He did an excellent job of pivoting from a traditional game story format and writing what the story was. The title of his story, "We Got to Go Out and Earn It. Frustrating Loss Due to Missed Call," serves as unifying moment for Pirates. It's something I can identify with being on the beat. They normally do like a 3 takeaways kind of thing, an observation, drill into 3 parts of the game specifically. Last night's game wasn't that. It was all about the call, and Noah did a great job of executing that, the message, and what Andrew McCutchen said, what Don Kelly said. Really, really well done. A fun read there. And you can follow Noah on Twitter @_Noah Hiles. So we're going to keep the conversation going a little bit more about this. If you guys have some additional thoughts, you guys and girls, I should say, not just you guys, about what happened last night, how to fix it. If that frustrates you, I'm sure it does, what the solution is. I don't want to belabor the point too much because I do want to get to some youth sports stuff before I finish out my time here. And I want to, hopefully, we'll see. This might be a save for tomorrow thing too. But E.J. Borghetti, the longtime SID at Pitt, is shifting into a new role with the university. And I want to, he was on with Pat Bostic this morning, and I want to replay some of that audio and talk a little bit about E.J., what he's meant to a lot of us in the media. Does an absolutely incredible job, and I have no doubt that he's going to crush his new role. So we'll take a short break, gather ourselves a little bit, and get back and react to this a little bit more. If you have thoughts you haven't been able to convey, 412-928-9370. A controversial call, a missed call, has a gigantic impact in the Pirates game last night. What could Major League Baseball do? What should Major League Baseball do? If you want to talk about the current state of the Pirates, that's fine too. Are you encouraged by what Don Kelly has done? And where do they go from here? What sort of things are you looking at for tonight's game? It's a Saturday afternoon with Jason Mackey. We're having fun hanging out here until 5 o'clock. Paul Alexander takes over at that point, talking about the call heard around Pittsburgh here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
8 o'clock tonight, New York Knicks take on the Indiana Pacers, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, where New York is looking to force a Game 7. Pacers looking to go to the NBA Finals and take on OKC with a win tonight. Pirates take on the Padres, Game 2 of their series in San Diego at Petco Park. 9:40 is first pitch, and it's right here on The Fan with coverage at 8:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bailey Falter set to take on Dylan Cease. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Hey, Kenny Chesney fans. Verizon is giving you and a guest a chance to win a trip to see Kenny Chesney play at the Sphere in Las Vegas on June 21st. That's you and a guest under the spectacular dome of the Sphere watching Kenny Chesney perform live. Plus, there's never been a better time to visit Verizon. Come check out their huge selection of phones, home internet, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. Kick off summer the right way with Verizon and Kenny Chesney. One winner and a guest will win airfare, hotel, and tickets to see this unforgettable concert experience. Hurry to select Pittsburgh Verizon locations before June 11th for your chance to enter. Plus, learn more about our great deals on our best phones and plans for the entire family.
No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. Must be a legal U.S. resident of Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, or Pennsylvania, age 21 years or older to enter. Enter now through June 11th. Void where prohibited. Sponsored by Verizon. For official rules and full details or to enter, visit Odyssey.com/sphere.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props as we enter the conference finals here in hockey and basketball. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
And welcome back to the Fan Saturday Afternoon Show. I'm Jason Mackey. Thanks so much to Noah Hiles for joining us from San Diego, one of America's great cities if you've never been. This turned into a travel show. All of a sudden was talking to Nick Farabaugh about Toronto, talking to Noah about San Diego. But you know what? I'm right. Both places are awesome. You should go. Joel Nelson producing behind the glass, doing all the hard work. Thank you very much, Joel. Fan text lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So I have a Bubba Chandler a rant, a back and forth that I want to get to. He pitched again yesterday for AAA Indianapolis. He's been really, really good, and it's an interesting decision. Well, maybe I shouldn't say an interesting decision, but it's something we can debate, and we'll have a one-person debate, a two-person debate, something like that. Roll out the invitation to call if you want to. But I want to sort of look at what the Pirates side of things might be, what the external side of things might be, what the player side of things might be. Want to get into some Bubba Chandler talk here shortly. But we're finishing up a conversation around last night's game about ABS, how to fix this in Major League Baseball to prevent things like last night. A missed call in the 8th inning, 3-2 count to Henry Davis. You know what happened by now. I don't need to rehash that. I hope not. I hope we don't have to relive any of this. I think it's silly. I wish Major League Baseball had a better system in place. I don't need robotic umps, but I would like to have some sort of challenge system to make sure that calls like this don't stand permanently. So put out a call. Feel free to fire away. 412-928-9370. Let your opinion be heard. Let's go out and find Diane in Shaler wants to talk about Pirates earning a call. What's up, Diane? How are you?
Hi, Jason. How you doing?
Doing all right. Yourself?
Very good, thanks. I think I was a little struck by Noah's comment that if the batter had been McCutchen, that would have been ball 4. And frankly, I think that Henry Davis earned ball 4. He may not have been a 12 in the league for 12 years, but he conducted himself very well during that at bat, and I thought that he deserved to have ball 4, but maybe that's the way things are. And then I have a quick comment, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to thank you and Austin for correctly pronouncing Spencer Horwitz's name. It's two syllables, just like Mackey, Walker. It's Horwitz, not Horowitz, which the broadcast team seems to be having difficulty with. I think out of respect, they could pronounce it correctly.
So I'm not the only one that bothers, I guess.
Oh, drives me crazy. It's fingers on a chalkboard. And you know I'm a detail person, so you know how much that annoys me.
So, and you know what's funny, Diane? The Pirates have somebody, he's their director of amateur scouting. His name is Justin Horowitz, Horowitz. So we have a Horowitz and a Horowitz.
And the Horowitz is a very common name. Horowitz is unusual, but we have a lot of unusual names in sports these days, and so maybe they could pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, and just to hit on your earlier point, Diane, I understand what you're saying, that Henry handled himself well in that at bat, but I do think, like, I'm okay with players who have been around for longer getting that call. Like, you get the benefit of the doubt. I just wish that there was something that can be done when it happens. You know, like, they should get that call in the 3rd inning, and then if you want to challenge it, you go ahead, but you might not be right. You know, That's a risk. So I don't know. I just hate that there's no recourse there.
Well, we probably need then to have more than 2 challenges, because we would have used ours up by the time Henry got to the plate in that game, the way it was being called.
Yeah, you're right. It was a bit all over the place for both sides. You know, I don't think.
I agree.
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Diane. I appreciate it. Good insight.
Sure.
Yeah. Anybody else who wants to weigh in on this, feel free. In the meantime, I have plenty of stuff of my own that I want to get to. And by the way, this is a bit sideways of what we're talking about here, but congratulations to Cole Young. North Allegheny product is heading up. He's getting promoted by the Seattle Mariners. I don't know if you've caught this, but he was in the game on Friday night with AAA Tacoma, the top of the 4th inning, and he comes out of the game, learns that he's going up to the big leagues. He's the number 3 prospect in Seattle's system, number 42 overall in Major League Baseball. He's had a crazy season where he was really slow early on, hit 190 with a 577 OPS over his first 125 plate appearances. Mike White, my coworker at the Post-Gazette, did a story with Cole about, you know, kind of shutting off his mind and simplifying things and having fun and getting back to the basics of baseball. You know, it sounds so easy, but it's obviously not, and those of you who played know what that can be, and he's just been lights out. He's been absolutely incredible. He's only 21. I think he's the 3rd youngest player in AAA, something like that. It's the 2nd fastest ascent to the big leagues of any WPIAL product drafted out of high school. Tim Conroy is the only one who got there quicker. He's a 2-time Post-Gazette Player of the Year and just had a really rotten time early on. Has battled through, has been an awesome story. Congratulations for him going to the big leagues. And he goes to the big leagues red hot. He's leading all of AAA with 37 hits in May. 5 of those are homers, 3 triples, 10 doubles. He had twice as many walks as strikeouts, 15-8, hitting .370 with a 1.146 OPS and 118 plate appearances this month. Again, that's North Allegheny's Cole Young getting a well-earned promotion with the Seattle Mariners, going to the big leagues. Make sure he says hi to our old friend Joel, Andrew Destin, out in Seattle.
That's right, yes.
I don't know if we're doing something. We should have Andrew fire off a story for the Post-Gazette. I might text him. Be like, you want to work a little bit? Send us a Cole Young dispatch with a byline on it? I don't know.
I like it. Or you guys do a podcast too, right? Or something along those lines?
We do. We do a lot of different Pirates video stuff now on YouTube-wise. I do one called Saturday Conversations, which I should have Andrew on. That'd be fun.
It makes too much sense, and especially whenever the Pirates do play the Mariners at some point this season. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. The Andrew Destin Bowl. Andrew Destin, one of my all-time favorite coworkers. He's tremendous. He's the nicest kid in the world. It's like Ned Flanders. He eats graham crackers and milk before he goes to bed. He's the politest person ever. My kids call him Uncle Andrew. A couple years ago, my kids came down to Florida to visit and stayed with us, and there was one day of overlap before Andrew went back, and my kids have Legos, and they're playing with them. And for anybody else, you might feel like this is an impingement. And Andrew sits down with my 6 and 11-year-old, and he's building Legos with them. It's just, he's such a wonderful person. I don't know why I went on an Andrew Destin diatribe, but I can't help but talk positively about him. Just love him. So, all right, I'm going to get into some Bubba Chandler stuff. I think we have another call or two coming in, which is fine. We'll get to that when we get to that. But what the Pirates do with Bubba Chandler fascinates me, and here's why. Last night, he pitched for AAA Indianapolis. He was really, really good. Again. Went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, no runs, walked 1, and struck out 8. Typical line for Bubba Chandler. He's been this good all season. He's 2-1 with a 2.03 ERA, 48 2/3 innings, 21 walks, 69 strikeouts, a 1.068 WHIP. That's a whole bunch of numbers to tell you that Bubba Chandler's been basically the best pitcher in AAA. He's also the second-rated pitching prospect per MLB Pipeline. Jonathan Mayo, Squirrel Hill native who works for MLB Pipeline, was on with Austin Bechtold for Bucko Talk this morning, was talking about Bubba and saying, I don't know what else he has to show, which is probably true. This is where Bubba ranks in various AAA statistical categories. ERA, 2nd, strikeouts, 3rd, WHIP, 5th, batting average against, 2nd. Bubba Chandler is pitching in a way that he should be up here. But what do you do? What do you do? And we're, making this assertion from miles away. We do not know what's going on internally, what he's working on, where his head's at, anything like that. We're looking at it, should Bubba Chandler be here, or is it okay for Bubba Chandler not to be here? Got into this a little bit with Adam Crowley on Friday for my normal appearance. And I actually brought it up during a break about this idea, should he be here, should he not? And I said, I think Bubba should be here. I'd like to see Bubba here. Adam disagreed with me, and it was a perfectly logical argument. Adam's argument, and this is the argument for keeping him down, basically, you're preserving contractual stuff. The Pirates aren't going anywhere. Bubba doesn't address their biggest need, which is offense, and you just wait it out in a lost season, and you see him eventually. A little bit more. So the way Super 2 status works, and I'm sure those of you listening hear us in the media throw around Super 2 status and your eyes glaze over because it's complicated and it's annoying and it's stupid, and I agree with you. But it's really not that hard to understand. So in Major League Baseball, things are calculated based on service time. And you ideally want to earn an entire year of service time. Now, you have to be up with the team for, I think it's 170 of 182 days, something like that. The numbers are rough. I'm not working off of exact things. So if Ethan Hullahan is listening, Ethan is awesome. He's our resident financial expert in all things like the business of baseball. And he seemingly tunes in on like every radio show and chat and all this stuff and will correct us. And I appreciate it. But just don't hold me to the exactitudes right now, Ethan. I'm trying to give a general expectation. So anyway, Super 2, it's the top 22% of each year's class of players in terms of earning service time. So if you end up in that top 22% of service time owners, you become Super 2. You get another year of arbitration, or get another year through arbitration. If the Pirates bring Chandler up now, he would almost assuredly be eligible for Super 2 status, meaning he would be in that top 22%. If they wait, and believe me, this stuff is calculated year after year. So these dates, we don't know them. We won't know them until years later. But people are paid money to calculate when the super date could be. And it's basically a range of dates. And you say, if they wait until after this, they're going to be safe. And it's projected. So I don't know if that's what they're doing or not. That's just the general Super 2 perception. There's also this, as we look at the case for keeping Bubba Chandler in the minor leagues. And again, this is independent of if he's working on something, if he doesn't feel right, if there's something like, that is between people or between the player and the organization that would prohibit him from coming up and being effective. I don't know that. I can't speak for that. I'm talking merely looking at it from afar. So if you would decide to keep him down for a little while longer, you're probably going to prevent him from winning the National League Rookie of the Year. And right now that race is wide open. If you win the National League Rookie of the Year, we found out with Paul Skeens last year, it doesn't matter when you come up, you automatically earn a full year of service time. So how that impacts the Pirates is they would be spending a full year of Bubba Chandler's service time right now in what is effectively a lost season. And you get 6 full years as an organization of every player. The Pirates get 6 years of Paul Skeens. They get 6 years of Bubba Chandler. So the question as a fan that you need to ask yourself is, do you want to spend one of those 6 now? And we can go back and forth. I'm of the belief that, yes, I'm okay spending it now. And I will use that to transition to my point of view. My opinion on this is that I wouldn't treat this season like a lost season if I'm the organization. If I'm the organization, I want to show my fans that I'm going for it, that I'm still holding out hope that something crazy can happen, that maybe they catch fire, maybe they go 20-8. They did that a couple years ago, mind you, with less talent. I want to give my team every opportunity to do that. I also want to show my fans that it's not always about the future. That Bubba Chandler is one of my best pitchers, one of my best 26 baseball players in the organization. He's on my team. Screw it. I don't care about anything else. That's my opinion. That doesn't make my opinion the right one. Maybe you feel a different way. Because I can also understand looking at it, and this is the way Crowley was looking at it, from outside of this year. There is something to be said for preserving a year of control with Bubba Chandler, as unpopular as that might be. You say, look, if we're going to figure this out next year and beyond, I want to have Bubba Chandler be a part of this. I don't want to waste that year now to get, 3 weeks? A couple starts? That's not worth it to me. And a sideways argument in all of this is baseball screwed up in how it operates and that this is even a topic. And I guess call me unproductive because I dislike the system and I don't know if I have another suggestion, but I wish it didn't come down to this. I wish we didn't have to have this debate, but this is essentially what you're looking at. Do you argue to have your best players here, or is it better long-term to not have your best players here? On the surface, that seems kind of dumb, right? But that's what the Pirates are weighing. If they would call Bubba Chandler up right now, he would have a chance to win the National League Rookie of the Year. He would be Super 2 eligible whenever it's time for arbitration. And it would cost them both control of player and money because he would make more in arbitration than he otherwise would. He gets to arbitration earlier. If I look at it completely objectively, I can understand Crowley's line of thinking, perhaps the organization's line of thinking, the more cautious line of thinking. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to spend a year of service time on something that, your odds aren't good. The odds of the Pirates figuring this out and suddenly becoming competitive, you can look at the numbers and what they'd have to win the rest of the way to make something of their season. It's not good. So you can argue the prudent decision would be to wait. But I have a hard time wrapping my mind around that because of everything that I see. Because what I know of Bubba Chandler. I want to see them putting the most talented players they have in the ballpark. I want to see them giving themselves every chance they can to win games. Fans deserve that. And that's obviously a much larger discussion about what they did this offseason. So I think it's an interesting debate. Are you in the camp that you want to see Bubba Chandler here? Are you okay spending the year of service time? If that's what it becomes? I think the Super 2 thing should be much less of a motivating factor. That's money. But I can understand, right now, if you look at the Rookie of the Year odds, I don't know who it is, but neither do you. It's wide open. Bubba Chandler has a very real chance, if he would come up right now, of becoming the National League Rookie of the Year, if he pitches the way many people think he can. And then you earn a full year of service time, and then you lose Bubba Chandler sooner than you otherwise would. That's not money. That's just how long we control a player. It's just like Skeens. Are you in the camp of I want to see him now, screw the other stuff, put the best team on the field? Or are you of the mind, I'm okay waiting. Let's do it when it preserves that player's long-term status with the Pirates. And again, there might be something between player and team going on with the player, coaches, stuff Bubba's working on that we don't know about. I always want to preface this comment with that. But on the surface, that seems to be the debate. 412-928-9370. Let's start with Parker in Mount Lebanon. Wants to talk about Bubba Chandler. What's up, Parker?
All right, so my thoughts was I want Bubba up now, and here's why. Because, first of all, you show Bubba that you don't care about how many years we have him. We want him up now. He's going to be one of our best pitchers. And secondly, for Sherrington, what I think he should do is also to make a statement before he's on his way out. Extend O'Neal Cruz right now. Show the fans that you want to win, and you aren't thinking about the future. You're thinking about winning now. We want Bubba up now.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about Bubba. Parker, the only thing with Cruz, I'll pivot to that one for a second. They've tried. There's never been any traction with the possible extension. Like, I mean, I guess you could say that the Pirates should go over to Cruz's camp and what he wants, but he wants a lot of money, and the number that I know, they never got close. So I don't know if it's that easy on extending Cruz.
Yeah, but also, like, I feel like Bob, I feel like he can shift, like, I don't, like, all the things, like, we want to see that you're trying to win now. We
No
want
doubt.
to see that. That's what we're trying to see. So if you do that, we'll know that you're trying to win. Maybe like Connor Griffin, move him up another spot in the system. But I'm saying I want Bubba. First of all, going back, I want Bubba up now. If he has a shot to win Rookie of the Year, like you said, this year, because it's wide open race. So we want Bubba up now.
I hear you, man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Parker. I almost called him Chandler because it says Chandler on the call. I'm glad I didn't. But Parker in Mount Lebanon, thanks so much, man. All right, my favorite place on the planet, one of my favorite places, Brentwood, coming up next. Rich, you're on the Fan. What's going on, Rich?
Hey, Jason, I appreciate you taking my call. I always like your viewpoints. I like your articles, and I enjoy your wife's articles as well. So it's you got a nice thing going there. I've always been from the mindset of, key control. We're a small market team. This is the way we have to do it. But I will say, it doesn't work. It hasn't worked with us for this system. So now I'm at the thing is, why not bring them up? I'll let you go on that. Thanks.
Yeah, no doubt. And thank you for the kind words on my wife, although Ab doesn't write for the Post-Gazette anymore. She is working even harder as a stay-at-home mom. And shout out to all the work-at-home moms there. That is not an easy life. My wife loves it, though. She is happier than you know what. But she's not writing anymore. Anyway, as far as bringing up Chandler and the small market thing hasn't worked, I agree with you that the small market thing hasn't worked in Pittsburgh, and it should, but it's not because of prospect promotion. If anything, you're throwing good money after bad by promoting Chandler just because the small market thing hasn't worked. Like, if you're following the small market manual, it's probably to keep Bubba down, honestly. If you're following the small market manual, it is to prioritize every ounce of player control, not really make any decisions that are not rooted in logic, if I'm saying that the right way. Like, look, the Pirates have made a lot of mistakes with the small market stuff. They haven't been a very good small market team under Ben Cherington. And I'm talking about developing players, making smart trades, getting them internationally, accessing talent in ways where they have the same access to talent and they have the same ability to sign guys as other teams. Small market teams do that. The Pirates have not done that. But I I wouldn't throw caution to the wind and promote Bubba because of that, but I do understand the point Rich is making. You want to see your best team up here. That's totally fair. I agree with that. And I would like to see Bubba up here. That's nothing to say that he's going to stick the entire season, although I think he will. I think you owe it to your fans with this guy is just pitching his butt off in AAA. Let's see. Let's see what he has. And Braxton Ashcraft has gotten a chance. Mike Burrows has gotten a chance. Thomas Harrington has gotten a chance. They'll probably bring back Carmen Mlodzinski. I would imagine that's the move that makes more sense. But I'd like to see Bubba. I would. And I think a lot of fans would too. And I think they deserve to see it. All right, let's keep this going. Nate in Oakmont wants to talk about Bubba Chandler. What's up, Nate?
Hey, Jason. This whole conversation with Bubba Chandler, you could even extend back to Paul Skeens last year, where I think it's like a game of chicken, and it all comes down to an issue of money. Now, for these guys, they're a few years away from arbitration and even more years away from free agency, but eventually they know that there's going to be a payday for these guys that have the elite upside. And, you know, it doesn't always pan out for prospects, but kind of getting back to your point on the small market manual, you take a look over the last 5 or so years and you see, okay, it didn't work out for the Rays when they gave Wander Franco a big contract, but the Diamondbacks gave Corbin Carroll a big contract. The Red Sox this year gave Christian Campbell a $60 million contract. The Brewers gave Jackson Chourio a big contract right when they brought him up. The Atlanta Braves, now they're not a small market, but they've had a ton of success giving their guys long extensions before or right around the time they come up with Acuna, Albies, Strider, all at $100 million or less. So what I think that the Pirates need to do, their only chance of signing these guys that have the elite upside, give them the long-term contract right when you bring them up, because otherwise you just have no chance of keeping them, because we all know the Pirates are not willing to pay these guys market rate when they get to a point where they're coming up 1 or 2 years away from free agency and they have to be paid market rate to stay here. The Pirates are just not going to do that. So the small market manual for the Pittsburgh Pirates needs to flip to be more modern, and they need to start taking chances on giving these guys bigger contracts, you know, quote unquote, bigger contracts for prospects. But in the long run, if they hit, they're hugely beneficial contracts to small market teams like the Pirates. And we've seen that with all the examples that I just gave.
Yeah, but Nate, who realistically right now should they be extending?
Bubba Chandler.
Okay.
They should be, and when Connor Griffin comes up, let's say 2 years from now, they should look at giving him a $75 million contract for 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
Those are the guys, and those are the types of contracts that teams like the Pirates need to offer and put on the table to give themselves the edge and the chance to keep these guys who have the elite upside, who have the ability to be the core pieces of the team longer than just their control years.
Yeah. But the thing with Chandler, I mean, a lot of those contracts that you're mentioning don't involve pitchers. Like, go through and think about who you're citing. A lot of those guys are position players because the team is not willing to, and I'm not sure they're wrong here, take the inherent risk of an arm injury.
I guess. I mean, Spencer Strider is obviously the biggest example. The Diamondbacks, who I cited one team, as they signed Corbin Carroll. They just gave, you know, who's supposed to be the next great young closer of the game, Justin Martinez. They gave him an 8-year, I think, $45 million contract this year.
Right.
They gave Brandon Pfaadt, who's one of their very young starting pitchers. He got, an 8-year contract this year as well, and he just came up last year.
Right.
I think there's more examples that are
but they're not massive ones
as the game becomes more modernized for these small market teams.
No, I get you. I agree on principle of what you're saying, Nate. And Connor Griffin, absolutely, that's the kind of kid you bet on. But I don't see it lining up with the pitching side of things. Like, you're taking on a lot of risk, and I think Bubba Chandler and Paul Skeens, like, they're in a different class. You know what it would take to sign Paul Skeens. It's crazy. And at the same time, like, Paul Skeens isn't going to sign an extension until the Pirates prove they can win. I'm willing to bet Bubba Chandler's in the same boat.
If they offered it to him the day that they called him up, and obviously, you know, you have to think about what the years and what the number would be, but let's just say last year, the day they called him up, they offered him 8 years, $100 million. I think there is a hell of a lot higher chance that he would have taken that that day than if you offered him, let's just say, $200 million today, because he's gonna, if he stays healthy, which I know is a risk, this is the risk that you're laying out, he's gonna shatter every record. Whatever contract is the highest for a pitcher through that point. If he makes it to free agency and signs a new contract, he's gonna shatter that record. So I think there's a much greater chance you sign these guys, you take the risk the day that they come up. And one last point here, Jason, is that we're talking about risk on the Pirates' part. Risk of what? Like, they're going to stink 5 years from now regardless if it's the continuation of this 25-year cycle. So what's the risk? Their team's no good? Well, the team's not good right now anyway.
That's a fine point. Can't divide by zero, right? And you still get zero.
Yeah. Thanks,
Jason. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. I don't think Paul Skeens would sign that deal. It's just speculation on my part. But you're talking about 2 years of free agency. It's hard. I think you'd have to pay more than that. I'm not in the nuance of it. I've done pieces before about this. I think the number has to be higher. It's a moot point. I mean, Paul Skeens wants to win. And Bubba Chandler is not that far of a deviation from Paul Skeens. Now, he's a different personality. He's going to be a fun personality. But he's a competitor. All of these guys are the same way. And until they see that they can win in Pittsburgh, I think it's going to be treated at arm's length. Though that doesn't mean they're going to be jerks. That doesn't mean they're going to look to get out of here. It doesn't mean they're not going to try to do it. Now, this was a subject of something that happened to me. I think it was last Friday when the Pirates are in town. I wind up with a one-on-one with Paul Skeens. Filipponi used this a couple days ago and talked about Skeens and how much he feels like he can win here. And so I can touch on that real quick, but I do believe that Skeens thinks he can win here, and I think he's right. I think they can win here, which is a separate discussion, but he's not about to punt away his time. He knows he's not getting traded. He knows what the business is. He knows what the model is. He's basically going to be Garrett Cole. He's going to be here for a couple of years, but you know what? Garrett Cole did do some cool stuff here. Those are probably some of Garrett Cole's better, I don't know, they're not meaningless baseball memories. I'll say it that way. I mean, Garrett Cole's been to the top of the mountain, but it's a pretty cool story you can write while you're here, too, if you can figure it out. And I think he's aware of that. Jeff in the North Hills wants to talk about the Pirates' ineptness. What's up, Jeff?
Well, right, Jason. So just to counter what that last guy said, what about K. Brian Hayes? What about that? Who's the right fielder they signed a few years ago, and then one too long, he was out of baseball.
Which one?
Yeah, but it was one of the Latin players who really didn't have. He had some raw talent, but his fundamentals were terrible. But the point is, what if you'd assigned Jared Jones before, like last year when he was hot? The problem is, I think here's the answer. You need a good general manager and staff that can evaluate talent so that we can draft better. And we sign whoever, do we have to watch Tommy Pham and Clyde Frazier every day? Where are we going with that?
I don't know, Jeff. You're kind of bouncing around here.
Okay, my point is, it's an inept organization evaluating people. So knowing who to draft, who to sign, who to keep, you have to have somebody that knows what they're doing, and they obviously don't.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Ben Cherington hasn't done a good enough job, and I would not retain him as general manager.
I would not either, and try to find somebody good there. And I don't know if Nutting cares or not. It kind of looks like he doesn't. But if he cared at all, he'd be working hard to find that right person.
Yeah, he might be. I don't think I think it will take a heck of an effort by the Pirates the rest of the year to save Ben Cherington's job. That's my personal opinion. What was your opinion on Ke'Bryan Hayes? Why was he part of this? You're saying it was a bad contract, a bad sign by the Pirates?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, could we trade him right now with his contract easily?
I think they might be able to if they tried, yeah.
Well, I don't know. But
he's Gold Glove defense for $7 million. A team like the Yankees could take that, and then they could hit him 8th or 9th, and I think they'd probably appreciate what he brought. That's peanuts in Yankees world.
Right, but you're finding one of 3 or 4 teams possibly that might take him.
Okay, so do it.
But yeah, I agree. But it's still, I think if you look where he's at now, you would have never signed him to that contract.
No, you wouldn't. And that's a poor evaluation of talent. You're absolutely right, Jeff, and they haven't done a good enough job of that.
And that's my point
I
for
gotcha.
way too long.
Hey, I won't disagree with you, man. Absolutely. Thanks for the call. It's the small market thing. And we'll finish up this segment with Matt and Mars. Matt, just hang on 1 second. Let me make this point. That the small market thing, you have to master it. And when I was on the beat, that's a point that I made a lot, that there's nothing prohibiting the Pirates from being smart. There's nothing that stops them from operating like the Guardians, like the Rays, whatever. And I had hoped that they could come in here and do all those things that those other groups did and did them well. Sign the Jackson Chourio style contracts. Find guys who other organizations couldn't get through to and improve them. And the Pirates, to some degree, have done that. Alexander Canario is an example of that, at least as of now, if he continues this. I'll have to eat some crow on that one, and I'll happily do so. I have a gentleman who emailed me. I'll shout him out now. Steven Zimogrowski. I might be killing your name, Steven. I'm very sorry, but he called in here about Alexander Canario and was telling me I should think differently about it. I'm thinking differently about it, but that success story hasn't happened enough for this regime. The trades have been bad. The free agent signings have been bad. The drafting has been mediocre to bad. No international talent obtained. All the hallmarks of small market success. Matt, what's up? You're on the Fan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I think the right fielder that guy was thinking about was Polanco.
Okay.
I think that kind of goes to my point. Like, I actually kind of feel bad for Cherington in a way. Like, he's built an elite pitching staff, clearly, right? And he's got some depth to it coming through the minors. And I think if you polled other GMs around the league, he probably hasn't done a bad job in their eyes. His guys just aren't delivering, right? The Cruz, Reynolds, Hayes, if those guys were playing at what most people thought their ceilings were, this whole conversation would be water under the bridge. And they just really haven't had production from the core guys. And you could say Cherington missed on them, but at the end of the day, that was probably a good position. It's just not working out, right? So I don't know. I think the next guy comes in, it's just a roll of the dice. I'm going to sign my core guys, and we'll see what happens. But when you have such a thin margin of error where if one or two of your guys don't work out, your team tanks, it's a really tough spot to be in for a GM.
Yeah, I think that's an overly sympathetic picture we're painting of Cherington. I mean, how many drafts has he had where those players should be here? 2020, 2021, 2022. It's reasonable to expect those guys to be in the major leagues right now. Those drafts have netted Cherington fewer than 2 wins above replacement.
No, that's fair.
I mean, he spent close to $70 million in 2023, 2024, those off seasons, and it didn't get him anything. It got Rowdy Tellez and Michael A. Taylor. I mean, it's inefficient spending. His resources are limited here. It's not the greatest situation for a GM. That coming in. And other teams have done it on the same budget. So I don't know, man. I get where you're coming from, Matt. I'm not trying to shoot it down, but Cherington has had enough time here to make it work. It hasn't worked, and I think it's time to give somebody else a chance. Thank you for the call. Let's go to Johnny in Cranberry. Wants to talk about the Pirates. This will be our last call before we get to a break. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, what's up, man? Appreciate the call. Appreciate your callers. And I do empathize a little bit with the last caller, and it is a war of attrition when we are constantly looking at, winning percentages on GMs, and it's who's got a better handicap, a 95, you're a 25 handicap or a 20. That's what we're talking about with these GMs. So I do appreciate that. But what we fail to appreciate, and what we have to understand is that as general manager, you know what you're walking into in Kansas City, in Tampa, in Oakland, in Pittsburgh, and you signed up for this job, right? And I played devil's advocate with Neil Honey, with Cherington and what he brought to the Red Sox. But look what happened to the Red Sox, and that was with a war chest. And what happened to the Red Sox as soon as they won the World Series?
Johnny, what's your point, man?
My point is we have a little bit of hope, but he has failed. He has failed on drafts. He has failed on scouting. And I am hoping that we get to this season with a little bit of hope. But at the end of the year, honestly, if he's got to be gone. Sherrington's got to be gone. And here, I'll leave it with this. If they go on a run, hypothetically, pie in the sky, if they go on a run, does Sherrington stay?
How big of a run? Give me a final win total.
If they end up 10 games below 500, does he stay? 20 games below 500.
They finish the year 10 games under 500?
20 games under 500.
No.
Does he stay?
No, he does not. I don't think there's any way possible. I don't think he stays. If they're 10 games under 500, I think if they get to 500, if they get to 500, I think he sticks. If they don't get past 76 wins, I don't think it's even worth having the conversation. They have to win more than last year. That would be crazy if he wins fewer games than last year, when last year was already, not any progress.
Does Donnie Kelly stay?
Yeah, I think Donnie Kelly stays. I do. Nutting really likes Donnie Kelly, man. Really likes Donnie Kelly.
We like him too.
Yep. All right. Thanks for the call, Johnny. I appreciate it. Good segment. Boy, I didn't anticipate that turning into that, but it was fun. I like hearing the diverse opinions. They didn't necessarily get to the I want to see Chandler, I don't want to see Chandler, I understand this, I understand that. But you know what? They're good, passionate thoughts, which is where I'm going to go next. In the final hour of this show, I want to talk about youth sports, travel, baseball. I think we've lost our minds. Little realization. Or maybe I'm dead wrong. Feel free to yell at me. That's possible too. Some things that I observe, some things that I'd like to see different. It's certainly not criticizing anybody who does it, but it's something that I don't understand. We'll get into all of that next. It's Fan Saturday Afternoon Show with Jason Mackey. Joel, I owe you some reads, don't I? I just realized that. The 2025 Fan 5-Alarm T-shirts are available online. Go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com and get your commemorative shirt. A portion of the proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal service. Cloudy and windy in Pittsburgh, highs in the upper 50s. Temperatures in the upper 60s in San Diego for Pirates-Padres. There, Joel is paid up. Now we can move along the show. Hit a break, and then we're going to come back and talk a little youth sports and some craziness that it is sort of turned into, and some things that I miss that I had growing up. Probably you did too, and I wonder when they're coming back. More of that on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Just over 4 hours from now, the Knicks take on the Pacers, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, where New York looks to force a Game 7. Indiana looking to get to the NBA Finals and take on Oklahoma City. Pirates tonight take on the Padres. 9:40 is the first pitch in San Diego. Right here on the Fan, 8:45 is the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn. Bailey Falter set to take on Dylan Cease. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Providers. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And welcome back to the Fan Saturday afternoon show with Jason Mackey. Our final hour together, I promise you, it's going to be a good one. I'm excited for this. A little impromptu, something I was thinking about this morning, something relative to what happened to me and our family earlier today. But it's also a question I think about a lot on my own. Youth sports and the push for travel teams and how much kids play and structured play versus unstructured play. Something that my wife and I are trying to do with our kids and feel passionately about, and it might be unpopular, or maybe it scratches you right where you itch. I don't know. We're going to talk about it a lot. First, I want to tell you the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. So I want to preface this discussion by saying it's not criticism of anybody or what you do or your habits. I'm also not perfect. I screw up. We screw up. We make wrong decisions. But something that happened earlier today with my son's baseball game kind of got my wife and I talking at home. So it was rained out. It was on a dirt field, or not rained out, I should say. It was rescheduled. And they told us it was moved to an undisclosed field at an undisclosed time. Just hang out and wait. And I get that. You're trying to get games in. It happens. No problem. But just the overall consumption of time that some youth sports require and the effort that we go for them, why? And I say that intentionally harshly because, it sounds like I don't love my kids, which I certainly do. But it's a little nuts, and it's a little different compared to what we all did as kids. And I think we need to maintain some of what we did as kids. I'm not sure we're trending in the best direction with trying to provide opportunities for our kids. My kid's 6. He's playing in a league, and it's not a travel league. It's just a normal league, and they're practicing a lot, playing games a lot. And you say, oh, what's wrong with Pratt? What's wrong with working on something? What's wrong with all? Because it's organized, structured stuff. Because it's things in his day. Because it's turning sports into a job. And it's not necessarily him. I'm not complaining about his situation. We're actually extremely fortunate. My son loves the team he's playing on. The coach is great. It's not a bad experience. All I'm saying is that brings up thoughts that I have about, other things that you observe, what the push is. I mean, just walk through a sporting goods store, for crying out loud. You can see what the world is telling us, what directions you're being pushed. If you're the parent of young kids, you're doing exactly what you should be doing in this. You're probably showing your support by loving them, by putting them in different things, by making sure they have activities in all of this. And there's nothing wrong with that. But just because your 9-year-old isn't playing 12 baseball games every weekend doesn't make you a failure. It's okay to disassociate with some of that stuff from time to time. And it makes me long for the days that we had when I was growing up. I'm not that old. I'm 41. But I do have one of those weird experiences where you know what it was like before, but you also have to be with it in the now. It's the same thing with technology. It's the same thing with raising kids. We didn't have a ton of scheduled stuff. My 2 boys, one's 6, one's 11. Only when I got to the age of about 11 was I playing in organized tournaments. And that's not because I wasn't any good. I was actually halfway decent. I think our first All-Star tournament was 10. And you'd play tournaments. You'd have the better kids on a team. You'd play some extra ball, and that's cool. But still, the majority of my time, I was unstructured. I learned how to play on my own. If I would have asked my parents for a $200, $300 bat, I would have got laughed out of the house. Or I would have been told to go get a job and earn the money myself. If I would have asked my dad for a compression sleeve, I don't know what he would have said, but it wouldn't have been yes. And it probably wouldn't have been something I could say on the air. And our society has forced families and forced parents into thinking that you have to do this for your kids. And maybe in some ways because you have to. If you don't put them on travel teams this much, if you don't go to these lengths, if you don't wrap your entire lives around this, your kid's not going to have the best opportunities. Or your kid's not going to earn a scholarship, or something bad's going to happen. We're almost motivated out of a fear of failure to do this. We're letting our kids down. I mean, that's something my wife and I wrestle with, that are we doing enough? Are we doing the right things? Of course you want to take care of your kids. You want the best for them. But something we've started to consider and have been considering in our house, honestly, is the best for them isn't always a bazillion activities. The best for them isn't always making sure they're as busy as adults. The best for them is sometimes remembering that they're kids. My wife this morning referenced a quote from a guy named Sir Tom Stoppard. And I'd be lying to you if I told you who Sir Tom Stoppard is. He's a Czech-born British playwright and screenwriter. But he's written some things and done some things about kids and psychology and that sort of stuff. But anyway, because children grow up, we think a child's purpose is to grow up. But a child's purpose is to be a child. A child's purpose isn't to compete constantly. We're not supposed to wear them out. We have to, and we're doing the best we can. But you don't have to do that. Nobody should have to do that. You shouldn't have to throw your kid in 6-year-old, 7-year-old travel ball just because you said you played somewhere exotic. You should learn fundamentals. You should learn how to play the game and understand the game and have fun with the game. And you know what? If you don't love the game, step away from the game. And that goes for darn near anything. It's an interesting discussion, and I don't really know what to do about it. I'm kind of curious if anybody has any similar experiences. Maybe you can call me and tell me how blatantly wrong I am. That's okay. Not really going to be moved by it. It's just something we wrestle with, and I think kids are overscheduled, and I think we're doing too many things, and I'd like to live in a world where we can go back to unstructured play. And I am all for avoiding screen time, getting outside, doing things. That's something we try to actively do in our house. Doesn't mean I don't let my kids watch TV or play video games. Of course I do that. We all do that. But I'd prefer that they not binge on it, and my wife and I try to put boundaries in place. So, okay, you get a little bit of that, we're going to go outside. We're going to go do something. We're going to go do something as a family. And we're not going to have a huge plan on what we're going to do. One of our favorite things is to just get out of Dodge sometimes. We'll go drive up north near New Wilmington where I went to school and go figure it out. Maybe that's in the woods. Maybe that's just taking a bunch of sporting equipment, go playing random sports at a park somewhere. I wish my kids lived in a world where they could go play pickup games. Saying to my wife the other night, if I ever drove around the neighborhood and I saw kids playing on the street, I'd stop and give them a round of applause. And I mean that. I understand it's tough to do. But when I see kids playing at the park, playground, anything like that, I love it. That's all we did, man. And I'm sure a lot of you listening, same way. You leave in the morning, stuff a bunch of stuff in a bag, hop on your bike, you're back for dinner. You didn't have to talk to anybody. You didn't have to worry about anything. You weren't scheduled to go anywhere. And you played. You played sports. You learned how to be a teammate. You learned how to look after yourself. You learned rules. You learned how to make things up. You had an imagination, spurred creativity. Learned how to stay busy. It's funny how people can make it to the highest levels of achievement without that stuff too, right? I know when I was younger, we didn't have a bunch of fancy equipment. You had a bat. You had gloves that maybe you shared. And I grew up in Brentwood, middle class. We weren't rich. We weren't poor. We were just there. But it's funny, some of these guys that we watch play, they didn't grow up with $300 bats. Think O'Neal Cruz had a bunch of fancy equipment growing up in the DR? Heck no. It is possible. You learn things by doing. You learn things by experiencing. You don't necessarily learn them by overscheduling. But I understand that you have to do what's best for your kids. And a lot of that is putting them in 1,000 tournaments and having to live that life. So I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to listen to you. Mike in the car wants to talk about the Pirates and youth sports. What's up, Mike?
Hey, I have three sons. They're 9, 7, and 4. Their interests vary so much. And I was one of those kids. I was out in the woods every darn day. I was playing hockey in the driveway. My parents' house was full of dents.
I love it.
It's just, with my little boys, though, it's like my oldest one is more of a mathlete. I think he loves chess. I think he's going to like things like track and golf. My 7-year-old's more into, he's already riding a bike, and my 9-year-old's mad at it. And he's beating the snot out of the other two. Yeah, he beats out my. But I mean, it's just they all vary so much. And I grew up playing tournament ball, and I funneled into hockey completely as I grew older. But I mean, I was playing hockey 5 or 6 nights a week. It was just a different world back then. And as far as the Pirates, the last good memory I have is, I mean, I've met Sid Bream a bunch of times, and he's a great guy. But one of my earliest memories of the Pirates is that throw from Barry Bonds that missed the slowest guy on the team.
Come on, Mike. We don't have to talk about that right now, do we?
I mean,
I'm joking.
Changed? We've just been losing. We've been losing for so long. It's just such a shame.
I know.
And all these small market teams, you look at the Brewers, they've been, they've made it to the playoffs. There's other small market teams that know how to do this.
Yeah.
And it's just a shame. It just breaks my heart from a fan base. I mean, I was there when we played the Cubs in 15. I got standing room only tickets after the third inning from a.
All right, Mike, I'm gonna reel you in there. We're not really going down the Pirates road all that much. What are your thoughts on the youth sports thing? Do you think kids are overscheduled?
I guess that depends on the parents. I mean, it's what you sign them up for. It's what they want to do. I want to pursue whatever my boys want to do.
Yeah.
And I know they all have different personalities. And I mean, I got a little burnout from hockey. I was playing 5-6 nights a week as a kid. And I stopped playing in college, I think, because of that. But whatever my kids want to pursue, I want to help them pursue it.
No doubt. All right, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Yeah, and that's the right. Like, I'm not saying that's not true. I'm not saying you shouldn't support your kids. Of course, you should support your kids. We do the same. Whatever your kids want to do, it's not that. Don't mishear me. Everybody should do that. I'm saying what our society has evolved to and what is required to support your kids gets frustrating. Of course you should support your kids. Ray in Whitehall wants to talk about the Pirates and a trade. All right? I'm going to make it quick, though, Ray. We're kind of on another topic of conversation. What's up?
If the deal was right, and if you could get a number of great hitters, prospects, would you, at the end of the season, consider trading Skeens, Keller, or both?
Skeens, no. Keller, yes, if the package was right.
Okay. And as far as these youth sports are concerned, I don't know about, like up till like 10 or 12, but the high school sports is like disturbing because you have some of these parents who can't accept the fact that their children aren't as good as that they want them to be, and they move them around from school districts. I know someone that got moved like between 3 schools in 2 different states in 3 years, and I think that's kind of sad. But you feel sorry for the kid, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, how's a kid supposed to get any sort of continuity? And like, you're there for school, man. Like, it's kind of the point. It's not sports, but yeah, it's kind of missing the mark. I appreciate it, Ray. Thank you for the call. It's I guess that's probably a different part of the discussion, the efforts that go awry when trying to do the best thing for your kids. Maybe it's not always the best, but yeah, a little sideways of the discussion we're having now. Chris in Swissvale wants to talk about youth sports. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not too much.
I'm 20 years older than you. I'm 61, and like you, spent a lot of time on a bicycle with a glove jammed on my handlebars.
Yes, sir.
Running around in ballparks, and in the winter we would play, ball hockey on the tennis court, and we would steal my friend's mother's cushions off her couch and tie them to my legs for leg pads. Now I have a 13-year-old son who plays. He's a baseball player, and just for people who out there, just a quick rundown. So he's 13. So this year he's playing his middle school team, so he's old enough to do that. Then he plays with his local rec team, and he plays with a travel team. So I'm projecting right now that he's going to play roughly 85 games between April 15th and August 15th.
Wow.
Which is ridiculous.
85 games between April 15th and August 15th.
Yeah. And so that's 15 middle school games, 15 pony games, including playoffs, and then like 8 tournaments where you're guaranteed you're going to play 3 games a weekend, and they're a good team, so they usually play 4 or 5. Sometimes 6, depending on how deep the pool is. But just so people understand, it is way overscheduled. First of all, I played college baseball, and I like the look on people's faces. Although the rules have changed a little bit when I tell them about the structure of baseball scholarships. Anyway, that's another discussion. So just so people realize, when you see a kid walk past you and he's carrying one of these backpacks, and you see 4 baseball bats sticking up out of that backpack, let me run the numbers down for you real quick, and I'll be brief, I promise. There's 3 different kind of bats in that bag. There's one to play tournaments, there's one to play your local rec ball, and there's one to play middle school ball. They have different names, USSSA, USA, and BB Corps. There will be a wood bat in there too, because there's just tournaments for nothing but wood bats. Inside of that bag, each of those bats are running. In fact, you're a little behind the curve. 300's actually a little light. The good bats are now $425. So, let's just say modestly 3 times 4, 12. $1,200 in bats. Now, the gloves, $150, which my father would have went through the roof when I bought a $180 glove in 1978 at Clarendon Sports. And the bag is $150. They're wearing Bruce Bolt sliding gloves that are $80 a whack. They're wearing, hitting gloves that are $80 a whack. Then you take those off and put on a sliding mitt, which none of them need, because none of them are big enough or fast enough to carry the velocity to do any damage when they slide.
Right, but everybody else is buying it, so you got to buy it too.
It's insanity. So what's it called with the money in college? Image, likeness, blah blah blah.
NIL, name, image, likeness. Yep.
So the money is now trickling down into these youth levels. Now, it's coming to the point now where forget about a pickup game. You're not even going to see. The travel industry is pushing up on the rec business. My kid hasn't played a game, a tournament game in a year that hasn't been on a turf field where they can play no matter what.
Yep.
So they are definitely overscheduled. I don't know if you'll ever see a bunch of kids banging a ball around on a ball field without coaches and organizations and trophies and everything that goes with it. It's just disheartening what you got to do to get your kid to just participate.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Chris. I'd stay with you more, but I got 6 other people on hold. I'm going to try to get through as many as I can, but I appreciate the insight, man. That's crazy. 85 games scheduled between April 15th and August 15th. The Pirates will play 106 games in that time. So Chris's child will play only 21 fewer games than the Pittsburgh Pirates, or Major League Baseball teams, I should say. And that's, $1,000, $1,200 in bats, $150 in a glove, probably a little bit low, $80 batting gloves, the sliding mitt, all that stuff. It's nuts. It's nuts. Shouldn't be that much. You don't need that much, but you can't really get out of it. It's a vicious cycle. Nathan in Kentucky wants to talk about youth sports. What's up, Nathan?
Hey, how you doing? I appreciate you taking my call this afternoon.
Of course. What's on your mind?
So, I played Little League, and going back to your previous caller, talking about the 3 bats, I played when 3 bats in a bag was for the entire team. And it was just, whether you were tall, short, or, regular height, And I played 2 years, and after, the second year, I said to my mom and dad, I was like, I don't know if I want to continue this. And they're like, well, it's up to you. And then I went to them and I said, let's take a year off. And so what they did, my folks, we grew up in Beaver County. We didn't have, a whole lot of money in that. And we didn't go on any vacations per se. And they just bought, camping stuff. And we started going camping all the time, as a family. And then a couple years later, I was like, you know what? My buddy wants me to take over his newspaper route. I'd like to make some money. And what my mom and dad did was they said, well, this is up to you, but that all summer long you're done camping, and so they left decisions up to me like that, and didn't push any particular sport, or activity per se, but I'll tell you what I did that made all the difference in the world, and this was about 6 months ago. I was talking to my mom on the phone, and I said, I got to tell you, the best memories of my life as a child was when you guys took us as a family camping and doing stuff outside, and all those memories. Beats any sport that I ever did, and I agree 100% that kids are getting burnt out. And the previous caller predicted 85 games. I predict, unfortunately, that kid's going to hate the game of baseball someday. I hope not. I really hope not. But gosh, it's too much, man.
It's too much.
Too much.
It's too much. Thanks, Nathan. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I operate with my kids the way my dad operated with me. I'm sure you guys do the same thing. Like, if they're having fun and they're asking to do it, I'm always available. I try to be available. Obviously, my work schedule's crazy, but, like, if you're into it, if you want to do it, I'm here to support you. I worry about overexposing, about overdoing, about feeling like you have to do this. My dad's rule for me was, I don't care what you do. You can go act, sing, play sports, whatever, but you're doing something. That's your rule. And probably quite common. I chose sports because I love sports. But, yeah, the overscheduling is pretty nuts. Jason in Latrobe wants to talk about youth sports. What's up, Jason?
Hey, Jason, how are you? Thanks for this subject coming up. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Well, that guy Chris really hit the nail on the head with his youngster. It's that way 20-fold. And I just wanted to take it in a little bit different direction. I am for the last 26 years American Legion head coach, and I coached in college for 13. I actually coached against you, by the way. That was a long time ago.
Really? For what?
Yeah. I coached at St. Vincent.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. So anyhow, we're seeing, the deterioration of team sports too. And that's a problem because we've got all these kids that are playing in this league and that league and over here and over there. And they're spread so thin that it's just absolutely crazy. And playing for the name on the front of your uniform just doesn't seem to matter anymore. And I think it all starts at the young level. And it's just driving me absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. And, yeah, it scares me where it's going for sure because, I thought, hey, you're 12, you're 11, you're going to start playing some higher level stuff. That's totally fine. I get that. Like 6, 7, I don't think we need to be having travel ball for 7-year-olds. That's my own.
Yeah, right.
feeling.
I'm currently a high school coach, and a gentleman from our local youth league asked if any of my players would be available on Sunday to help evaluate all-star selections for coach pitch T-ball. I thought to myself,
goodness gracious.
Wow, what are we doing?
What are we doing? Have fun.
Yeah.
Learn how to play with your buddies. Learn how to be a good teammate. Learn how to support your team. Learn how to take instruction. Man.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to reiterate that, getting
I
off
appreciate
the Aaron Rodgers talk and getting off the all that. This was a great hour. Really appreciate it.
You got it. Yeah, I should have brought it up earlier, honestly. I got to get to a break here shortly because we do have commercials and sponsors and all that stuff, and it's part of the business end. I wish I would have brought it up earlier in the show. Something people feel passionately about, certainly. You can join Pomp and Joe as they broadcast live from the Allegiant Federal Credit Union in Wexford on Monday from 10 until 2. You can enjoy a Caribbean barbecue lunch. Make a $20 donation and get a Fan 5-Alarm T-shirt while supplies last, or make any donation to help out the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Easy for me to say. We'll get to fan weather in a minute. Got to get to a break right now. More youth sports talk when we come back Saturday afternoon with Jason Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates tonight take on the Padres at 9:40 in San Diego. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 8:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bailey Falter set to take on Dylan Cease. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
May is Stroke Awareness Month, and Independence Health System urges everyone to learn the signs because a stroke can happen to anyone at any time. Acting fast saves lives. Remember, be fast. Balance loss, eyesight changes, face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty. Time to call 911. Know the signs. Save a life. Learn more about Independence Health System's stroke care services at independence.health/stroke. Expert care here.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners, and it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, welcome back to a Fan Saturday afternoon show with Jason Mackey. Having a lot of fun in this final hour talking about youth sports. And the idea is that I think it's been overscheduled. I think we're kind of off the deep end here, and that's certainly not a criticism of the people doing it. You've got to do what's best for you and your family and your kids, and you're going to support your kids, and I do the same thing, and it's not designed like that. It's saying as a society, I wish we were back to the days of unstructured play. I think we need to work to preserve as much of that as possible, but also understanding that the system is tough. You have to stay competitive, get your kids in things, and oftentimes the residual is what one of our callers explained. His kid's going to be playing 85 baseball games, literally 85 between April and August, and the cost of things, and it's crazy. what we do and kind of having a conversation back and forth about it. So far, nobody's told me I'm an idiot. Maybe we have 3 more calls at least to get to. Maybe somebody will hear, but it's just something that I find difficult. And it's sports, but it's tangentially sports, and let's get back to it. Jay in Butler wants to talk about youth sports. What's up, Jay?
How you doing, Jason? I appreciate all the work you do.
Thanks, man.
Real quick, I'm from Butler. I'm 67 years old. I grew up playing Butler youth baseball, American Legion baseball, played in college. And when I was a teenager, we decided to build a field in basically my backyard. We had some property up here. Jason, like you were saying, man, every day in the summer, I had 20 people show up, walk with their bats and their gloves. We played pickup baseball every day. And we would keep score. We had our scorebooks, man. It was so much fun. And then times changed. I have 5 children, but I'll talk about what I did. I built a field in my backyard. This was 25 years ago. I'll never forget. Dan Potas calls. He says, man, we'd like to come up and see what you did. We heard about some crazy guy in Butler who built a field in their backyard. And I tried to recreate the same thing I had experienced growing up. I was not quite able to do it, but I was able to pass the love on to my boys of the sport of baseball. And I just want to talk about baseball. I'll be quick. Fortunately, my oldest son ends up getting drafted by the White Sox. I have another son that plays for the Cardinals. I have another son that goes on and plays college baseball. And then what they decided to do, they were basically travel ball in this area started about 20 years ago. And they played with the premier travel organization back then. But what this did, it put in them this idea that they love baseball too. And they ended up doing it for a living. So what they ended up doing was they're probably the biggest travel organization in Western Pennsylvania as far as number of teams. But there's no way to stop it right now, Jason. There's not. It's out of control. You're looking at a parent, $5,000 a year when you cost the cost of the teams, the equipment, the bats, everything the other guy was saying, the number of games, the year-round training. Now, a lot of these places do provide year-round training, the one-on-one instruction, and everybody's trying to keep up with the others. But you have to keep in mind, too, it's also a business. And I think people lose sight of that sometimes. It's a business. There's a supply and demand, and there's no way it's going to stop. So I'll just, stop and hear some of your comments, what I was saying.
Yeah, man. I tread lightly on this stuff because I don't want people to think that, like, I'm coming after them, or if you're making a living doing this or it works for you. Like, if it does, cool. Absolutely. So, yeah, I agree with you. The $5,000 year-round, that's something, man. That's average cost?
Yeah, when you're talking about being on one of these travel teams, you're basically looking at anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000 just to be on the team itself.
Yeah.
And each team, has 12 players, and I mean, you can do the math. I mean,
for how old?
Now, pardon me?
For how old? Like, what ages are we talking about?
You're normally starting at age 8, and you will go up to 17 and 18. But keep in mind, and I think here's something you understand too, because of travel ball and how it has exploded into, about Perfect Game and PBR. And Perfect Game has been a venue where it really has tapped in with Major League Baseball. And that's one of the reasons why scouting departments were cut, because of all the analytics that are available online. And so much of this is attributed to travel ball. So there is a lot of positive, but still, when it's all said and done, you still have a money grab at the end. But there is a lot of good that comes out of it. I mean, you're talking to somebody, I have 5 children, and every one of their educations was totally paid for by sport. 3 by baseball, 1 by track, and 1 by football. But youth sports, man, I love youth sports. It's done everything for my family. It's instituted a lifestyle. It's instituted successful living and the lessons they learned. I'm so grateful. But I totally understand what you're saying. It is out of control. And keep in mind, a lot of these organizations have several teams per age group.
Yeah.
And some of the teams win and some of the teams lose a lot,
Yep.
So
thanks, Jay. I appreciate the call, man.
All right, thanks.
Yep. Got a lot to get to in a short amount of time, folks. So hopefully you understand. Try to be quick with your points. Ethan's on the road, wants to talk about this. What's up, Ethan?
Hey, how's it going? Appreciate you taking my call.
You got it, man. What's up?
So I'm offering a little bit of a different perspective here, I think. I'm 23. I grew up in this kind of travel ball, super overscheduled world, like, as a kid. And I wanted to give my perspective really on the back end of that. I'm talking like 14 and older. It reaches a point where the fun of the game is almost taken out because you know how much money is being spent on it. You know how much time you're dedicating to it, that you almost need to view the sport as more of an investment than something you just enjoy doing. And for me, I played with guys who went on to play in college, some guys who got drafted. I played baseball and I played volleyball too. And it reached the point I knew personally I would have gotten farther based on school than athletics. So I was like, yeah, I love playing this, but the amount of time I'm spending and the amount of money being spent, it's just totally ridiculous. And I was just talking about it with my mother the other day. I was like, I still love playing baseball and volleyball, but like when I was on those travel teams, man, it was just too much to have to juggle all this stuff together.
Interesting. This is a stupid question, Ethan, but what about it was too much? Just like that it was everything all the time? You had something every day? Were the days just entirely long, or like what makes you say that?
I mean, the travel was crazy. I'm talking specifically, I was a higher level volleyball player than I was baseball, so I'll talk more to my volleyball experience. But, like, I had practice every single day, 45 minutes away, because I played for a team in, like, the Northeast region that was known as a high-quality team. But because I wanted to play on that team, and it offered opportunities. But I had to drive 45 minutes to a 2-hour practice every single day after school. And then we would be going to tournaments regularly all over the region, qualifying, and like we'd go to down as south as Virginia, and then we'd end up going to tournaments in Texas after we qualified through the Northeast region. And it was just absurd, the amount that I was traveling and practicing, that I had no time for anything else.
Yeah.
When I was in that.
Yeah. And you were how old?
When I was in volleyball, I played volleyball when I was 14 and 15.
Okay.
And then I reached a point where I was like, this is just too much.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Ethan. I appreciate the perspective, man. That's really good stuff. Yeah, somebody who lived it. Somebody who, on the other side, I guess I'm a little worried about getting everybody in here before we have to get off the air. But I would have liked to have asked Ethan, like, would you do it over again? Would you go through that again? And I think back to my childhood, and it doesn't make it right. We evolve and do things better and whatever. I did not live that. And, like, I did okay. I'd like to think so. I just worry about the burnout and what the cause is on the back end. And it's interesting hearing Ethan's perspective on that. Brian in Oregon wants to talk about this subject. What's up, Brian?
Hey, man, we had a little bit different experience. My son didn't start until he was 10. He was terrible, and he still loved the sport. So he decided on his own that he was going to put everything he could into becoming the best player he could. He ended up going to one high school that was an art school for actual education, and playing for another school because in high school because they didn't have a baseball team in his art school. So he would travel every day by public transportation with his baseball gear to the other school to practice. And he was on a travel team also. There were some years where he actually played 100 games. And he ended up getting a scholarship, doing great in school. And some of the best memories that we have, both of us, are baseball related because he put the effort in and loved the sport, still loves the sport, makes money from his love of the sport still to this day. So
what's he do now, if you don't mind me asking?
He buys and sells collectibles.
Very cool.
Actually travels the world doing it and has a very, very successful business. And I get to assist him in that every once in a while. But this is all based on tradition and support and love, and the love of whatever the tradition is. Just like that guy that built the baseball field in the backyard. Not everybody can do that, obviously, and his children prospered from that. But the tradition from what he had as a child carried on to what he had, what he was able to give them as an adult, and it was successful.
Yeah. That's great, man.
So,
and awesome for you guys, too. By no means am I looking to, like, go out and slam people that have done this. Like, if that works for you, great. I don't think it's for everybody, and I think it's tough if you're not going to do that, right? Like, if you want your kids to be in sports, but you don't want to do the 100 games a year thing, it's tough to live that life now.
It is, and it was tough then, too, and it cost us things, but I'm not sure either of us would ever change it because of all the benefits we got out of it. He ended up being one of the best players in the nation at one point.
Yeah.
But
and what's more important, I mean, you guys had a lot of memories and stuff that you shared. I'm sure you can't put a price on that, and that's awesome. That's fantastic, man. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Let's move on to Troy in Mount Washington, on Mount Washington. I'm from Pittsburgh. Why am I saying in Mount Washington? My God. Troy, on Mount Washington. What's up?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing all right. You?
So good. Just to try to make my point quick here and get a different angle. I coach youth sports. I coach youth soccer. And, most of the same people that are like sharing memories and saying about how their kid went to this and went to that and how much it was, what you don't realize is you're entering these kids into these sports. Yes, they say they want to play, but there's a direction that parents can take where their kids are just playing for their school or just playing for their club, and outside of that, honing in on training what they're eating and their body, and going to the gym and doing things of that sort when you're younger, and having drills rather than getting onto the travel team, then getting onto an AAU team, or then getting onto your middle school team, and then mostly if you're a good player, then a lot of other coaches come to you to come to play to their tournaments. There is a point where you have to look at it and say, is this too much for the kids? But who's making it the decision for it to be too much for the kids? That's the parents that's doing that. I think what parents need to do is put them into something that's most beneficial for them. Like if you're in soccer, I believe club is more beneficial. There's more eyes on you, scouts. You play with better players. You kind of separate that from the school, and that's kind of why this is being messed up for young sports, because the schools don't have all good players. They just have kids that want to play. Clubs all normally have good players. So if you can just cut it down to a club for that sport that your kid wants and then get him into training, and I know it's hard to resist because his friends do it, but don't let them play 2 or 3 leagues, and that's how you cut down on a kid.
Yeah, agreed. A lot of times, at least the people I've talked to with this, you're trying to appease a whole bunch of like groups, leagues, people. If you center it on one, it's much easier. So, all right, thank you very much, man. I'm up against it. I got to get to a break here. I appreciate it, Troy. All right, short break, and then we'll finish up our show here Saturday afternoon with Jason Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
8 o'clock tonight, New York Knicks take on the Indiana Pacers, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Pacers with a win would head to the NBA Finals and take on Oklahoma City. Later tonight, Pirates take on the Padres, 9:40 first pitch at Petco Park. Bailey Falter up against Dylan Cease. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. Summer's heating up, huh? Listen, Schultz Ford is there for you. So they got a lot going on. Employee pricing continues. That's through June 2nd. So be sure to get to Schultz Ford. You pay what every single person who works at Schultz Ford pays. That's what employee pricing is. That's fantastic. And how about this? An additional $1,000 towards KBB and also instant cash offer on your trade. You're going to roll in that car that you had. You're going to trade it up for a new one, and they're going to maximize the value in your trade. So that's fantastic. So Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford in Wheeling, Schultz Ford Wheeling store is fantastic, and always online, schultzford.com. Customer service cannot be beat. Gigantic selection. So like I said, the weather's heating up. Now is the time to go ahead and get into something that you really, really love. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford and Wheeling, always online, schultzford.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And welcome back to a Saturday afternoon show with Jason Mackey here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Paul Alexander just entered the studio. He's been in the building. He entered the studio. It's good to see you, man.
It is good to see you as well. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
You hit a lightning rod with U Sports.
Yeah. Yeah, we got into some good talk.
A lot of great calls, too.
Yeah, it's crazy what it's become, isn't it? Just so much.
Well...
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you work here. You're probably show prepping.
No.
I was just saying hello.
No, I'm good. And no, I like this little exchange.
Good.
I made a lot of enemies when I just went after the single sport lifestyle. It is so ridiculous and so unhealthy at a young age. I had friends say, "Oh, I guess I'm an idiot because I had my son play one sport." I said, "I'm not going that far." But that's a money grab. These people want to get paid year round. I mean, you were a baseball guy.
I was also a football guy.
Western Pennsylvania is not really a great place to play baseball year round.
Yeah.
It's simply not. And the weirdest thing, the guy that really came after me was a good friend, and our daughters did a lot of things together, and he said, well, his son got a scholarship to Duquesne. I said, Dad, I'm done. He didn't want to play.
Burned out.
He got everything that he had wanted from playing year-round since he was 7 or 8 years old. And when it came, he said, Dad, I'm done.
You're probably the same way I am, that if it's kid-driven, great.
Yeah.
If that's what the kid wants to do,
and
support him or her to the ends of the earth.
Correct.
I get it. But those aren't that's not normal.
No.
That doesn't happen all the time. Kids aren't usually asking for that much.
And it was
My
funny.
fear is the parents that force it.
Just had lunch with my son, and we were talking about this very topic. He said, I ended up being a one-sport guy. He fell in love with soccer, and, I had him on skates. He played baseball. He played football, and he loved soccer that much.
Yeah.
So it was kid-driven. Totally okay with it.
Yeah. I love baseball, but I also loved football, and I loved changing.
Yes.
By the time later in the summer, man, I was ready to go play some football. By the time the football season finished, I was ready to play a little basketball. By the time I started to warm up, I was ready to play some baseball. There's nothing wrong with that either, but you
seasons
can't
were the best.
do that.
People would always, what's your favorite sport? Whatever season it is.
Yep. No doubt.
And talk to the greatest athletes of our times. They are absolutely preaching. I mean preaching from the mountaintop. Please play more sports.
Yep.
Please play all sports.
Yep.
100%.
And one helps you in the other.
Oh.
Two. Not only
I'll give you
mentally,
I'll give you my Mahomes. Mahomes, when he throws a no-look pass, that's from being a point guard in basketball.
Yes, sir.
When he throws the jump pass, that's from being a shortstop, turning a double play, or making a jump, deep in the hole. Sometimes you got to jump before you throw. Those two throws are from playing other sports.
Yep.
Best quarterback that we have going on right now.
No doubt. Good discussion today. Great show, everyone. Thank you so much for the participation. Enjoyed the conversation about the call last night, the balls and strikes system, a little bit of football talk smashed in there, and then another discussion separate about youth sports and what's going on there. Thank you so much to Joel Nelson behind the glass. Joel, you're the man.
Jason, great show, as always. That was a really fast 4 hours, my man.
Yes, it was. It was fun. Fan weather, it's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. Cloudy and windy in Pittsburgh, highs in the upper 50s, temperatures in the upper 60s in San Diego for Pirates-Padres. Paul Alexander is next here on a beautiful Saturday in Pittsburgh on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SC or Tucson SC. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. 3 hours from now, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. New York Knicks taking on the Indiana Pacers. Indiana, with a win, heads to the NBA Finals against Oklahoma City. Knicks looking to force a Game 7. Later tonight, Pirates against the Padres at 9:40 in San Diego. Bailey Falter up against Dylan Cease. And it's right here on The Fan with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn beginning at 8:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And up until then, Saturday night with Paul Alexander.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Very, very, very good evening to you. I think officially after 5 o'clock becomes evening. I don't know if there's an actual rule about that, but anything after 5 is not afternoon. So I would assume, and assuming's dangerous, as we all know, makes a what out of you and me. I think it's evening. Anyway, good evening, everyone. My man Jason, who does such a great job. And not everyone can make that transition from a writer, to a broadcaster. And he just seems like as natural as it gets. And I really enjoy listening to him. And it was just so ironic, and I mentioned it with Jason before, he did a big boy show, 4 hours. I'll also consider 3:45 a big boy show, too. And they still fly, at least I hope. And this is an odd time frame for me. I don't really remember doing many, 5 to 8:45s. I think I've done every other shift, but not this. Anyway. Youth sports. Wow. You want to talk about a rabbit hole to dive into? And I've done it many, many times on these very airwaves. I mean, many times. And I don't necessarily want to continue. I mean, if you want to call at 412-928-9370 and give me your take on youth sports or what needs to be fixed, what's okay, what's horrifically wrong, whatever. I mean, it's open. I mean, this is an open forum. My little social, I like to remind people when I'm going to be here, because every once in a while I run into somebody, why didn't you let me know you're going to be on, blah, blah, blah. So I always try to get it out there a little later than normal today, running around a good bit today, so I didn't get a chance to. I finally sat down, I think, around 4 o'clock and cranked that out. But here's one thing, and it's a hill that I'll die on. If you allow clubs or coaches or any one that has your kid in a sport, tell you and try to convince you that they need to play their sport and their sport only, run away as fast as you can. Get away from those people as fast as you can. Now, when you get to maybe your sophomore or junior year in high school and you have Division I potential, okay. That might be a time when you're a basketball player to maybe not put yourself at risk on the football field. But even then, if you still really want to play, play. What happens is going to happen. You could step off the curb and break your ankle, for heaven's sakes. But I told Jason off the air, I guess I had gone on a pretty good rant many years ago about how ridiculous year-round baseball is in Western Pennsylvania. I would hate to play baseball today, this late in May. We're freaking on the verge of June. We're hours away from June, and that is not baseball weather out there right now. And without turf, you're not playing on any field in Western Pennsylvania after the 130 inches of rain we've had in the last 3 days. So I made that point as loud and as coherently as I could. And, I spent some time in some gyms playing baseball, and baseball was my first love as a young youngster. And I would have played it year-round. I loved it. I played it. We played it, and again, the dinosaurs used to get together with friends and play baseball where there was a baseball field. No uniforms, no umpires, no $3,000 bats or none of that crap. We played baseball. In fact, the biggest challenge sometimes was having enough, if someone hit one into the woods or someone hit ones into the creek or whatever, that was sometimes a problem. I remember going in, my dad, and I would try real hard to talk him out of coaching me when I was young, because what he would always do is take me out so the parents wouldn't be upset that I was getting preferential treatment. But I remember one time sneaking into the actual game ball stash because we didn't have any to play with. That didn't go over too well. But the point being, I had gone pretty, as I can. I was adamant about how all you're going to do is ruin your kid's love for the game, ruin your kid's muscles that never get to do anything else but play baseball, arms in particular. And this particular young man had played baseball and baseball only since he was about 7 years old, and he was very good. And when Duquesne still had baseball, he was offered a scholarship. And after his dad had dressed me down for not being understanding to that was his love and his pursuit, and that's all he wanted to do, and by that point, right before his freshman year in college, he said, "Dad, I'm done. I don't want to play anymore." And imagine that. And that's when the dad might be in it a little more so than the son. And that's what you need to gauge as a parent. Am I doing this for me? Or does my kid really love? And I mean love. And if you're not seeing your kid practicing on his time or her time, then there's no reason at all to push them. If they're not pushing themselves, back off a little bit. Allow them to fall in love with the game. Allow them to pursue any extra time, any extra, hey, Dad, can we go to the cage? Can we go to the driving range? My dad, God bless him, put a street light over my hoop in the backyard. And you know what? I'll never forget my neighbor below me. "I hope you're good." So I was shooting around, midnight, I believe. He was such a great guy. And his sons were athletes, and, his daughter right now is in a relationship with one of the all-time great WPIAL football coaches right now. I hope they're listening. They'll get a kick out of that because they know who they are. But it's the love of the game. Michael Jordan, in his contract, had a love of the game, meaning he could play pickup basketball anytime, anywhere that he wanted to. No one could prevent him from doing that. A love of the game in his contract. Now, there's a man that he just doesn't get any more intense or competitive than Michael Jordan. It just doesn't. But when you're the one doing the pushing, back off. Introduce them to other sports. Allow them to know that it's okay to play other sports. And go from there. And the numbers aren't good. The scholarships, and now I think parents are going to even be crazier because of NIL. I mean, now they used to see a scholarship. Now they see dollar signs. So I'm sure they're losing their freaking minds right now. Junior's going to get them $1 million a year, as a whatever. And it's just, it's over the top. And I'll say it until I'm blue in the face, especially on the team side of things. Every life lesson that you want to teach your kids is basically available for team sports. It's available through team sports, as long as the adults don't ruin it. And even when they do, that's another great life lesson. They're all out there. So I encourage participation in athletics, but it can't be just because there could be money to be made, scholarships to be earned. It's fine to have goals like that, but if you don't love the game, and I think that's one of the big things going on, certainly at the Combine and other places, when the elite players meet with future owners and coaches and front office staff members, they want to have a genuine love of the game as part of that resume of someone they draft or someone they sign. Because you're not going to be great at anything without a relentless pursuit of greatness. A relentless pursuit of greatness. Let's check in with Luke. He wants to check in from Shady Side. Hello, Luke. What's happening?
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
I've never been better.
Oh, glad to hear that. So, yeah, I just had a little take on, what you're talking about with youth sports. I do agree. I think, just at a certain age, especially being young, you just got to let kids be kids. And I'm only 26. I'm not too far removed from my formative years. And more specifically, talking about, football, my football career got cut short due to concussions. But even then, I feel like the 7-on-7s is just – I feel like it's ruining football as we know it. It's good to have that, but I mean, you see middle schoolers having on 7-on-7s tournaments. These are going on throughout the year, and it's just taken away from what football is. Like I said, there's value to it, but it's just it's taken away from the toughness of it, and I don't know.
It's what 7-on-7 takes away from. Those kids should be playing another sport. They should be playing baseball, running track. They should be doing something other than football. Get away from it, because you know what? You're going to be lifting throughout the year, and all of a sudden, you get a little bit close to August, and boy, that's football year-round. And football year-round at 10, 11, 12 years old is pretty unhealthy, as is any other sport. They're going to get sick of it. And the thing that cracks me up about 7-on-7, Luke, and we have a gentleman here by the name of Ben Tenuta, and follow him on all socials, because his videos and his content is out of this world. And he was talking about, this 7-on-7, people were on one of his posts about how great 7-on-7 is, and this kid's unbelievable. I'm like, that's not football. And people went nuts. But I played intramural football in college because I loved it and it was fun. I played a little bit of high school football. I loved that, and that was fun. Intramural flag football is not real football. It just isn't. And that's crazy to even think otherwise. But, it's great to show off your speed, your agility. Maybe you can really get up in the air. Whatever it is, you have great hands. You can really sling it as a quarterback. There's nothing wrong with 7-on-7. But you get fooled by the combine too. NFL scouts get fooled by the combine all the time. All the time. Mm-hmm. There's a guy that's played, 3 or 4 years at a big time school and hasn't really stood out as a player. But, man, he just bench pressed 2 1/4, 37 times. And he did the 40 and 4.6, and he's, 300 pounds. I'm like, oh. And, again, those numbers are impressive. But why the hell didn't he make any plays when he played 4 years in college? So he's not a football player.
Right. Not to quote Rocky, but, it's not about how hard you can hit, but how hard you can get hit. Keep moving forward, right?
100%. Luke, thanks so much for the call. You're wise beyond your years.
Hey, thank you, Paul.
All right,
Appreciate
Luke,
it.
have a great rest of your weekend. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. I had no intention whatsoever of talking about youth sports, but when I heard Jason's last hour coming in, I had to bring it up because it is one of my absolute passions, and I don't feel any stronger about anything in sports than I do about multiple sports. You have to play multiple sports. How about these European soccer? They're not camps. They're whatever. They're you go and I forget what they actually call them. If you're really elite, they invite you to these soccer enclaves or whatever. They absolutely insist that you play an additional sport. I love that. Let's go to Phil in the North Hills. Hey, Phil, what's up?
Not much, Paul. It's a great show. This thing, I had 3 sons, right, and they all played multiple sports as kids growing up, and I ran the gamut of what you're talking about. I had one son that played 3 sports all the way through high school, another son who just decided I want to stick and play volleyball, and he played that through high school. And my third son, not in any particular order, he was told in 7th grade by his baseball coach, his soccer coach, and his volleyball coach that he had to pick.
At 7th grade.
That's ridiculous.
And that, grade. Honestly, I would really request an audience with those people and say, I'm sorry, but I don't agree, and we're not choosing. He's playing all 3. And if you don't want to play him, we'll probably find another place to go. We're probably not going to transfer schools, but he'll play club volleyball and do something else. But you're not going to tell my kid in 7th grade that he has to choose a single sport. That's insanity.
Well, that's exactly what happened, and he ended up saying, you know what, I don't want to play for that coach, and he quit soccer, that was actually his best sport. And I said, listen, you do what you want, but I said, because they refused to play him. The coach said, well, he's not dedicated enough. 7th grade, Paul. 7th grade.
Now, was this guy a club coach as well?
Yes.
There we go. There we go. There, we're on to it. And the best lesson my dad ever taught me, Phil, was follow the money. What that soccer coach wanted was a paycheck year-round for coaching a seasonal sport. And that's what club soccer is. And my son played club sport since he was 9 or 10. And that's the sport he chose. But he loved it. I mean, he absolutely loved it. And he was an all-WPIL goaltender, and it all worked out. He loved every minute of it. But I'm not for that still. I mean, that year-round paycheck doesn't cut it with me. Steve, let's get you in real quick before the break. What's happening, Steve?
Hey, Paul, how you doing? Great show.
Thank you.
Hey, I think we're from the same era, and what these year-round sports and dedicated one sports really takes away from is the ability to go out and play pickup basketball, pickup baseball, and that's where you really learn. You do it yourself without parents hovering around, and you have genuine camaraderie, and you learn to pick teams and that sort of thing. That's what I see is just so sad about this era, and so much better in the era that we grew up in.
How bizarre is it to drive by basketball courts and baseball fields in the summertime, middle of the day, and they're completely empty?
And back in the day, you'd have to, if you didn't win or stay on, you would.
You drove somewhere else.
Yep. Yeah. And
we would start at Cook Park in Forest Hills. If we lost, we'd go to Forest Hills Park, and then we would go to Kelly School in Wilkinsburg. Then we would go. I forget the name of the park in Edgewood. Someone will probably text it in. I hope. We'd get our 5, get in the car, and we're not waiting 4 games. We got to go play.
Yeah,
and that was every day.
Yep, we did it at St. P's and Point Breeze, and you fought hard for that last bucket because if you won, you stayed on. If not, you were done for a while. And get your car and go find a new. Yeah.
Steve, how about? I mean, we were all so competitive. Think about that. I mean, there's guys that don't play that hard in a high school game that they're coaches and referees and fans, as we played to make sure that we got to play the next game.
Absolutely,
that was like life or death.
Yep, absolutely.
Steve, thanks so much for the call. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too, buddy. Thanks.
All right. Okay. Here's the other thing that I added with my little post today. I really would like to challenge, I don't know what your favorite team is in town. I want by ownership, roster, current roster, front office, coach or manager, which team is the most likely to give us some semblance of success? Is it the Pirates? Is it the Steelers? Or will it be the Penguins? I want you to take a look at the ownership, the coach or manager, the front office, everything that's involved with that particular franchise. Which of these is moving in a direction that gives you a little bit of optimism and a little bit of hope? Because I'm telling you what, and I even threw it out there, let's talk about the U.S. Open that's coming to Oakmont. And if we must, we can talk about the Pirates, Steelers, and Penguins. They're not lighting me up. They're not getting me excited. I don't think they're very well organized or very well, prepared to have success. And boy, do I hope I'm wrong. I really, really hope I'm wrong. You know who's going to be successful? It's going to be Jolie with an update coming up right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
9:40 tonight from San Diego. It's the Pirates and the Padres, Game 2 of their series at Petco Park. Bailey Falter goes for Pittsburgh. Dylan Cease for San Diego. At 8:45 is the North Shore Tavern leadoff show this evening with Jeff Hathorn. 8 o'clock, Game 6 between the Knicks and the Pacers. Indiana, with a win, would head to the NBA Finals to take on Oklahoma City. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir.
Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns at arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back to the show. Paul Alexander with you up until 8:45. Jeff Hathorn will then take over with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Bucks, Padres, and hopefully some better umpires tonight. Oh, that was just painful. That was absolutely painful. How about this for a little trivia? The last 3 Mike Tomlin playoff victories, the quarterbacks that he beat: Matt Moore, Alex Smith, and the legendary A.J. McCarron. I remember his girlfriend more than I remember him. Do you remember?
I'm sure Brent Musburger does too.
Yeah, I know he does. And he also knows who he had, he had money on that game as well. He was the best. My favorite thing about Musburger was you always knew who he bet on, because there'd be a game he'd be doing that, the game's out of reach, and there'd be a meaningless touchdown at the end, and his happiness or his despair would always tell you, you know what, that just cost me, or you know what, we're in the money. He was one of the best, one of the absolute best. Really enjoyed him. You are looking live. Let's go to Chris in Knoxville, Tennessee. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
Never better.
I'm a former Mount Lebanon alumni, and I've been retired for about 5 years now here in Tennessee. And getting on the youth sports, I was fortunate. I went to Kiski Prep for a couple of years, and the nice thing about Kiski was you had to play a sport every season. They didn't have physical education. So
what sport did Bino Cook play?
Well, Bino's a little older than me, per se, but I don't know. I don't really know. But, in the fall, you either played football, soccer, or cross country, and in the wintertime, you wrestled or basketball. And being a football player, as much as you wanted to play basketball, the coach always said, no, you're going to wrestle. So, you did something every season. And then I go to Mount Lebanon, finish up, and of course I was more lined up with football, so I kind of committed with that. But moving to Tennessee, where I retired eventually, and I've had 3 kids. But in fact, it's funny because my son went to high school with Michael McHenry, who former Pirate and who's a broadcaster there. And
he's the best, by the way. He's one of the greatest human beings you'll ever meet.
He was, they went to Farragut High School here in Knoxville, and a great kid. But at this time of the game, you pretty much had to focus in on a sport, and it's a shame because the way I grew up, you played something every season, or you got a job in the season you don't want to play, I guess. But nonetheless, it's a shame that they really focus in. And in high school, everybody's looking at that college scholarship and the cost of colleges and everything. I can kind of understand that, but you're missing a lot, I think, getting that rounded, just athletic feel. Whether you're good or not, it helps you to play different sports.
Chris, let me say this about that. If you were going to be a player that was going to get a Division I scholarship, playing another sport would only enhance that, not hurt it.
Oh, definitely.
And
definitely.
And this is why I can say it with such absolute conviction. If you were going to be a Division I football player, basketball is not going to hurt that chance. Shane Conlon, who had an unbelievable, he's a Hall of Famer in college. He's in the Ring of Honor in Buffalo. Tom Bradley, one of my dear friends, made Joe Paterno go to Frewsburg, New York in a snowstorm to see him play basketball. And if Joe Paterno had not seen Shane Conlon play basketball, where he's dunking on people and doing all these other great things, he would have not been offered a single Division I-A scholarship.
Exactly.
And I have 1,000 of those stories. Yet you're going to have a guy tell you, in 7th grade, your kid's in 7th grade, and the guy's going to look at you and go, if you don't play just volleyball, you're probably not going to start for us next year. I would fire that coach on the spot in 7th grade.
Well, fortunately, my son was good enough that he was able to play some Division I football here at Tennessee, and he basically was a preferred walk-on and everything. But
nice.
He got time, and if you want to play and you're good enough, things will happen for you. But if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. But there's always somewhere you can play if you want to play, whether it's Division III or II.
Exactly. And that's the love of the game clause. I love the love of the game clause. But guys, you know what? Some of my favorite athletes in the world are, and I don't care how good they are. If you're playing Division III anything, I love you.
That's right.
I just absolutely love you because you love the game you're playing. What are you getting out of that? Just the love of the game,
man. Exactly. But I fortunately get back to Pittsburgh quite often, and it's always enjoyable to get back. I cherish my memories growing up there, and I still got a lot of family there. But it's just a shame that the way things have evolved, whether it comes to youth athletics and such. Like I grew up in Mount Lebanon. We didn't have this stud little league baseball program. We had a little league baseball program, but hey, we were playing on dirt fields, basically.
But you know what you did have? You had your own damn hockey rink.
Well, it took a little while, but towards the end, yeah. And we were fortunate enough to see the Penguins practice down there when we kind of cut the score.
And you had the Dwayne Rupp store right on Washington Road in downtown Mount Lebanon.
Well, in fact, Richie Rupp and I grew up together, so I was fortunate enough to know Dwayne Rupp as well. So it just was a great time growing up when I did. And I'm not saying the kids nowadays don't have good times, but it's different times, different strokes. But,
I think,
I really
Chris,
enjoyed
we would probably, if we had all the technology that these kids have now, we'd be the exact same way they are now. The ones that say, no, that's crap. We went outside to play because we had nothing else to do. What else were we going to do?
I'll say this. The field that Michael McHenry played on here in high school was nicer than a lot of minor league fields. And it's great. He was a great player and everything. But when I grew up, again, you go to Mount Lebanon high school back then and you played a Wildcat field and it was no pristine kind of thing, but we didn't really care about that.
No.
We just liked playing baseball,
And I love playing shortstop more than anything in the world. And if you would hit ground balls to me all day, I'd take them all day. But the fields we grew up playing on, I certainly learned to handle some bad hops and some shots to the face and to the throat and everywhere else because there was a lot of rocks in the field. And you're a sharply hit ground ball hits a rock, you don't know where it's going. So your reactions had to be pretty good.
Yeah. So, if you're familiar with Mount Lebanon, I went to Lincoln School, and that's where I played Little League at. And back then, we didn't have any really grass. We had a drainage storm drain out in outfield. and we had cones for a fence. So, in Little League, you hit the ball over the cone, and it's a home run. There's no fencing. But, hey, that's fine. We enjoyed it. But nonetheless. But I just wanted to give you my few cents, my few comments on that perspective. But
and again, Chris, the only thing I really care about now, I don't want adults to ruin it, and I want kids to actually be encouraged to play multiple sports.
Oh, yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
That's it.
Exactly.
And have fun.
Yep.
And here's what you ask your kid after every game they play. You don't start giving them, I can't believe you didn't take second base on that throw, or none of that stuff. Did you have fun?
That's right.
Did you have fun? I'm so glad I learned that. I learned that pretty early with my son because I used to, like all parents, we want them to get better. We want to help them. But sometimes by doing that, we take the joy of the game away from them.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just, and I coach enough youth sports that you wish the parents in some cases would just stay in the car and come out when the game is over.
Maybe even stay home. Drop the kids off and go back home.
Exactly.
Chris, thanks so much for the call. I enjoyed it.
You have a wonderful Saturday, and talk to you later.
All right, Chris. Take care. Chris, a Mount Lebanon native, a Kiski School grad, the alma mater of the legendary and the late, great Beano Cook, who grew to be one of my absolute favorite people in the whole world. This is just good stuff. But sports are intended to be for fun, first and foremost, and allow you to learn all those amazing life lessons. The coach's son might not be as good as you, but he might play instead of you. Guess what? When you're going in for a job and you're much more qualified than the owner's nephew, you've learned that lesson already. You know how that's going to work out. And hopefully that has taught you how to deal with it. And there's going to be bad calls. Pirate fans dealing with that from last night. I'm sure Henry Davis had many bad calls growing up. Now, the way he worked at bat and as low as that pitch was last night, I mean, I'm all about the mechanical strike zone. I mean, that's like for whatever reason using an old AAA triptych instead of your GPS. What are we doing? I mean, balls and strikes should be, even if it's not 100%, robo, there should at least be a challenge system in place because you shouldn't have a game, an opportunity to win a game, taken away by a really horrific call by an umpire on a 3-2 pitch with the bases loaded, and you lay off a very low pitch, you get rung up. Man, that sucks. I mean, that just absolutely sucks. There's no other way to put it. Eli in Aliquippa. Hello, Eli. What's happening?
How you doing, Paul?
Never better. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just want to talk a couple things about kids' sports.
Okay.
And one of them is that when I was coaching Little League and Pony League and all through Legion Ball, one boy, he was a fairly good ball player. He actually got a full scholarship to go to college. And I saw him a few years after he started college and asked him, how you doing in football? He says, I quit. I said, why is that? He says, well, you have to understand, since I've been 5 years old, he said, I've been playing wintertime, I played basketball. Springtime, I play baseball. Fall, I play football. He said, I'm burned out.
There you go.
Just can't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
So,
and imagine if he had just played football year round. That would have been even worse.
Yeah, well, the other aspect too is my youngest grandson. He's down at Chapel Hill.
That is a great place to be, by the way. That's a gorgeous part of the country right there.
It sure is, and they're trying to get me to move down there.
You know what?
Anyway,
if they have a place for you and you don't want it, I'll take it.
But anyways, he was young and he was playing soccer, and he was on the club teams. And then when he got to be about 10 or 11 years old, he got into the Olympic developmental team.
Nice.
And they had Barcelona came over. They had a soccer camp. My daughter took him to the camp, and out of about 500 kids, he was one of about 6 or 7 kids that got invited to go to Barcelona for a soccer camp. So my daughter took him over there.
Wow.
He enjoyed the trip and everything. He learned a lot. But then 2 years ago, my daughter says, this is his last soccer game. I said, what's going on? I said, well, in that Olympic developmental team, she said, every weekend, she said, I'm either in Mississippi, Atlanta, Alabama, or somewhere they're playing soccer. And the worst thing about that was that he was getting into ninth grade, and she said he's not allowed to participate in any other sport.
Nope.
It was strictly soccer, and that was it.
Game over.
He could not even be on a high school soccer team.
Game over. Game over.
She says, I want him to enjoy the high school experience.
That's an awesome mom right there. How was the kid with it, okay?
Yeah, he's doing good. He got into wrestling.
Nice.
He's on a track team.
There we go.
And he's doing well, and he's enjoying himself. So,
that's fantastic. That's lesson learned.
Right, and my daughter says, "What's the chances of him making the Olympic team?" He's only 11 years old, 12 years old.
Probably anywhere from 2 to 3% chance.
Yeah.
And I'm just being, you have to understand all the D1 football players, and there's a lot of great ones, a lot of great college football players. You know how many people make it to the NFL out of the D1 programs? 3%. 3%. So that's kind of the way it goes. Eli, thanks so much for the call, and I'll tell you what, you might want to take someone up on that offer to go to Chapel Hill. It's a beautiful place.
All right, Paul.
You get to see the sun now and again. All right, Eli, you take care. All right, that's a great call right there. Yeah, and when someone restricts someone, seriously, like 8th, 9th grade, they're telling you what you can and cannot do. Not allowed to do this, not allowed to do that. Shake their hand and say, hey, thanks for the opportunity. I got to go. I'm out. All right. Joel, is this your last update? Or do you have one more top of the hour? I think we have Logan taking over, right?
That's right. Yeah. So this
is it.
Might be my last
So
one
cherish
for the
this
day.
one for me, okay?
Yes.
Make it fun. Make
All
it
right.
live.
Will do.
Here's Joel Nelson.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, 9:40 tonight. Pirates and Padres, Game 2 of their series. Bailey Falter on the mound for Pittsburgh. Dylan Cease for San Diego. 9:40 first pitch and 8:45 the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn. 8 o'clock. New York Knicks, Indiana Pacers, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana, with a win, heads to the NBA Finals against Oklahoma City. New York looking to force a Game 7. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Every day, brave volunteers answer the call, risking it all to keep our families safe. They are our neighbors, our heroes, our volunteer firefighters. Rome Monument proudly honors the selfless men and women of our volunteer fire departments. Your courage, your sacrifice, your heart to answer the call 24 hours a day. The Diagardi family is grateful for all the support of their 4th-generation business. Thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props as we enter the conference finals here in hockey and basketball. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you until 8:45. I only thought it was 8. I think Jeff would mind starting his pregame show at 8. So I told some peeps that I'd be done at 8, and it's going to be 8:45. That last 45 will go quick. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. How about this? They're letting Joe and Pomp broadcast live from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Wexford on Monday from 10 until 2. Enjoy a Caribbean or Caribbean. Which way do you go, Jolie? Caribbean or Caribbean?
I've always said Caribbean, but I mean, it's always like 50-50 between everyone.
Yeah, you know what? I think I honestly go back and forth. Caribbean, Caribbean. It's the same thing. A Caribbean or Caribbean barbecue lunch, that sounds good. Make a $20 donation and get a Fan 5-alarm T-shirt. I've seen some of the guys wearing them. Did you get yours yet, Jolie?
Not yet, but sometime soon.
Yeah, I think they're cool. I like them. And you know what? We are so understaffed and underfunded. And guess what? If something should happen at your home, your apartment, wherever you live, your business, and a fire starts, you want those people to be well-funded, well-equipped, and ready to go to come get your situation taken care of. Make your donation to the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. They will have T-shirts on site. So get there early while supplies last. I've always wanted to say that, while supplies last. Okay, we can certainly turn this. My original question to you, the best fans in the world. We had, was it our 15-year anniversary? Is that what we celebrated? I believe so. Yeah, the Fan's been around for 15 years. And they asked me to come up and talk about being the first host on the Fan. And I said, well, it was easy simply because of you. There's not a better place to talk about sports on the entire planet than right here. And I threw out there, because of the current state of our professional teams, being the Pirates, Steelers, and Penguins, I thought we should just talk about the U.S. Open coming to Oakmont for a record 10th time. And I know we hate this rain. Well, I mean, if you're a normal person, you're probably a little discouraged by cold, wet weather as we approach June. I mean, my son and I desperately wanted to play golf today. We just got together and had lunch. I mean, there's no way we were going to play golf today. I don't know if anyone let carts out today. I don't know if sand traps were lakes. I don't know. And then the temperature itself wasn't exactly feeling golf-like to me. So I thought that would be a great topic of discussion. But now, and I don't know if people really like to talk sports at this hour, but I hear the evening shows. They get a lot of calls. I want I want you to make a case for your favorite team, be it the Pirates, Steelers, or Penguins, and I want you to evaluate from the ownership to the leadership, meaning coach or manager, and then front office personnel, and then rosters, which one of these franchises is going to actually take us out of this funk and have some success? Because I think we're all pretty desperate for it. I get a little salty talking about these current franchises because they're not getting it done. And I'll never question the effort, but man, they're not making a lot of great decisions. The Steelers aren't who they're supposed to be right now. They're actually kind of fraudulent. I heard a caller today, I think it was with Bob. Yeah, traffic was not good today, by the way. Not good on a Saturday. What are we doing? Well, we're doing construction everywhere, first and foremost. Anyway, that's what I'd like to kind of morph into. I mean, we could do youth sports. If you have youth sports comments or questions, that's certainly fine as well. But I would like to tell, I mean, if you love the Pirates, if you love the Steelers, and if you love the Penguins, tell me how your franchise is going to figure it out. What they're going to do to finally win playoff games, to finally be a contending franchise. Because right now, they're not showing me too much. Let's go to Jim. He's in Mount Lebanon. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
Never better. How about you?
I'm pretty well. I was just listening to your segment on youth sports, and my daughter does swim, track, volleyball, softball, and cheer.
How?
And next fall, she wants to play flag football. And her mother said, of all things, leave the football for the boys. And I just wondered what your thoughts were on that.
Well, I think, now that the NFL's getting involved and they're actually going to fund a lot of flag football startups for women, it might be a great time to get in. And she sounds like she's a heck of an athlete. I mean, I don't want to get in trouble with mom. I mean, I don't, because I know how that goes. It doesn't go well. But if it's something she loves, then she's going to be really, really good at it. So you're not going to know until you try. And it sounds like she's tried a lot of different things. I would suggest go ahead and try it. It's not, don't worry about concussions. Don't worry. I mean, soccer is going to be much more prone to concussions than flag football. It's not with pads and it's not contact. It's really a fun game. Flag football's a blast. So I would encourage her to give it a shot.
I appreciate it. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Jim. Thank you. But you know what's going to happen now? Jim's going to say, well, that guy on the fan, Paul Alexander, he said it was a good idea for, for sis to play flag football. And you know what? You know what mom's saying right now? Who the hell is he? What does he know? Well, I've had 3 kids, 2 daughters and a son, and I encourage them to try everything. And if your daughter wants to try flag football and she's already been a swimmer, she sounds like she's done everything. You know what? Why not? Why not? I think flag football, it's going to be an Olympic sport for guys coming up, I think. I think flag football has a chance to be like a new thing. And you know what? Every once in a while you need a new thing. Something a little different. Let's go to Pete. He's in the South Hills. Hello, Pete.
Hey, Paul. How you doing today?
Never better, thanks. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. Tough question regarding the Pirates, the Pens, and the Steelers, because I think all 3 of them are still, 2 of them, I think, are still a few years away from winning a playoff game. But I guess for my justification for the Steelers would be, as much as they don't have a quarterback, and that's always going to be an issue, we have seen teams succeed in the playoffs to get to a Super Bowl that has had a great defensive line, offensive line. And I think investing in the young players through the draft, and hopefully they stay healthy, they have a potential to have a bridge quarterback, whether it be Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph, maybe not this year, but next year to potentially win a playoff game in the AFC, especially if they can somehow win the division, and it's hard to say they can win a division with Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, facing them twice a year. But as we've seen with the Bengals, they could have the best offense in football, but they have absolutely no defense. And even though the Steelers' defense is the highest paid, they've been mediocre at best, they can still potentially squeak out a couple of wins, leading to maybe one win in the playoffs.
Well, what about the head coach that hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years? Is he going to figure that out?
Man, I really hope so. I think that's a really hard question. But I think in the NFL, if you have really great players, baseball is completely different because of the salary cap, right?
Lack
Hockey
of one, yes.
Pens, yeah, hockey for the Pens, they are getting older, so I think the Pens are a close second. But I think if you have young talent and you have guys on the field that, play up to the level of their expectations, if Minka can do something, if TJ can get a tackle or a sack when he's supposed to, it's more about the players in my mind in the NFL that could get your team over the hump if they have a mediocre coach.
The thing that really bothers me, Pete, is it's the highest paid defense in the NFL. Yeah. The head coach is a, alleged defensive guru. The last game I saw was their defense getting absolutely pummeled for 299 yards on the ground. That same, highest paid defense allowed Philadelphia to hold the ball for about 13 minutes to close out a game. I mean, they've just been bullied. They have really been awful. The investment, there's no return on it. No return on Minka. No return. The only guy that's played really to me up to a very high caliber level is Cam Hayward on the defensive side.
Yeah, and he's been the most consistent even at an extended age.
Yeah,
right? Like he
was unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's the guy that you always know is going to make plays whenever he needs to. And that's only one of 11.
And
right?
this is going to be heresy. This is going to be heresy for me to say, but I'm going to say it anyhow. I think T.J. Watt is a gifted defensive player, albeit, a defensive player of the year in the NFL. You're obviously a great player if you're that guy. But one thing I will never understand, there's never been in my history of great players on a crucial third down in the fourth quarter just takes himself out of the game.
And that's amazing to me because
I have never seen that in my life. You see Michael Jordan in the 2 minutes left in a playoff game in the NBA going, "Hey, coach, I'm taking a blow here." You ever see like a Reggie Jackson go, "I know it's October, I know it's the ninth inning, but you know what? I'm gonna take an at bat off. I'm gonna sit down. Let someone else take a swing for me." Or a pitcher that's working on a it's a close. Like, do you ever see Teak go, "You know what? I got 2 outs in the ninth. I think I'm good. I'm gonna go take a seat now." I mean, to me, that is such absolute BS. That's not greatness. That's bizarre. Oh, but he goes so hard on every play. Who doesn't? What great player doesn't go all out on every play?
Yeah, I agree. And I think with T.J. Watt, to be honest with you, one of the things that, great player, no doubt. But I also think, with him, with J.J., that they've been great players but haven't won anything. So that's my biggest problem with the Watt family in general. Is
correct.
They're great players in the regular season.
And they're great guys off the field. I mean, their character and everything about them is amazing. But you know what? The resume just doesn't quite cut it. And if you're going to pay him, if he's going to go in and demand a Myles Garrett contract, he's on the trading block if you're my player. I am not paying him $40 million a year to take plays off in the fourth quarter. Just not doing it. I'm not. Let's get to Jay real quick before we have to go to the top of the hour. Jay, what's shaking, brother?
Hey, I'm enjoying the show, man.
Thank you.
So I'm going to touch on the youth sports. So me being a new dad, my son's going to be 3 years old this year, and what you guys talked about earlier, the easiest way to do it is, you don't push him. I'm going to see what he likes to do. We're not going to go hard on anything. We're not going to do 2, 3, 4, 5 sports. It's just whatever makes him happy, I think, is what it's going to be.
Jay, that's a perfect approach. And you know what? They will figure out what they love and what they want to do. And then give them every opportunity to get as good at it as you think is fit. And that requires no pushing, because kids will gravitate toward what they love, and they're going to try and because it's a lot more fun playing a sport when you're good. It just is. it's a lot more fun when you have success playing sports. So, yeah, you might even want to put them on skates.
Yeah, and you being a parent as well, the happier they are, the happier you are.
And there's so much. I told my son today, I had lunch with him, how much I enjoyed watching him play sports, how much I enjoyed watching him play soccer. I loved it. I mean, it's intense when you get to a pretty competitive level, but it's still so much fun. And he loved it. And when he got to college, he could have certainly played at a smaller school, but he went to Penn State. He said, Dad, I'm good. I had a great high school career. He was all WPIL, and he had a blast. And that's exactly what you want out of athletics. It's if you go into it thinking you're going to get something out of it other than just a great feeling of satisfaction and the fun and the camaraderie and all of that, you might be doing it for the wrong reasons. Now, if you want to be great, go ahead and be as great as you can be, but enjoy the ride, enjoy the journey. And don't just put the expectation out there that if I don't get a scholarship or if I don't get this, then it wasn't worth it. That's not true at all. It's so much fun. Jay, thanks for the call. I got to run to the top of the hour. I appreciate it. Good luck. Man, I can't even imagine starting over with a 3-year-old, but, man, that would be a blast. Let's get to some fan weather. Is it seriously the brink of June? Clear and chilly overnight, low of 45. Hey, we get into the 60s in San Diego for Pirates-Padres. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. My thanks to the great Jolie Nelson. We have Logan. He's on deck. Logan, are you right-handed or left-handed? Right-handed. Yeah, we're going with a right-hander to get us all the way through to 8:45, and then he'll be in there with Jeff Hathorn as well as we bring you the North Shore Tavern fan. What do we call it? It's getting ready for the game. Pre-game. It's not. It's whatever it is. It's going to be fun. We get you ready for the Pirates. The Pirates and the Padres tonight in San Diego. Joel, have a great rest of your night, and we have a lot of fun left to have. 412-928-9370 right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
You've been called many things.
Is that?
The president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat, and sometimes the sultan of slots. But no matter who you are, you know there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. New BetParx casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Be a part of something new, exciting, and totally Pittsburgh. It's the inaugural Rockin' Regatta at Pittsburgh Brewing Company, June 7th and 8th. A brand new summer celebration packed with music, river racing, food, family fun, and more. Introducing sparkling spring savings for new members at WetGo. For a limited time only, when new members buy 1 month of unlimited washes, they'll get 1 month free. Bubble away bugs and polish off pollen as often as you'd like for 2 whole months for the price of just 1 month at WetGo. Window Nation semi-annual sale. Mention you heard it on the Fan to get 4 free windows with the purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, means you could become a hop, skip, drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop, skip, drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop, Skip, Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record and 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record and 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on the Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss. Live.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more.
$200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receiving claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 6-tool power tool combo kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
SchultzFord.com. Schultz Ford
Schultzford.com. Schultzford.com. Schultzford.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back. We had an unexpectedly enjoyable time speaking about youth sports. Happened to catch Jason Mackey. His last hour pretty much focused on that. And to me, it's an important topic. It's one that needs to be discussed. And a lot of things, in my opinion, need to be exposed. And, you know, a lot of us have lived through it. I had some some trials and tribulations with club soccer. For the most part, it ended up all good. But what I don't like is what a couple of callers brought forth was, yeah, they told my son in 7th grade if he didn't choose, this sport, then probably wasn't going to play for me anymore, or wasn't going to do that. Those kind of threats. And then, I knew right away. There's always a subtext. There's always a motivation. There's always an agenda. I said, did that soccer coach happen to be the club coach as well? Yep, he sure was. And here's what the bottom line is. They want a year-round paycheck for a sport that's seasonal. So they're trying to convince you and your kids that if they don't play year-round, they're not going to make it to that, that great level that they're definitely going to make if they pay all the money and play with us. That is such BS. And I think there's a little bit of a margin there for those that, if they work extremely hard and stay extremely focused, maybe they can make themselves a good enough athlete, but it's not normally through that process. I don't know exactly what year it was, but you'll see him tonight at 8:00. The Knicks and the Pacers tonight. T.J. McConnell from the great McConnell family, and I certainly want to offer my condolences to the matriarch. Just an incredible, incredible family. Just send my deepest sympathies and condolences to the family. I can't say enough good about the McConnells. But now, I think TJ took about a year away from much basketball activity and just concentrated completely on becoming a better athlete. Stronger, faster, better leaper. And you can see when he's out there, that's all on display. And that's not playing AAU basketball. That's taking the time to maybe get a trainer and just become as athletic as you can possibly be. And oh, by the way, there's not a sport that I'm aware of where it doesn't make sense to be a better athlete. And you can do that on your own. Sure, it might be better to get someone that's really, really steeped in knowledge of how to get where you want to go. And if you have the means, yeah, by all means do it. But when they tell you that you can't play for them anymore unless you commit to this, commit to that, run away as fast as you can. And for those that might be just tuning in or didn't hear the little crosstalk I had with Jason, and this is one of my favorite parts of ammunition, Patrick Mahomes says his no-look pass that he sometimes uses and has used very successfully
as a Super Bowl winning quarterback for the Chiefs. The no-look pass is because he played point guard in basketball. Don't you love a good no-look pass? Heck yeah, man. And the jump pass, that's from playing shortstop in baseball. Those two passes aren't in his repertoire without playing other sports. And just some of the peripheral vision, some of the skills, some of the things, could you imagine one of the hardest things in the world, I think, to do? And this is even without, 10 guys running as fast as they can trying to kill you. Fielding punts at any level of football is insane. But you know what? If you grew up playing a little bit of baseball, judging fly balls is something you learn how to do. And I would imagine the really good punt returners probably played a little bit of baseball, which gave them that skill set. And I could go on and on and on, and I don't want to do 3.5 hours of youth sports, but I'll gladly entertain calls that you may have. I will. But I do want to throw this out. This is what I'd like our exercise to be, because we're in that, and I'm mad at the Pirates again because they're not owning their season. I mean, it's still their season. It's still definitely baseball season. But when you're 1,600 games under 500, you're not really relevant to me in terms of what are we doing this season. This season right now is junk. It's kind of whatever. And I heard a caller earlier say, how about all these Pirate fans? They're like all upset because, they didn't get the game-tying run with that walk and that bad call. So what? They're going to be now they're what? 21 games out of first or whatever, 14 games out of first in the division. Oh, my. They could have been 13. Whatever. You're right. It was a horrible call, and I feel horrible for Henry Davis. And I feel bad. I feel really bad for the manager. Who'd we just lose there? I was just ready to go to you. I look up, and you were there, and then you were gone. I just hope you're okay. Sometimes when calls are on my screen and then they disappear, I have genuine concern for the caller. And let's be careful. We have new rules, especially if you're in your car. Please get yourself a hands-free situation in your car, especially if you want to call talk shows or if you want to call family and friends. If you want to use your phone at all, you have to. June 5th, it becomes illegal to have your phone touching any part of your body. Can't be on your lap, can't be in your hands. And when I see people, how about the people that hold the phone parallel to the ground? They hold it out like flat, not facing you, but flat. Like that makes it so much better. I mean, I know that's where the microphone is, but when people talk into their phones that way, I just find that very strange. I mean, people are strange, and I'm sure there's a lot of things that I do that people are like, what? Why does he do that? But anyway, here's the exercise I would like to entertain as long as it has legs, as long as we can make it happen. Right now, the Pirates in particular, it's their season. It's their actual win season. I mean, OTAs doesn't make it football season. Football in shorts, give Tomlin that, right? He's the one that gave us that little term. And then, the Penguins, and they're certainly not anywhere close to doing anything of relevance right now. This is their time to be at the lake house, the beach, whatever, playing golf, doing all the things that hockey players do in the offseason, although we do have the Stanley Cup Finals yet to come, which is crazy. And that's another thing. My boy, Colby Armstrong, who is one of my favorite people in the world, says, what are we doing playing hockey in June? Yes, what are we doing playing hockey in June? We have to compress the season somehow or start it sooner, make it shorter. There's no reason to be playing hockey in June, nor playing baseball in November. Guess why we do? It's about the money, folks. It's always about the money. 100% about the money. But the exercise that I have tried to get out there, and one of our last callers was fantastic, trying to make a case for the Steelers, even though they don't have a quarterback, supposedly, and talking about how they can maybe contend. So here's the deal. We're going to start from the ownership down to the general manager, then to the coach or manager, then to the whole front office staff, the whole coaching staff, then the roster. Which one of our professional sports franchises, Pirates, Steelers, or Penguins, do you have confidence they're going to make themselves into a contender? What team is that? Let's start with Marty in the North Hills. Hey, Marty, what's up?
Hey, Paul, thanks for taking my call. I'm gonna go Brewsters. I'm gonna go the Monty Brewster route. I'm gonna vote for D, not the above. But I guess if you held a gun to my head, I guess I would have to say the Penguins just because of the roster. The ownership does nothing for me. I'll tell you what.
What do we know? What do we know about Fenway Group? I don't know a damn thing about them, to be honest.
I know that they've produced lousy results since they've taken over here, but I tell you what, I'm for 3 on all the ownership here in town.
It's not good. It's not good.
I know it's sacrilege, but I'm over the Roonies. So I guess in deference, I'm going to take E, volleyball. That's the best chance for success in this city right now.
Yeah, we could go collegiately if we want, and I don't know. Are Pitt fans feeling pretty optimistic about Narduz and what they have going on? I mean, the Panthers, they seem to do some things pretty well. I mean, the Kenny Pickett Championship was classic. I love that. That was really fun. I'm pretty high on my Nittany Lions. I think they've done everything right in the offseason. They've won the offseason. Now, we've seen a lot of teams in a lot of different sports win the offseason and kind of soil the bed when it really mattered. So I don't think winning the offseason guarantees anything, but I'd rather win it than lose it.
Oh, I know you guys. I know that the Lions fans aren't real enamored of their head coach. I think Pitt fans, the shine's coming off the Narduzzi rose. But I don't know. It's a tough schedule this year for the Panthers in football. I'm going to say Pitt volleyball.
Pitt volleyball. Boy, they were close. My Nittany Lions stole one.
Yep.
That was awesome.
Yeah, they did.
That was awesome.
See what they earned it.
Yeah, they most certainly did. They most certainly did. They were fantastic, and that's a great tradition. And oh, by the way, it's not even news anymore when they win wrestling national championships, is it?
Yeah.
That's not even news.
That's like going to get the mail every day.
It really is. Marty, thanks for the call. It was very entertaining. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, Paul. You as well.
Thank you. Hey, Matt, please hang in there because our man, Logan Arblaster, is going to do a headline, and then it's going to be you on the other side right here on the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record and 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record and 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on the Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
You've been called many things.
Is that?
The president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat, and sometimes the sultan of slots. But no matter who you are, you know there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. New BetParx casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TCs apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good Saturday evening. We're kind of prepping you for Pirates-Padres. They were jobbed last night. Felt bad for Mitch Keller. What's he, 1-7 now? ERA under 3. You got to score runs to win baseball games, kids. And the thing that's just pathetic about the Pirates, they knew that going into the season, that they had a pretty potentially strong pitching staff, and they needed some bats. Mr. Pham is not a bat. Adam Frazier is no longer a bat. I don't even know what we're doing. I know what we're doing. We go bargain basement shopping. Can't do that at the major league level, kids. Bargain basement shopping. It's been forever since they offered a free agent anything more than a one-year deal. That's not how you win. There's no attempt to win. There's no real it's just that's why sometimes I get a little worked up. But Matt's been very patient. I'm going to get to him. He's calling from Indiana, PA. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Thanks for taking my call. Always like listening to you. I am driving, but I'm hands-free. I just wanted to let you know.
Nice. You're not hands-free driving, though, are you?
No.
Wasn't that fun to do on your bike when you were a kid?
Yeah, look, Mom.
No hands. How many bad accidents? How many bad bike accidents did you have, bicycle accidents?
Too many to count.
How about that? We survived those somehow, some way.
I was a kid in the 80s. Yeah, I was a kid in the 80s. We built our own bikes, so.
Oh, yeah, and we would, make jumps, and we did a lot of goofy stuff. We're lucky to be here.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
So what's on your mind?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if the other callers didn't understand the assignment, but I'm going to give it my best.
Okay.
So I think when you talk about the three sports teams in Pittsburgh, the three professional sports teams, we all like the pit volleyball and the Robert Morris type stories, Duquesne. But when you look at the three big ones, I think you have to start at ownership. And the Penguins kind of started going downhill when the Boston group bought the team. And Nutting is obviously he's just the worst of the worst. So I think by process of elimination, I have to go with the Steelers will be the team that pulls us out of this maybe, even though, I can't say what I think of Tomlin on the radio.
Yeah.
But
and you know what? The fact, and here's, Matt, do you have kids?
I do.
I've always said, and this is where, you usually get into, some issues with mom. What you don't condemn, you condone. And Art II doesn't care if the Steelers win playoff games or Mike Tomlin wouldn't be here anymore.
Right.
And it's simply that easy for me. And he also said, every year, his postseason remarks are, we're gonna really get really serious about stopping the run, and we're either gonna keep one of the two quarterbacks that we had, and we've talked to both of them, and they both would like to be here. And sure enough, they're both gone. And and here's when I really get mad, Matt, about the whole Tomlin, the apologists out there. And they'll probably start calling soon, and that's fine because you have no case. Good luck making your case with me on why Mike Tomlin should still be the coach. It ain't happening, because
absolutely
the national pundits. They're just taken by, he's very verbose and he's very fun to listen to. I enjoy listening to him. He's very entertaining. But he isn't winning damn football games that matter. So they go, well, with the rosters he's had, I think he's done a pretty remarkable job of not having any losing seasons. Who picks the damn roster, guys? Right. Oh, Mike Tomlin does. Oh, who picks the quarterbacks, guys? Well, look at the quarterbacks that he's had. Oh, you mean, let's go out and sign Mitch Trubisky? Oh, how'd that go? Let's draft Kenny Pickett. Actually, I'm not convinced that he's not going to be good in Cleveland. That would not surprise me. You think about his first game, Kenny's first game without Matt Canada. Oh, by the way, who hired Matt Canada?
Right.
Who did that? I mean, they don't blame this guy for all the stuff that he does. It's just funny. It's really, it makes me a little crazy, actually.
Yeah.
So he hires Matt Canada. They finally fire Matt Canada because, you know what? Globally, they're chanting fire Matt Canada. They're chanting it globally. I mean, there were chess matches that were interrupted by Fire Canada chants. I mean, it was crazy. I don't even know how they play. Whatever that game is where they run and throw it. What's that called? I like that. It looks like a fun sport. They were chanting Fire Canada at those. I don't even know what the hell the sport is. So
he didn't have a choice there.
No. So he does that. And then Kenny's first game against the Bengals, even though the points, there was a drop pass in the end zone, but the points weren't great. But, man, he threw for over 400 yards. He looked like an NFL quarterback to me, but still, that's on him. And all the while, they draft Mason Rudolph, and when they drafted Mason Rudolph, first-round talent in the third round, guess what they didn't have because the Rooneys are too cheap to hire enough position coaches. They didn't have a quarterback coach, and the quarterback Ben, who was a great player but not the greatest guy and not the greatest teammate, he never once reached out to Mason to help him. Even when Ben had like an emergency situation where he couldn't start a game, Did he call Mason like, hey, here, if you need anything, let me know? No, of course not. You ask Mason, hey, did you hear from Ben? No. Okay. There's a surprise. Football's the ultimate team game. Ben was never the ultimate team guy. I mean, he was never voted MVP, all that kind of stuff. All of this is under Tomlin's watch. And then he goes out and drafts George Pickens. Every capsule that I read before the draft, great talent, first-round talent, 10-cent head. $1 million talent, 10-cent head, very immature. He has a problem about to happen. You'd love to have his talent, but you don't want to have what comes with it. But no, not with Mike Tomlin. He's going to fix that. Where's George Pickens now?
Everybody.
Where's George? Where's George now? So, by default, Matt, I understand by default you went with the Steelers.
Yep, that's the only reason.
It is, and it's sadly by default because you know what? I don't think they have a chance in hell this year to be a contending team.
No, they don't.
And this is what another thing the Tomlin apologists fail to realize. The non-losing, there's a couple in there that weren't winning, but they were non-losing. They have only retarded the growth of the Steelers. Ben Roethlisberger came after a 6-win season. Sometimes you got to take a step back to take a couple steps forward. And Tomlin's pride or ego or whatever, I mean, his best coaching job was with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph. And he was coaching his rear end off not to have a losing season. I wish he'd coached that way to win a Super Bowl as opposed to not have a losing season.
Yeah, the bar is, the standard is much lower.
The standard is ridiculous right now. And back to what you don't condemn, you condone. It's fine with Art. Let's give him a big extension. He is right now the longest tenured and one of the highest paid coaches in team sports professionally. And hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Does anyone know what we're doing with the Steelers? Does anyone know what we're doing over there on the south side? What's going on? Dan Rooney can't be happy. He's rolling around. He's like, what the hell's going on? Because this isn't who we are.
Yeah, and like I said, starting at the top, that's the best ownership group of the three.
It is. I mean, I don't know enough about – do you know enough about Fenway? I don't know a damn thing about him. I did sign a contract with him. I'm still under contract. If they need someone to fill in, I'm available. I worked there for 15 years. And they did send me – I did sign a contract. I'd have to – I'm not sure it's still – that was 2 years ago when they took over. So, Dan Potash is one of the hardest working men in the entire world. And between he and Rob King, they're not taking days off. Certainly not in hockey season. I mean, they're only 2 or 3 games a week. They're not taking that day off.
Of course. So,
but at least they offered me a fair amount of money, and I accepted it, but they're never going to pay any of it, so I don't know what that really means.
Right.
I have no idea what that really means.
Yeah, I think we don't know a lot about them other than, what we see on the ice as the end result. It's like any other company that a major corporation takes over.
Yeah.
The product suffers, but the bottom line's okay.
And I do know this. Any change of ownership that alienates Mario Lemieux from it doesn't sit well with me.
Right.
He's never around. He comes to 1 game a year, and that's because the fantasy camp, the fantasy experience that he, is still running.
Right.
The participants get to be in the suite with Mario for a game. That's the only game he now goes to. Just to fulfill that promise, he's not around the team at all.
That's a sad state of affairs.
Oh my gosh, that's a heartbreaking experience for me.
It is. What he did for the city of Pittsburgh and the Penguins specifically,
There's nothing
to alienate him. Yeah.
That's sacrilegious.
Yeah.
I mean, it just is. I don't know if you've been, outside of PPG Paints Arena. That statue is of a guy that no longer comes around.
Yeah.
And it's just wrong, Matt. It's wrong in every way. What's shaking in Indiana? Are you a golfer, Matt?
Well, when the weather turns, let's put it this way. I have my own clubs. I don't refer to myself as a golfer.
Okay. I'm a big fan of Indiana Country Club. I think it's a special place. And I've been lucky enough to play it a couple of times. I'd like to get up there. Like you said, when the weather allows, I'd like to sneak up there and play.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, that was a pleasure. Thanks so much for the conversation. I really enjoyed it. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
Absolutely. You do the same, Paul.
All right, Matt, take care. So the question that's out there, of the 3 professional teams, and we had some callers go off the grid, and that's okay. Throw in a local college team that you think can do something, and we had a Pitt women's volleyball entry, and I think they're very likely to win it all at some point. I don't think there's any question about that. Saw Andy Toole recently, and that's another thing that just is confounding, is NIL. Andy put together a tremendous group of guys, and they had a tremendous run. They win the Horizon League. They get to the tournament. I mean, just all the things that you want your coach to do at RMU, and every single guy left. Why? They got offered more money than RMU could pay. So when you do a great job in the Horizon League and you get great players that take you to the tournament, you're rewarded by complete defection. Just heartbreaking. That's one of the great guys. I mean, we have so many great coaches and great people around here, and he is certainly one of them. Let's go to Joe in Orlando. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, Paul?
I've never been better. How are you?
I'm like you. I've never been better.
Good. Isn't it fun to be that way? It's fun to be that way.
There's no use in complaining. Nobody listen anyway.
Very true.
Yeah, listen, I called, I think it was Jason Mackey. I'm like, Chuck Noll's a bad word on your station sometimes for the young guys, right? But I guess the reason why I mention it is to show in juxtaposition, right, the 2 different Steeler auras, I guess. It kills me to think that Aaron Rodgers is holding the Steelers hostage, right? Like the brand itself in terms of its perception has gone downhill over the last 10 to 12 years, right? So what way could you make it worse? Is you get a quarterback who's on the back 9, okay? He's holding you hostage. He says he has all these problems, yet he's on every podcast that's known to man. But he can't tell the Steelers whether he's going to sign or not. That's how you do more damage to your brand. And what I can't figure out is the guy driving the entire ship, I forget about the ownership and all that. Nobody knows, right? You guys may, but you have enough respect for the organization that's sitting not to say anything. But Mike Tomlin has driven the whole thing into the ground, right? So
100%.
They'll say, hey, he's a great coach. And I think to myself, listen, the word great is so overused in American society, it's unreal. Like, great is like guys like Chuck Noll was great, right?
No question.
Just great. Great human being, great coach. Everything was fundamentally sound.
He was even a great chef.
I could go on forever. Read every book I could get my hands on Chuck Noll. There's nothing that guy couldn't do, right?
Joe, I had requested, I think it was 1984, and I just got, like a really, really cool full-time TV job in Altoona. Got up to training camp, and I requested a one-on-one with Chuck Noll. And, I was a hungry young cub. I wanted to go get it. I sat down next to him. I could barely breathe. I mean, think about growing up when I did, growing up in the 70s and watching him win all 4 of those Super Bowls. And there I am sitting on a little bench outside the St. Vincent cafeteria, and I'm like, oh, my God. He just looked over at me and just said, "Are you okay?" I go, Coach, I'm a little nervous. He goes, "We're just talking about football." I said, "You're right." We're just talking about football. That's all we're doing here, right? He goes, "That's all we're doing." I went, "Thank you for the time." And after that, it started to make sense. But my goodness, I mean, he was the emperor. He was the at that point in my life, I don't think I've ever been more nervous in my life than that moment.
So, and what a great moment for a young reporter. 2 things I'll share real quick if I can. I was 19 years old, went up to Latrobe with my now wife, she was my girlfriend then, go to Steeler camp, right? He's walking to the dorms by himself across the field. And this is back when they didn't have the fences and all that craziness, right?
Oh, yeah.
So my wife says, go talk to him. At 19 years old, I was thinking about getting the coaches. I ran him down. I said, Mr. Noll. He took it must have been about 10 minutes with me.
Wow.
It couldn't have been any nicer if he tried. He told me exactly what kind of experience I needed to get. He told me who to talk to when the time
Are you
was
serious?
I kid you not. Like, it shocked me, right? It was like my first foray into maybe exploring what I was going to do for the – we'll get on my life's work, as he would say. The second thing, my wife's company had opened up a place called the Players Grill in Orlando, and it was at that time was attracting all kind of people. Well, Chuck was in town to coach the All-Stars, and somebody had arranged for me, my wife, and my father-in-law to eat dinner with them there.
Wow.
And so we got there, and unbeknownst to us, they said, Chuck ain't going to make it. And well, obviously, we said, why? He tore his Achilles tendon, teaching a kid to backpedal at the All-Star game, so they flew him back to Pittsburgh to get it repaired. And I thought to myself, leave it to Chuck, because he was known as a teacher.
Oh,
right?
always,
always. For him to be backpedaling at like 70 years old, I said, that sounds
exactly
right.
like him, yes.
But when I think about that, what he did is took a franchise that didn't even know how to spell win and made it into one of the greatest teams in sports history, right? And
a dynasty. He created a dynasty.
Well, what's crazy about it is, though, it took a Cleveland guy to bring that to Pittsburgh. That was the first thing. At a time when the steel industry was shutting down, the city was looking for an identity.
Exactly.
And this guy from Cleveland comes and gave us all that pride. And growing up as a kid in the 70s, I guess we're around the same age, like I didn't even contemplate losing at anything. I mean, the Penguins had their down times during that time.
But late 70s, they were pretty good.
Yeah, they blew the lead to the Islanders. Right?
Oh,
but I guess
that one still breaks my heart. That's still one of the most painful losses of my life.
Awful. Geez, the Islanders are the biggest thorn in the Penguins' side to this day.
Always.
If you go back 74, 75, the two Super Bowls. 76, Panthers won a national championship. 78, 79 were the Pirates and the Steelers. I mean, there's a young.
We became the city of champions.
Correct. So you think about that and then think about it now.
Oh.
Right? It's like night and day.
It's a pretty stark contrast, isn't it?
We're oddly enough, we're being held hostage.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Joe, I could do this all night, but I just I ran right through a stop sign. I missed my time for the break. I apologize for that, Joe. Great conversation. And, one of these days I got to get on with my life's work. I just don't know what it is. Have a great rest of your weekend, Joe in Orlando. Logan, you should have got my attention there. I ran right through that stop sign.
It's all good.
Well, we got to get you with an update, then we'll get out on the other side right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Kenny Chesney fans. Verizon is giving you and a guest a chance to win a trip to see Kenny Chesney play at the Sphere in Las Vegas on June 21st. That's you and a guest under the spectacular dome of the Sphere watching Kenny Chesney perform live. Plus, there's never been a better time to visit Verizon. Come check out their huge selection of phones, home internet, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. Kick off summer the right way with Verizon and Kenny Chesney. One winner and a guest will win airfare, hotel, and tickets to see this unforgettable concert experience. Hurry to select Pittsburgh Verizon locations before June 11th for your chance to enter. Plus, learn more about our great deals on our best phones and plans for the entire family. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. Must be a legal U.S. resident of Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, or Pennsylvania, age 21 years or older to enter. Enter now through June 11th. Void where prohibited. Sponsored by Verizon. For official rules and full details or to enter, visit Odyssey.com/sphere.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGJets.com. That's AMGJets.com.
Celebrate 20 years of unforgettable golf experiences at Moon Golf Club. They're under new management, rolling out exciting updates for you. Swing by the newly renovated Pro Shop where you'll find the latest in apparel, top-of-the-line equipment to elevate your game. Don't miss Moon Golf Club's freshly updated 19th hole featuring a mouth-watering new menu, perfect to end your round. Mark your calendars for July when they host the inaugural major at Moon Golf Club, a thrilling 3-day tournament you'll want to be a part of. Celebrate 20 years of golf, great food, and great times at Moon Golf Club.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. It's Bailey Falter on the mound for the Pirates. First pitch at 9:40. Coverage starting here on the Fan at 8:45. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, we're back at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with Taylor Fournier.
Bob, in this world of conglomerate dealership chains, we see ourselves more like the family diner. So we guarantee a member of our family is always working for the best deal for our customers.
And that's why you remain Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram lease leader.
Look, we all buy them for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' best price in less time all the time.
Tell us about your Employee Pricing Plus event going on right now.
You buy it for what we buy it for. If you need a new or certified pre-owned CJDR vehicle, bring us your competitor's best price, and we're going to beat it.
Get to Fourniers, Three Rivers, Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
Hi, my name is Lisa Goff. I'm with Charles P. Leach Agency, located in New Bethlehem, and a secondary location in Slippery Rock, Cassidy Insurance Group. We are super excited, particularly in Slippery Rock, that when we purchased this agency, it was primarily for health insurance. And so now we've taken all the products that we offer in New Bethlehem to Slippery Rock, which includes home, auto, all the toys that you buy. We have a full array of companies that we work with for your home and auto. What's important about that? We do all the shopping for you. We also review our customers as they come up for renewal, and we take a look at what's going on in the marketplace. And all you have to do is call one number, 888-CP-LEACH, L-E-A-C-H.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you up until 8:45. We have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Jeff Hathorn will be handling that for us. Pirates-Padres tonight, heartbreaking 3-2 defeat last night. Mitch Keller, pretty good start. One thing I didn't like, the Bucs got him the lead, and he gave it right back. That's never a good thing. I want to take one moment, though, to congratulate North Allegheny's Cole Young. He has been called up by the Seattle Mariners, and I love the fact that it brings back to newsworthiness. He is the second fastest at 21 years young of any WPIAL player drafted in the first round out of high school to make it to the majors. And one of the great ones, Gateway Gator Tim Conroy, 1978. And I've told this story on the air a bunch of times. We watched him at Churchill High School, now Woodland Hills, pitch for the Gators. And then I think that was probably in May. And then in June or July, He was pitching for the Oakland Athletics in the major leagues. And Tim's one of the most humble, amazing guys you would ever meet, ever. And it's just fun to be able to mention Tim again. He's one of the great ones. And, you know, I thought he could throw it like 100 miles an hour. And he would always tell me, I think I may have hit 90, maybe. But he was a really, really good pitcher and an even better guy. So congratulations. That's a heck of a moment. That call-up is huge. And I just love it. University of North Allegheny. All right. I got to pay attention to the clock here. I have not been doing a very good job here in this hour. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Now, the Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches send an email to us at usports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may show up to the field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. And we're almost ready for fan weather. We'll give you another second for that. All right, again, the working exercise that I have going on right now is starting at the top with ownership, then maybe general manager, and then, manager or coach. I want to know which of our professional teams is going to reward us with being a contending team first between the Pirates, Steelers, and Penguins. And the thing that is really bothersome to me, none of them are on the cusp. Have you ever been on the cusp? That's right when you're on the edge, the cusp. You're almost there. You're so close you can almost taste it, smell it, feel it. Cusp. No one appears to me to be on the cusp of doing that. All right, here's our fan weather. I'm not making this up. Clear and chilly. We're down to 45 tonight. Temps in the upper 60s, by the way, in San Diego. So it's not as warm as you may think out there on the West Coast. And by the way, fan weather is brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. Logan Arblaster is going to have a headline, and then we have another almost 2 hours to go. So let's get to work on what team's going to make us happy sooner rather than later. Right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record and 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record and 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on the Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Man, this has been a wild ride, these NBA playoffs, especially in the East, where we've seen huge upsets, and that trend has continued with the way the Pacers have handled the Knicks, the 4 seed, going to Madison Square Garden, winning the first 2 games of that series, and turning this thing into an incredible shot for a team to get back to the finals for the first time in 25 years. And a big part of it is that kid from Pittsburgh, T.J. McConnell, and the work he's doing with them. Watch these games, bet these games on America's #1 sportsbook, and you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander. We're going to take you right up to 8:45. That is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show comes at you. It's going to be right at you with Jeff Hathorn. And it's Pirates-Padres game 2 of the 3-game set. Bucks kind of got a home job last night with some poor umpiring behind the plate. But you know what? It happens. It just does. And Kutch, from what I'm reading from our man Noah Hiles with the Post-Gazette, Kutch addressed the team afterwards and said, listen, you got to earn. You got to earn those calls. Like Michael Jordan in the playoffs, he got the calls. A lot of pitchers back in the day, a certain group of pitchers with the Atlanta Braves, namely Greg Maddux, they got a lot of calls. But those were all earned. But there's no excuse for that call. A 3-2 pitch, 2 outs, bases loaded. For the love of God, that was a foot low. That was a horrific call. Felt very bad for Henry. Let's go to Dylan in Canonsburg. Hey, Dylan.
Hey, Paul. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I wanted to comment on which team is probably going to be the most successful over the next few years. And I have to believe that the Steelers, things are going to get worse before they get better, currently where they stand right now. The Penguins, they're kind of in that weird situation where, you know, you got the stars that are getting ready to probably retire within the next, we'll say, 2 to 5 years. Who knows how that's going to go? And the way I see it, and this is
they don't even have a coach right now either.
Well, right.
It's kind of hard to go like, well, the Penguins are going to be, what are they going to be? We don't even know.
We don't even know. Exactly. That's a big, big question mark. In the Pirates, I mean, you put aside Bob Nutting, you put aside just the managerial errors, and you're I know this is a bit of a stretch, but stay with me here.
Okay.
You're 3 to 5. Okay, you're 3 decent bats away, and you're 2 star players away from at least fielding a successful team. You put a little cash down, and we can, you know, go down the rabbit hole of how Bob Nutting and management has just, you know, essentially just crap the bed. But I truly believe, like, you got a really good you got 4 really good pitchers. The bullpen, you know, room for improvement. But you get 3 bats, and you get a little consistency, and I think that's going to be your team. You know, but are they going to spend the money? I put that aside. I think you have probably a little bit of hope for the Pirates with just a couple players, a couple pieces added in. Thanks for taking my call.
And Dylan, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Well thought out, well presented, well done. I'd like to get more of that going here in the 7 o'clock hour. And I want to say this about that, Dylan. I think there's a different vibe. And again, I'm not taking shots at Derek Shelton. I did not really get to know him very well. Seemed like a decent enough guy. I wasn't enamored with the what's the lineup going to be today. There was never any consistency with a lineup, batting order, or anything. But he didn't have a whole lot of talent to work with, as we're seeing now with Don Kelly. But there's a life, and there's a fight, and there's an attitude, and there's a spirit of competition that we didn't see under Shelton. Now, Shelton was there 6 years, and it was getting tired. So, I mean, that can't be all on him. And when there's a change, and keep thinking about, you know, some of the cup runs the Penguins made, that always came after a coaching change. And, you know, it kind of happened with the Steelers, too. I mean, they needed Bill Cowher to replace Chuck Noll. and they kind of needed Mike Tomlin to replace Bill Cowher. And I think they're like maybe 4 or 5 years too late in finding someone to replace Mike Tomlin. If something is not working, you have to change it. We all know what the true definition of insanity is. Just keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. I don't think, and as smart as Art II is, no one's ever explained that definition of insanity to him, because that's complete insanity. And leaving him in charge of the personnel decisions, that's not gone well. Leaving him in charge of finding the next quarterback has not gone well. Leaving him in charge of challenges with replay, it's not gone well. Clock management at the end of the half or at the end of the game, it's not gone well. What has gone well is the ability to stay mediocre. Which, why is that getting, applauded? Why is that getting lauded? And why is that something that people aspire to, non-losing? What the hell has gone on here? I don't know. Let's go to Paul in Mount Lebanon. Paul, how are you?
I'm doing great, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
The pleasure's all mine.
Regarding the three pro franchises, I think the Steelers they're going backwards, Paul. If the Chief or even Dan Rooney were here, Mike Tomlin would not be here.
No, he would have been gone a while ago.
Yes, sir. Regarding the Penguins, I think they're a lost cause. We don't even have a coach. There's going to be some retirements coming up.
Now they do have a boatload of draft picks, Paul. They do have a boatload of draft picks, but I don't know. Do we trust the smartest man in the room? That's the GM. Are we trusting that?
No, we don't. I still say that Kyle Dubas is really Corey O'Connor, Paul.
I've never seen the two together. I don't know Kyle at all. I know Corey pretty well.
Right.
But I think you might be onto something there.
Yeah, I think he's the mayor. He's the upcoming mayor, but he's also trying to run the Penguins. But that's a lost cause.
He has too much on his plate right now. Then.
Right. Regarding the Pirates, too bad we can't fire the owner, but from the owner, Travis Williams, Ben Cherington, I think it's going to be a while, but Paul, at the end of 2026, there's a new collective bargaining agreement coming on. Things may change. We're only a couple bats away. We have Skeens and O'Neill Cruz. If we can get some bats, we'll be okay, Paul. But what I'm afraid
that's a pretty big if.
Yeah, Donnie Kelly's from here in Mount Lebanon. But if we get a new general manager, if Cherington's gone, this new guy may want to have his own regime in there. His own coaches, and may not be too good for Donnie Kelly.
Well, that's a shame because I really like the way the team has responded to him. He's already been tossed out of 3 games. I love him.
Yeah, right. He's got fire, but I think the Pirates in a couple years after the 2026 season, I think they should be okay. One thing, Paul. Bob Nutting gets $100 million in revenue sharing every year from Major League Baseball.
They said last year, someone came out of the report last year, he made $40 million.
Right.
That's not a bad year. I don't know what your W-2 looks like. That's not a bad year.
Now, that money is for player acquisition, for player development. He puts the money in his pocket, okay?
Yeah.
He doesn't spend it on that.
No.
Too bad we can't fire the owner, Paul. But Paul, you keep up the great work, and look out for the Pirates in a couple of years, Paul.
Paul, I would love to look out for him. I remember all those years going to PNC Park. When did they open? 2001? Is that 2000 or 2001? I think it was 2001.
Yeah.
And I went every night. I worked for the TV station that covered them, so I was at almost every game. And I just thought, you know what? This ballpark deserves a playoff game, and I may never see one. So along comes 2013, and sure enough, We had 13, 14, and 15. Now, it didn't, and the one thing I love about Mr. Skeens, how about when he said, you keep talking about, making it to the wild card 3 years in a row. That's a pretty low bar. That's what Paul Skeens said. That's why I love him so much. Think about how sad we are as fans that we celebrate getting blown out in wild card games. But we dream to be back to those days.
Right.
Oh, Paul, it's sad, man. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's a sad situation, Paul. But you keep the great work you're doing, Paul. Love you, brother.
Paul, love you right back, my man. Thank you. We do have Oakmont, and it's hosting yet another U.S. Open. We have that, and we have Greg in Pittsburgh. Hello, Greg.
What's up, Mr. Paul Alexander?
Oh, my man.
Going on, my brother.
Oh, let's go. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
You sound good.
What's going on, my brother, from another mother?
I'm just living the dream.
It's always nice talking to you. I want to say something about the Steelers, and I hope it's not true. The reason we don't have no good baseball teams in Pittsburgh, we giving out food stamps and welfare checks to our players. Baseball players make good money.
We gave Brian Reynolds.
Baseball players are not making no money.
Hey, Greg, Greg, you have as long as you want, but I want to remind you, they gave Brian Reynolds $100 million. They gave a light-hitting, no-power third baseman $70 million. I don't know how much, I forget now how much they gave last night's losing pitcher, who's pitching pretty well, Mitch Keller. They gave him a few bucks. So they've given some people some money, but they don't acquire any free agents. That's where they're not spending any money.
They don't acquire no hitters.
Right.
The bats is dead. We have no power.
None.
That's where you win games up with a good pitcher like Paul Skeens. You cannot win no games when you don't hit the ball well. And that's the problem with the Pirates.
100%.
The people that they're supposed to be hitting the ball well, they're not here. And if they was here, they're still trying to give out welfare checks and food stamps to them. And I think the Steelers is trying the same thing. Because you should have got another receiver to go with the guy that you got from Seattle. He's a good receiver. You should have got a quarterback. A decent quarterback in the draft. You got one in the draft. I like the guy from Ohio State.
You do like him. You do like Will Howard. You like some Will Howard, don't you?
Hey, I watched him a lot, man. Ohio State come on TV every Saturday afternoon.
Oh, I know.
I watched him, and he's nice. He ain't no little skinny guy neither, and he can take a hit.
Yeah, he looks like Big Ben. He looks like a young Ben Roethlisberger.
He got a nice arm, man. Don't underestimate him. And the Steelers, please, don't pay your players food stamps and welfare checks. Start giving them some dead Benjamins, man. Man, that's why the Pirates is like they are. We ain't got no team. Until they start paying out some good money to some good players, then we'll have some teams.
Greg, you learn in life. A simple lesson you learn in life. You get what you pay for.
That is true. And please, Steelers, don't do that. This year we might be 3-14 or 3-15, man.
What would happen?
I don't know what. Hey,
then
man,
you can maybe draft a good quarterback.
Man, you might have to fire the head coach this year if they end up like that.
They're about 5 years too late.
Man, I don't know if they're too late. I tell you what, man, since they got that other guy, I don't think he know what he's doing. The general manager.
No, Omar's fine. Omar's fine. I think he's doing a pretty good job.
I don't think so. He's giving out welfare checks and food stamps too.
Greg, he's not allowed to do anything. He's not allowed to do anything without Mike Tomlin's approval, Greg. And that's the way that goes. Every single draft pick, every single free agent acquisition, it's all Mike Tomlin, folks. Don't let anyone tell you any different. And Greg knows that. Greg knows it all. And you know what? The Steelers and the Penguins, they pay up to the cap limit. They're never holding back on player salaries. The Pirates, that's a different story. And you're right about no bats. Mitch Keller is 1-7. He has a sub-3 ERA. Do the math. Baseball's the kind of sport you can do math all day, all night. You can talk about numbers all day and all night with baseball. And our good buddy Bob Pompiani, who's one of the best guys out there, just know that. He thinks they could have won 12 more games if they would have just averaged 4 runs or more. You look at the Pirates' record, you add 4 wins to that record, 12 wins to that record, you're still in that wild card chase. You're a relevant team. You're our team that we're talking about as the next team to make a splash in the postseason. If you're scoring 4 runs a game with this pitching staff, you're a force to be reckoned with. All right, maybe not a force to be reckoned with. That's a little strong. You're legit. You're a legitimate team. Let's go to Jim in South Park. Hey, Jim.
Hey, how are you this afternoon?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm just getting off work and turned on and listened to you preach a little bit of truth to some people about Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin.
I'm just over it. I'm over it. 8 years without a playoff game is an eternity.
I just find it amusing that people think that Omar Khan, and if you look at his resume, does not have one stitch of player development or scouting experience on his resume, and people think that it's not Andy Weidel and Mike Tomlin at the helm. He's the bag man. He's the cap guy. That's it.
Yeah. And he's fine because you know what? He's really, really good at that. And Weidel comes from Philadelphia. He's a Pittsburgh guy. And look what the Eagles have done with their trenches. Look what they've done on the offensive and defensive lines. They're trying to mimic that here, but they let Mike Tomlin make all the decisions with quarterbacks and other things and the George Pickens guy. All the things that have really gone sideways have been Tomlin.
I don't know if I can agree or disagree with you on Omar Khan being fine for the very reason you just said. Essentially, I could be the GM. If he's not calling the shots,
he's not.
Mike Tomlin is calling the shots, and by his own admission said his fingerprints are on every facet of this organization, and he's the most powerful man not named Rooney.
We should actually, I'm just going to say, you beat me to it, Jim. We should start calling him Mike Rooney.
Exactly. Then what is Omar Khan? How is he good? How is he bad?
He's a but we do know he's a capologist. Back in the day when they were he is so good at structuring the cap and doing things. I have no problem, because here's the problem: if you brought in the best GM in history, he's not going to have a voice in that room.
No.
So it doesn't matter.
Well, I can't blame Mike Tomlin for that either.
But that's why I say that Omar's fine, because he is very good at structuring the cap and making sure everything fits.
Well,
that's important.
I agree with you, but the one difference between Colbert and Khan is Colbert was
Blestow scouting. He came up as one of the great scouts out there.
That's right. He and Mike Tomlin, at least in theory, worked as a team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't give lip service to that, but we both know, I don't know if Omar Khan even played organized football. I don't know.
No, Bill Belichick wasn't much of a player either. He turned out to be a decent coach.
But he also came up through the ranks as a defensive coordinator.
And Daddy was a coach at the Naval Academy, too. Yeah, there's a better football background, but you know what? The Steelers are fine with the cap. Omar's GM by, title only. Weidel's there. He's a great football guy with a great background. Right now, like you said, the fingerprints are from one man, and that's Mike Tomlin.
That's correct.
So we don't need to blame Omar. There's no reason to blame Omar for anything. He's not gonna pound on the table and say, "Damn it, Mike, I want this guy." He'd get laughed out of the room.
Here's the ironic thing about it. Who do you think gave the blessing to Rooney to promote Omar Khan to GM?
Of course.
And
just look at Mike Tomlin's coaching tree.
For him getting that.
Look at Mike Tomlin's coaching tree. There isn't one. It's not even a shrub. He doesn't even have a shrub. He doesn't have a stem. He doesn't have a leaf. He's got nothing. Correct. Nothing. He has Matt Canada, for the love.
Well, and the other amusing thing is people rip on the offensive coordinators. The last 3 offensive coordinators all looked identical. They were just interchangeable names.
Yep. Because Mike Tomlin doesn't believe. Mike Tomlin doesn't believe in offense.
And why is that?
Because of Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin wants that.
Exactly.
Good afternoon,
Jim. That was fun. Have a good one. All right, we got to get it to Logan for a headline. Then we'll get more, hopefully, fun calls like Jim just brought us at 412-928-9370. It's the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record and 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record and 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on the Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
O'Reilly. Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7,
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life?
Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Mac.bid knows that in these times of uncertainty, how you spend your hard-earned money matters. You've got bills to pay and budgets to stick to, and we don't have any idea how to price our warehouses full of stuff. That's why every Mac.bid online auction starts at $1 single. Yeah, $1. And we don't tell you a final price. You tell us. You bid exactly how much you're willing to pay. Save up to 80% off retail prices only at Mac.bid and on the free app.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit. Come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you up until 8:45. That's when we join Jeff Hathorn. He will be conducting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show as we get you set for Buccos Padres. You know, alliteration's better with Pirates-Padres. Love alliteration. Pirates-Padres. And Jeff gets you up to the little Pirate pregame show and first pitch, 9:40. I want to give a little shout-out to my man, Jay Hay, Josh Harrison, announcing his retirement from baseball. Man, was he fun to watch. Those rundowns were legendary. Absolute legend. I mean, he was unbelievable. A very proud University of Cincinnati grad. My oldest daughter went to the University of Cincinnati. It is a very cool school. And I hadn't been there. Well, I had been there. I had covered a Penn State at Cincinnati game many, many years ago. And then when my daughter went there, I spent a lot of time up there. And I had never seen the baseball field, is what I should have said. So in the clubhouse, I'm talking to Josh about how cool Marge Schott. Yeah, it's called Marge Schott. She donated a lot of money to the former owner of the Reds, Marge Schott Stadium. And he said, "Oh, what were you doing there?" And I said, "Well," and it was funny when my daughter was visiting prior to agreeing to attend, and she was a theater major, and they do some amazing. They have 7 theaters up there. It puts more folks on Broadway than any other school in the country, even more than CMU. Anyway, when I said that my daughter was going to go there for theater, he said, "Oh, superstar," because they have a great reputation. But what a cool young man he is, and no matter where you put him, I mean, he was the ultimate. I can't think. Maybe you could help me out at 412-928-9370. Did the Pirates ever have a better utility player than Josh Harrison? I mean, I was a big Jose Pagan fan way back in the day. You could put him anywhere. He was a great pinch hitter. There might be an obvious choice out there that you could throw at me, and I'm just, for some reason not seeing that person. But he was so much fun to watch. Did you, I don't know if you were watching the game last night. Kutch's stare down of the rookie umpire that made that horrific strike 3 call on Henry Davis. Kutch stared at him, I think Joe Block said, for 5 minutes. And he actually reported that, hey, Kutch has finally moved. He moved. That was really pretty cool. Pretty cool. See, this is what happens when you actually field a contending team. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Last night's game was the Petco Park's 24th consecutive sellout of 42,579 fans. I don't know if any members of ownership of the Pirates are seeing what kind of money you can make if you field a contending team. 13, 14, and 15, they averaged, I think, 5,000 or 6,000 more fans per game. And if you did the math on that, it was sick profit. But I guess there's a risk-reward. If you go out and get real players and sign them to multi-year contracts like a free agent instead of, the Phams and the Fraziers and the nonsense that we get every year, it's just a joke. Their off seasons are worse than their actual seasons. And, you hear that Charrington spent a boatload of money on analytics, but he bought like 10 computers instead of a shortstop or whatever. What are we doing? It's just so mismanaged and so awful. There's no attempt to win. 42,579. 24 straight. And I have a feeling tickets to a Padres game probably isn't very cheap. And, oh, by the way, I don't know if you've gone to games and taken kids or family members or just gone with your friends or whatever. How much do you spend at the game? To me, the most expensive thing I've ever been gifted with in my life, that's right, expensive that I was gifted with, free tickets. You get free tickets, you take your kids, there's nothing free about that. Yeah, I was lucky enough, both Pirates and Penguins, a lot of free tickets. And I'd take the family. It was wonderful. Wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. It was also very expensive. Very, very, very expensive. And they make no attempt to field a contending team that would do that for you in the city. Then everyone that worked for the Pirates would be happy. Everyone that worked at the Pirate games would be happy. All the businesses around the Pirates and around PNC Park would be happy. I would be a whole lot happier. Why don't they do that? Why do we give them taxpayers' dollars when they're not going to actually be a legitimate steward of competitiveness? When they don't do a legitimate job to try and actually win? Just because you're so bad, you get to draft 1-1, and you happen to finally get it really right with Paul Skeens, and you don't get him any bats. You don't get him any run support. And you have the rest of that pitching staff that's playing pretty damn well as well, including Mitch Keller, who's 1-7 with a sub-3 ERA. Gave up 3 runs last night. Gets tagged with the loss. They didn't go out and get any bats. Everybody knew they needed bats. There were a lot of free agents available that would have been much better bats than they got. They give us Tommy Pham, Adam Frazier. What are we doing? Honestly. I mean, I just, and I often think of Chuck in Uniontown when I think about another heartbreaking, frustrating, tough loss for the Pirates. I just think of Chuck in Uniontown. And then I realize how many other Pirate fans like Chuck are out there. Live and die with every pitch. Get their hopes up every spring. Watch every game. Listen to every game. And this is what they're rewarded with. It's tough. And that's why I thought we might get a little juice out of our 3 professional franchises. Who is going to be the first to contend again and why? And we had some great calls. We had a little momentum there for a little bit. But I think it's kind of a depressing topic because you really have to suspend reality to make one of these teams in your mind a future bona fide contender. And quite frankly, that sucks. You should be able to go to every offseason with hope. You should be able to have every preseason filled with anticipation and excitement. It's just not there. And it's very, very difficult to generate. It's very difficult to simulate. It's very difficult to tolerate. I'm out of the 8s now. All right, I gave you as many 8s as I got. Oh, speak of the man, the myth, the legend. It's my man Chuck in Uniontown. Chuck, I feel for you, my man. I do. It hurts. It hurts me.
Good evening, Paul, and thanks for the shout-out. Thanks for the reference. I appreciate that, but it's always great to talk to you. You're one of the really great ones.
Oh, God bless you, Chuck.
I mean, see, the mark of greatness is consistency, and you've been so good for so many years, you know. But anyway, Paul, what I want to talk about is what is absolutely disgusting about the Pirates situation is this. Bob Nutting does not realize that he was given to this position partially by taxpayers' money.
Correct.
Sure, he bought the franchise out of bankruptcy, okay. But still, who gave him that ballpark? The taxpayers did. You know, if you do what he's doing, in essence, he's doing nothing but stealing from the public. We have every right to expect a competitive or championship ball club here, and he as the steward is just misusing this so badly. It's not funny. It's a crime, Paul. It's a sin. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm with you. And he says publicly, and he rarely speaks publicly, and I don't blame him. It's not going to be an easy conversation. But he said he thinks he's given his front office and his managers and his coaches plenty. He's given them all they need, and they're the ones that have failed him, and that's why he fired Derek Shelton.
Paul, if you believe that, then I'll walk down and stand up next to you in the next 3 hours. He did not. Look at the dog. Look at the doggone free agents.
I know.
Okay, we start. Anthony Santander went to Toronto. Couldn't he have easily been playing right field in Pittsburgh?
Absolutely.
I mean, he's of Latin heritage too, and wouldn't it be great to tell him you're playing right field in the same place that Roberto Clemente did?
It would be a dream for that young man.
And the worst thing is, Terry Francona, why is he managing 300 miles down the Ohio River? He grew up a Pirate fan. That was probably his dream job, was to manage the Pirates. He would have been another one like Chuck Tanner, the Newcastle, manage the Pirates. But I don't know whether Pirates even approached him or not.
I don't know if he actually had genuine interest, considering he knows too much about the franchise to really want to get involved, maybe.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If the franchise would have been run the way it's supposed to be run, he probably would have been interested.
I agree.
But Paul, you said it before. You get what you pay for.
Always.
And you cannot win championships shopping at Dollar General. That doesn't mean you have to shop putting on a Ritz every time. But you got to shop at Saks Fifth Avenue or Bloomingdale's or Abercrombie and Fitch once in a while. And they're out there. And some of these players, they're not the very top-line free agents, but they're good and they're affordable. And the Pirates won't even talk to them.
And, Chuck, here's another issue. No one has prevented the Pirates from drafting and developing other than themselves.
Yeah.
Now, granted, they don't go out and get marquee free agents. They don't even get good ones. They don't even sign anybody to more than a single year. That is so damning to me that they only sign free agents to a one-year deal. What that tells you everything you need to know about it. Yeah. They don't invest in anybody, so they don't get anything. But you know what? On Ben Cherington, when you draft for 6 years, 5 years of running the draft, and you don't have any hitters in AAA, AA, I don't know, they might have some in single A. He was talking about how good single A is. It's criminal that they haven't drafted and developed a single bat.
It sure is. And, that's why this upcoming draft, I would have liked to see the Pirates go heavy on run producers, or as former GM Jack Sorensen used to say, aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
You've got to have people that produce the. I mean, pitching is. I'm not denying one bit that pitching is important, or might be the most single important of the.
But we're learning, Chuck. We're learning pitching without any hitting isn't worth a damn.
Yeah, no, it isn't. I mean, look at poor Mitch Keller.
I know. 1-7, a sub-3 ERA.
Mitch Keller is one of the better pitchers in the National League, and you know what the sad thing is, in our heyday, Paul, the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Remember the years when it was the Pirates and the Dodgers on the forefront of development? Yeah, look at for years what the Pirates did in Latin America.
Unbelievable.
And
the lumber company.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Yeah, that's what we grew up with. That's what we love. That's the tradition. I mean, they had Alvarez. They've had a couple of hitters, but I mean, they haven't kept them. They haven't. Aramis Ramirez, they gave away. I mean, it's just been. I mean, it's been bad before. This isn't the first time they've been really bad. Thanks. I'm going to give Neil Huntington and Clint Hurdle a lot of credit. They gave us a little something in 13, 14, and 15. And, Chuck, I got to let you go. You're the absolute best. I got to get to a break. Don, I'm going to go to a quick timeout here. We have to get Logan in for a headline, but we can talk as much baseball as you like, talk about who's going to be a contending team, whatever you like, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record and 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record and 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on The Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know, but I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof, so I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
The 10th annual Walk for Children's is more than just a walk. It's a reunion. Benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, this event unites patients, families, and supporters to celebrate strength and resilience. Join them Saturday, June 7th at Shenley Park to help fund vital care and groundbreaking research. Every child needs to thrive. Walk solo or with a team. You'll be a part of something powerful. Visit walkforchildrens.org to register today. Let's walk, reunite, and put a child's future first.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. students. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Welcome back. We're crawling. We're flying. Or I don't know. We're moving toward our destination of 8:45, which is the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Jeff Hathorn tonight as the Pirates get set to take on the Padres of San Diego. In the meantime, Don was very patient. Thanks for hanging in there, Don. What's going on?
Sure, Dan. I'd like to say I'm a big fan of your coverage and like listening to you before and after the show, so thank you very much. We got a lot of negativity going on because we have a lot of unhappy fans here. I know I've been around a long time watching the Buccos, and I think we're looking at a historically bad team in the terms of all of baseball history. So, he's not going to sell the team. People get upset about that. They're not going to boycott. Boycott's not going to do anything. But I think what we can do, since Nutting is really not going to give us a major league product, I think maybe he can reduce his ticket prices and reduce his concession prices to match the minor league level of our talent, so we can pay what's fair for what we go see. That's my idea.
And you know what? What is it? Monkeys might fly out of my butt or something like that. Is that how likely that is to happen?
Yeah, but I think you can make a good.
I like the idea.
He's not going to put a major league product on the field, yet he continues to charge us major league prices. I think that's a little unfair.
Yeah, this whole thing, and what I would hope for, and I don't have much faith in the upper echelon of Major League Baseball, I think it's time for Major League Baseball to step in. And I think there's going to be a work stoppage in 2026, and I think they need to get in a salary cap and a salary floor and go from there. That's where you got to start. The NHL took a year off to get their stuff together, and they did. It might be time for baseball to do that, but the problem is everybody's making money right now, including Bob Nutting. The reason there's not any the fans are upset in markets like this and with teams like this, but you know what? The other owners aren't upset, and Bob Nutting's not upset because they're all making money.
That's right.
And that's the problem.
As the money's coming in, they're not going to want to change.
Why would they?
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
And, everyone, it's so ridiculous, and I'm a little tired of this Mark Cuban thing. Man, we got a Mark Cuban to buy that. Mark Cuban is from Pittsburgh. He's actually from Mount Lebanon, where I live now. Mark Cuban has not done one thing for Pittsburgh.
No.
And he just hasn't. He's not a bad guy. This isn't an anti-Mark Cuban, but he's not some great, philanthropic guy that's done so many great things for Pittsburgh. He's not that guy. But he said he would gladly be Bob Nutting and be hated and be insulted and everything else if he made the kind of money that Bob Nutting was making.
Yeah, it is that lucrative, and that's why
he made $40 million last year. $40 million. Yeah. So you know what? If he spends on another, if he spends $10 million on a free agent right fielder, he only makes $30 million. So there's no repercussion. It's just, I can't really blame the guy, but you know what? Owners of a Major League Baseball team that gets taxpayer dollars to build a ballpark and all the other things like that, you should be committed to winning or you should be forced to move. Period.
Yeah, but be careful what you wish for, because if they end up selling the team, they'll sell it to move it, I think.
Yeah, with that ballpark, no one's leaving. The money's coming in. That ballpark's gorgeous. They're not moving the team anywhere. Where are they going? Rochester? Like, where are the Pirates going? They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That is a beautiful place. You wouldn't want to leave it.
No. And you know what?
Yeah.
If you come in here and do it right, spend a little money, you're going to be the king. You're going to be the queen. You're going to be the toast of the town if you do it right.
Well, that's what I don't understand about Nutting. I mean,
I know.
He's got Skeens now and a great pitching staff otherwise. So with a little bit of investment, he could double his money.
100%. You see, San Diego, they've had 24 straight sellouts of over 42,000 fans. You think they're making some money out there?
Yeah, and then when you become a winner, then the people that come to your ballpark spend a lot of money there too.
All day long.
I mean, you're going to make money. You're going to make so much money hand over fist. I just don't understand where he's at.
I don't either. Doesn't make any sense. Don, thanks so much for the call. Really appreciate it. Let's go to Mark in Fort Lauderdale. Hey, Mark.
Hey, I got to tell you, I've been a Pirate fan since '68, but this is a real perplexing time. I know everybody's taking shots at Ben Cherington, but he's been able to develop the best pitching. I think they're probably one of the best pitching groups. Chandler's coming up.
Yeah, and you know what, Mark? Without hitting, what's that good for?
Well, I want to make my point. I think where he lacks is, the Cardinals this year who were supposed to be a dog, right? And they brought over Rob Safir, 32-year-old Yale guy who was with the Guardians, and he's put a whole new analytical program in. I think where Cherington lacks is his number 2 and 3 people. They're not as good in the analytics and in development and drafting. The scouting department, back when the Pirates were winning, Howie Hake was running the Pirates. They were killing Latin America. They were signing, they had the best farm system with Pete Peterson and Joel Brown and even Sid Thrift. I mean, and I just think where the Pirates lack is scouting and player development. I mean, you could talk about money, but the Twins compete. Look at the Oakland A's, Lawrence Butler, Tyler Soderstrom, Jack Wilson's son. They're all developed in the last 3 years. The Minnesota Twins. I mean, I could go on.
Cherington's had, they're beating up. He's had 6 years to do that, and he hasn't. Mark, you had no answer to that. He had 6 years to do that, and he hasn't done a damn thing. He doesn't have a bat in the system. There are no bats.
Well, there's one guy, Connor Griffin, but he's
he's like 12 years old. We'll see him in 20 years.
It's a frustrating situation, and
Mark, I'm losing it. I'm done. I mean, I'm just tired. I mean, I've covered the Pirates for the last 35, 40 years. You know how many winning seasons I've got to cover?
4.
Yeah. And you want to defend this regime?
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying it could be tweaked. Is the answer is
well, but Cherington, guess who ain't going to do the Cherington can't tweak it, or he would have.
I mean, Bob Nutting obviously hasn't hired the right people. I mean,
no. He gives all the baseball decisions are Cherington. Bob knows he knows nothing about baseball, for heaven's sakes.
But I mean, we had Neil Huntington. We had we had 3 winning seasons and some playoff baseball at PNC Park. It was fun. It was a great time. I mean, the blackout game, the Johnny Cueto game, I think is one of the best games ever in the history of the Pirates. I'll never forget that night.
No, I was there. I loved every second of it. I can't, and Mark, you are such a great, knowledgeable baseball fan. I just don't know how you can they're beating up Cherington. They should be, he should be tarred and feathered, for heaven's sakes.
Well, he's always got his house in Swickley up for sale, so maybe that tells you something.
Suppose he wants to move closer to the ballpark. That was the response from the Pirates.
Good to talk to you, Paul.
Always a pleasure, Mark. I'm sorry. I don't mean to beat you up. You're the messenger. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with Pirate baseball. Bob Prince.
I know. We both did.
I'm a sucker, but Bob Nutting will get my money till the damn gone. But I mean, I just love the Bucks. But it's a frustrating situation.
It is. But you know what? I love your knowledge and I respect your knowledge. I hope you know that.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Good
All right, Mark. Good to talk to you, brother. See what losing does to you. That's what losing does. Mark, I learned from Mark, to be honest. I mean, let's just be honest. That man knows baseball. When he starts naming, the analytics guy that was hired by the Twins, something like that, guess what? I don't have that depth right now of knowledge. I don't. I'm just being straight up. Mark does. Mark is a great baseball fan, and he's the one, like it's Chuck and Mark and everyone else out there that deserves better. Everyone just deserves a better effort by the Pirates to win. And I'm now at the same point with the Steelers. Mike Tomlin's inability to think offense matters in the NFL, it's over. It's 8 straight years without a playoff victory. I'm tired. I'm getting old. I want these teams to win something. I've covered playoff games. I covered every playoff game in the 90s, kids. Yes, the 6-game series against the Reds in 90. I was at every game. The 7-game series against the Braves in 91, every game. The brutal Sid Bream slide game in Atlanta in 92, I was there. I've covered these guys forever. I love baseball. I love Pittsburgh. I'm not loving any of this right now. And I'm getting angry. And I don't want, and why would I attack Mark for all things? That Mark, please accept my apology. That was uncalled for. That was wrong. You're finding a way to be optimistic when a lot of us can't. And I respect that a lot. And your knowledge is, to me, I don't know, maybe you and Rob King. Rob King starts telling me about guys in single A. Back when Rob and I were working together, I'm like, who? From where? He did what? Oh yeah, he's gonna be great. And I'm like, call me when he's a AAA, and then I'll do a deep dive. I don't mess around in single A because those guys, they're not gonna make it up here anytime soon. They're just not. Oh my gosh, I was just mean to Mark, and I should be ashamed of myself. I am ashamed of myself. All right, Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, never a fee unless we get money for you. And they're serious about that. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. How about this? Fan 5-alarm T-shirts available online. Go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com and get your commemorative shirt. A portion of the proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. And then we have the big Fan 5-alarm deal coming up, which is going to be a whole lot of fun. Whole lot of fun. Fan weather. Yeah, let's go ahead and get to fan weather right now. Clear and chilly overnight in the Berg, low 45. 45. Tomorrow's June. Why are we at 45? Tomorrow's June. By the way, they'll be in the upper 60s tonight in San Diego. Just threw that in there for you. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. Okay. Almost at the top of the hour. Logan will have a headline for you. And then we have 45 more minutes to try to figure some things out. I don't, aside from going and getting players and, drafting and developing better, yes, they do have very, very strong pitching. I don't know why Bubba Chandler's not up here. What more does he need to prove in AAA? All right, the Super 2 situation. You know what? Does any of that even matter anymore? They traded Garrett Cole after 4 years. They were all worried about his Super 2 status. Big freaking deal. But if you can't hit, I realize Bubba Chandler's just another great arm. It's fun to watch. I love to watch great pitching. I love to watch Paul Skeens operate. But you know what else is painful? To watch Paul Skeens lose. That sucks, right? All right. Logan with a headline, and then on the back end, let's talk a little Pirates, Steelers, Penguins, anything else you got. I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years.
Oh, hey, you. How are you?
Is it Diane or Diana or possibly Dina? But then you just take a leap and somehow get it 1,000% correct on your very first try.
Daphne, it is so good to see you, Daphne, which is such a lovely name.
Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record and 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record and 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on The Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let cost keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekends.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Jeff Hathorn, 845. North Shore Tavern leadoff show. It was funny. I was trying to earlier say what was coming up at 845. I couldn't think of the leadoff part of that. I mean, normally most shows are called pre and post, but I like leadoff. Leadoff's cool. Very cool. We've covered a lot of ground. A lot of great calls. Thank you so much, those of you that have called in. And I always make it a point to thank those of you that don't like to call and just like to listen. We're perfectly fine with that, 100%. And a lot of the trend now is just a boatload of guests. And we get great guests here. I like to hear from you. My philosophy has always been, I just sat down next to you at the bar, ordered a cold beverage, and you say, hey, what the hell are the Steelers going to do with Aaron Rodgers? Is that going to happen or not? And I'm like, hey, you know what? I think he's coming, but, he's a little flaky. He's maybe, doing some mushrooms in some dark place or, I don't know. But one thing I do know is, why in the hell did the Steelers put themselves into this predicament or this situation? Now, if you know me at all, you should also know that I'm perfectly fine with no Aaron Rodgers and let Mason have a legitimate start to the season and an opportunity to show everyone what he could do, like the last 3 games he needed to win a couple of years ago to get the Steelers into the playoffs. Big, strong guy with a nice arm. I thought he was going to be a great NFL quarterback after what I saw him do against Pitt on two different occasions. Sliced and diced, dropped bombs on him. I mean, he's tall, strong, big arm, stands in the pocket. I think with some protection, another receiver, I think Mason's going to be fine. Now, the rest of the team, I don't know. I really don't. I have no clue how Broderick Jones is going to do at left tackle, his natural position. It should be good. They finally have the right tackle healthy and in. Frazier's solid at guard. I think they're okay at tight end. You know, there's some talk that they might go out and get another one. I don't know. Certainly DK Metcalf can play a little. Let's hope for $150 million. But, you know what's on. This is, Saturday evening when all your teams stink and there's really nothing going on because the Pirates aren't contending or playing games that matter. I mean, a lot of people hate this kind of opportunity to host a sports talk show. I think it's more fun, actually, because it's too simple, too easy to just talk about. Well, no, it's not actually. No, contending teams do make it more fun. I'm sorry. But this time of the year, I mean, nothing's getting done in early June. Nothing significant happens in sports unless you're in the Stanley Cup or NBA Finals. Which reminds me, there's an NBA Final game that's going to commence shortly. I'll definitely be tuning into that. But on TV right now, one of the all-time great sports movies, The Sandlot. Oh. If you don't love a little squints, I don't know what's going on. I just don't know what's going on if you don't love this movie. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's how I approach this wonderful opportunity. I just want to have a good, solid conversation with you. Get your take, get your feel. And I just got really mad at myself because Mark was dropping a lot of knowledge. He's 100% correct. And the reason that I was so upset is that there's no question that even though the Pirates spend very little money on payroll, it shouldn't prevent them from being much more competitive and developing some bats. And that was the point that Mark was trying to make. But to me, that's been Cherington's job for the last 5 years, now into year 6, and he's done a horrific job with that. And I don't think there's any defense for that. When you look in, what's going on in AAA, there's no one getting you excited at all. There's no one that's Jackson Winsky actually started to hit again, but I don't even know. I don't even know where to go with that. Maybe one more call up and say, all right, get your butt up here, hit some home runs at the major league level, and we'll let you stick around because no one else is. I'd consider that, certainly. I mean, what do you have to lose? See, right now, it's like at the end of a football game. You're down 25 points with 4 minutes left. You're at your own 40-yard line. Why are you punting the ball? Just to keep it what's that all about? Why don't you try to do something that might work for you going to the next week's game or something like that? I don't know. I've just always been a little befuddled by that. Doesn't make sense. But once you've demonstrated the ability, I don't know if you remember a guy by the name of Jason Thompson. He's one of the only guys ever to hit 30 or more home runs in both the American and National Leagues. And even when he left the Pirates, after having done that, he was given opportunities to show he could do it again, again and again and again, because that's just not easy to do. It's just not. You've hit 30 bombs in both leagues. You're going to get chances until they absolutely know you're done. So Jack Swinsky does have the ability to hit home runs. And sadly, at the major league level, he has the ability to completely disappear. But you know what? What do they have to lose right now? And why is Pham getting another start? That's the part I don't get. What's he going to bring? What's he going to do? Why is he here? He should have DFA written all over himself. And I know Adam Frazier's a great guy and was a good Pirate for a while, but there's no reason for him to be here either. It's time to see what the younger players can do, and that's it. Period. Let's go to Lou in Bentleyville. Hey, Lou.
I love the fact that hey, great show as always. You're the man. I love the fact that you literally just brought everything up that I was going to say. Tommy Pham got to go. He's horrible. He's awful. He didn't even have a home run. He doesn't even have a home run yet. And we're what, in June?
Yeah.
We're in June. He doesn't even have a home run yet. Like $4 million wasted right there. And I agree with you 1,000,000%. Jack Sawinski should be playing at least out there. I don't even care if it's Nick York. I don't even care at this point who it is, as long as it's not him.
Exactly.
DFA him. Henry Davis should be catching more all the time. He's getting a little better. Last night he got robbed bad. That was horrible. And that
was a good at bat. That was a good at bat.
That umpire needs fired or sent to the minors or something.
Well, you know what? He was a call up. He was a call up from the minors.
That's outrageous.
I don't know why they put him behind the plate. Why do you put him behind the plate? You're a call up from the minors. That's tough. That's tough.
Are we able to protest that though? In a way, are we able to protest that? And like, obviously, that's just sad, man. Because we should at least been tied. I'm not saying we would have won the game, but you know. But like you said, man, we're in the dumpster fire right now. And all we got to do is look for positives, and that's all you can look forward. This season's over. There's nothing to be proud about at all, honestly, except for Derek Shelton finally gone and got Kelly, who I think is doing a lot better for us. But at the end of the day, you know, it's still Charrington, man. It's still Charrington. And when it comes to the offseason or trade deadline, who are we going to trade? We have 3 players maybe. Frazier, nobody's going to want Pham, and Heaney. That's it.
Yeah, and Heaney, after that great start, I mean, his last couple of starts haven't been very good.
So my opinion to you is, going on with this next month of June, what would you like to see us do? I'd like to see us try to be 500 baseball team, try to at least, you know, make something of this season. And I'd like to see Paul Skeens, you know, maybe the best thing for us, him win a Cy Young or at least be in the competition for it.
And you know what? He's going to give himself every opportunity to get that award because that man competes like no one I've ever seen.
I know. And what do you think about McCutcheon?
He's 23 years old. I love the stare, man. The stare down was awesome. I loved it. Well, I mean, Kutch doesn't need any more at-bats. I mean, come on. You know, he's a Pittsburgh icon. He was an MVP. He brought life to Pirate baseball. I met him at spring training when he was 18, when he was drafted by David Littlefield. I've been in love with him as a player ever since. But there's no reason for him to take at-bats away from anyone right now.
I agree with you. But do you think this is the end of him?
Yeah, this will probably be it. And I don't think – and it's because no one else – I mean, if he doesn't get another deal from the Pirates, you think anyone else is going to give him a deal?
No.
I don't either. And it's okay.
You know what? I like the fight in him, though. I like the fight. I like some of his at-bats. I like that he's still trying his hard. He still hustles down the line.
He's a great guy. He's a great teammate. And he addressed, and Lou, this is cool, he addressed the team last night and said, listen, you have to earn that call. You have to be a guy that the umpires respect enough and know who you are because you're a great competitor and you're a great player. You're going to get those calls when you earn them. And that's what veteran leadership's all about, lesson learned. Because you know what? Losing that game last night has no effect on this team at all. None.
No, it doesn't.
On their season.
It just hurts.
I was watching it. I was pissed. I was angry.
Too, man.
I get angry. They're my Pirates. They're still my Pirates. And you know what? Every guy that goes out there with a Pirate uniform on, I'm going to cheer for. I'm going to root for and wish them the best.
And we definitely could see the fight in this team compared to what Shelton was doing.
100%.
Shelton was just patting people on the butts and just not even like. I think Shelley brought some fire. Kelly brought some fire into this team now a little bit more, and you see people running hard like Reynolds.
They were angry last night.
Oh yes, and I think they're going to take it out today. Yeah. I really do. I think that they're at least going. Hopefully, they can take it out today and get a win. And then what? We got Keller on Sunday, or what? When's Keller pitching?
No, he pitched last night.
Keller pitched last night. Skeens.
No, he pitched Thursday. No, Wednesday. He pitched Wednesday.
Okay.
So we're like 2 starts away from Skeens.
I have one final question. I'm going to hang up about the Steelers. John U. Smith. Okay. Well, what are we going to do? What will we have to trade in order to get him?
I was going to say, I don't think the Steelers right now are in a position to trade, are they? Like, who they trade?
I'm thinking, like, what
I don't know.
Trade him?
I don't know.
3rd round pick, and then we have 3 tight ends, don't we?
I think so.
Fryermuth. We still got Cordell Patterson, but I think he's going to get cut, though.
Yeah,
I really do.
I think he's done.
Does.
Yeah.
And Hayward, young Hayward, not Cam, young Hayward. I'm sorry, respect to the Haywards, but
I think he's still going to stick around as a special teams guy, though.
That's hurting me, man.
That roster spot doesn't bother me. You got to have team. You got to have teams, guys. You really do. You have to guys that really get after it on special teams, and he does that each and every year, each and every game.
And I agree with you on Mason. Mason should be our quarterback. Let's end this Rodgers stuff, and let's get into the season. Let's start this season and prepare. We have a good roster, good defense. We don't need no more negativity on this team. That's how I see it. And every day he's on a new podcast or a radio show, and I don't want
the only thing, if they're going to be bad this year, which I think they're going to be, maybe Rodgers would be entertaining.
Yeah, but then what happens? Say we bring him in and we pay him this money and he gets hurt like he did that one year with the Jets or something.
Well, that's
and then
fine too. Then you get Mason. Then you get Mason to play.
Exactly, and I'd rather have Mason and Will Howard just battle. I think that would be more beneficial to our team.
I hope that Howard has a situation where he can learn. I don't want him thrown in. There's a chance. There's a reason he lasted until the 6th round. So let's hope that everyone else was wrong and the Steelers were right. It happens sometimes.
Amen. God bless you. You have a wonderful.
Thank you for the kind words, man. You have a great rest of your weekend.
Much love.
Oh, right back at you, Lou. Take care. Lou in Bentleyville, keeping it real. Gotta love that. All right. Fan Text 9 brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Okay. Logan has a headline for you, and we'll whittle it down until we get you ready for the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, and that'll be hosted tonight by Jeff Hathorn, and we'll get you ready for Bucks. No, we always should say Pirates and Padres for the alliteration. Pirates and Padres, first pitch 9:40, Jeff at 8:45. We're going to get you right there. In the meantime, anything else on your mind, anything that you'd like to get off your chest, I'm here for you, man. 412-928-9370 right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record in 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record in 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on The Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
We gathered real Pennsylvania seniors and asked them how they would benefit from an extra $1,000. Here's what they had to say.
Everything is so expensive these days.
Car expenses, repairs. My groceries, heating costs. Medications. Sure, I could easily spend $1,000 like that.
Through Pennsylvania's property tax rent rebate program, eligible seniors and adults with disabilities could receive up to $1,000. Check your eligibility and apply online.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record in 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record in 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on The Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Live at local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Pacers with an early lead against the Knickerbockers, 20-17. 3:55 left first quarter. It's elimination for the Knickerbockers. I used to really love the NBA. I will admit, Steph Curry has brought me back a bit. And I've always loved playoff basketball. Always. But I remember, on Memorial Day, I was thinking back, like some of the Memorial Day things that I did. I remember one Memorial Day, I went out relatively early and played golf and had a blast. We had a really nice day. And then we went to get a bite to eat. And then I honestly forget who the Celtics were playing. But it turned into one of the greatest days ever because that game, it was just one of those days. It was a beautiful day. The golf was great. And the Celtics, whomever, may have been Lakers. I don't know. Let's go to Jimmy in New Brighton. Hello, Jimmy.
How you doing, Paul?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great, but I'm upset about the Pirates, and I can't help it.
No, you can't. I get it.
I'm an old guy. I'm 74 years old. I've been into every stadium since Forbes Field. I've seen these guys play. I saw Maz play. I saw Clemente play. I saw Stargell and Blast play. I've seen it all. I know what can be done here. And it makes me sick that this isn't happening. And I don't care what kind of an amusement park we've got up there to play baseball in. You go there to see the guys. And they're not giving us guys to see. I don't know what to do. I still listen to the games. I don't even watch them on TV. I listen on the radio like I did when I was a kid. And it's terrible.
Baseball on the radio is still awesome, and we're blessed with some we have great announcers on the radio too.
Oh yeah,
I love our guys. I do. I love our guys. I really do. I think they do a fantastic job.
Yep, I love to listen to Walk. It's great.
He's so good.
Great.
He's so good. He really is. And every year it always comes up on a show like this. I'm like, I really think Bob Walk would make a great manager. I'm like, well, yeah, he would. Of course he would. But he has no interest. He's good. He has no interest in being a manager. So
he makes a great announcer.
Yes, he's perfect. Yeah. And he's actually, he and Steve, Steve's completely retired now, not doing any more games. And Bob's, I don't think, traveling anymore. I don't think Bob goes on the road anymore.
Right. Steve being gone breaks my heart.
Oh,
I've met the guy a couple times. What a guy.
There's not many more people in the entire world that are more fun than Steve Blass.
No, and I've got thrown in with him a couple times and totally enjoyed myself.
Steve Blass is the kind of guy that shows up at a charity golf event and has himself a couple of hole-in-ones in the same event.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. I mean, that's who he is.
I stood with him during the celebration of the Mazeroski home run the last time they got together, and we talked, and he treated me like he knew me all his life, and
he's just that kind of guy.
Yep, I got his book signed for him, and I asked him, to sign the book, and I told him that I had been there, and he said, "Yeah," he said, "I remember. I was wondering who the heck you were." It's great.
He's hysterical. He is. He's one of my favorite. I've emceed a few events with him, and I had trouble doing it because I couldn't stop laughing.
I know. He's a good guy. Never
He's
stop.
the best. Jimmy, let's let's hope and pray that it gets a little better.
Oh, gee whiz, I hope so.
Yeah, me too. Jimmy, have a great rest of your weekend.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
All right, take care. It's rough, man. What do you say to a guy like Jimmy? I come out to see the guys, and we don't have any guys. That's rough, man. It's just rough. One thing we haven't gotten, really, maybe we can do that down the stretch here. I mean, we're running out. But I threw out on my social, and I'm not the biggest. I don't have a huge presence on social media, that's for sure. Oh, but what just came up? I love telling this story. A lot of people refer to it as the greatest sports photo of all time, with Muhammad Ali standing over Frazier. And directly, between, now this is going to sound odd, but right between Muhammad Ali's legs is a picture of a man. I mean, you see a man, right up against the ring with glasses on. And the reason I love that picture so much, the gentleman that took the actual photo that you're seeing, the guy that's sitting on the other side of the ring, stole his seat. It had his name on it, and this guy took it and wouldn't give it up. So someone else gave him the seat from where he took the most famous picture maybe in sports history. And the fact that that guy's in the picture, I mean, that's forever. That's karma. That's some of the greatest karma in the history of karma. I mean, you just can't beat that. But that picture just came up on Twitter. Is it still or at X? Whatever the hell it is. And again, another shout out to my man, Josh Harrison. What a career, what a guy. Loved covering you, loved watching you play, loved your spirit, loved your effort, loved your ability, loved your rundowns. Just one of those guys that was great to be around. Let's go to John at Butler. Hello, John.
Hey, Paul. Good evening. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Good evening to you, sir.
I have to say it's always a pleasure listening to you in the afternoon, but it's also a great honor to listen to you in the evening as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You know, we normally don't have local shows on at this time, I don't think, on the weekend.
Thank God for West Coast baseball. Am I right?
Oh, exactly.
A couple things. I remember. I could say that I'm old enough to remember that we were always in a funk back when McClatchy owned the team. Okay, and it seemed after McClatchy let go and Nutting came in, it was supposed to be a turnaround. But I'm not sure what we really want, what we really got in the end. But
well, we have to give let's give Neil Huntington and Clint Hurdle a little bit of credit. They brought winning baseball back to Pittsburgh for the first time in 20 years. That happened.
I agree with that 100%.
That did happen.
I agree with that 100%. But my thing is, we hear day in, day out how Nutting has said that he has given the opportunity and the tools necessary for Sherrington to put a winning team on the field. And you would think that coming from, say, like the mid-teens of this organization of the 2000s, that Nutting didn't see how much money that he was actually bringing in back whenever, since you brought up Josh Harrison, the Zoltan days. So you would think that being that he was making it like a good chunk then, that he would want to do the same thing now. And if Sherrington's not doing it, why doesn't he take 100% control? I'll let you answer, and thanks for having me on. Have a great evening.
John, you as well. Thank you so much for the kind words. It's real simple. If, in fact, the report that I saw yesterday or the day before, that Bob Nutting made $40 million last year, if he bumped the payroll up another $10 to $15 million, he's only making $25 or $30 million. I think that's risk-reward. Now, 13, 14, and 15, I remember doing some math, and I haven't done I don't dig too deep anymore because I just get depressed. But I dug a little deep into some of the revenue brought in by the additional 4,000 to 5,000 fans per game in 13, 14, and 15. They averaged close to 4,000 to 5,000 fans per game in those seasons. And the revenue associated with that is significant when you have 81 home games. Come on. And again, I'm not a math guy or a numbers guy. By not being competitive or competing or, bringing in big-time players that people are going to come watch, now you're going to see a big spike for all the skiing starts at home. I get that, but that's it. You could go get a bunch more. Let's go to Lou in Aliquippa. Hey, Lou.
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
I'm great. How you doing?
All right. Hey, I'm cutting my grass and listening to your wonderful show. A little good with the bad.
Man,
right?
You still got some daylight out there?
Yeah, I got some daylight. Good enough for me to see, and I'm
there
almost
you go.
done. But, hey, I'm not going to pile up too much on these Pirates. I'm '63. I'm old enough to remember '71, '79. Went to a couple playoff games in the '90s. And
Wasn't that a blast?
10 years ago.
So much fun.
It was. So at least I've had it. I feel bad for the people that didn't. But hey, I did want to tell you one thing real quick though.
Sure.
And I don't mean it in a bad way, but you're wrong about the Muhammad Ali photo. That's Sonny Liston.
Oh, Sonny Liston on the ground. Yeah, you know what? I'm looking at it right now. No, 100%.
Yeah.
But I'm not wrong about the reason I told the story.
Oh, no.
That's what makes it. The story behind the picture is the man that took the picture, his assigned seat is the guy in the glasses that I'm looking at right now, and that clown stole his seat, and this guy got the best picture in history. It was Sonny Liston.
Good story. I did not know that.
Isn't that a great story? That's such great karma.
It is.
I love that.
Yep.
Lou, thanks so much for the call, my man.
Night.
You take care. Get that grass cut, man.
All right.
Let's go.
All right. We'll see.
It's probably pretty wet, too. So I cut the grass. When was that? Yeah, yesterday morning. And I get the front done. And then the mower just shuts down. Start it, shuts down. Start it, shuts down. Start it, shuts down. So I got to figure out if it's the carburetor, the fuel line. It's probably one of those two things. And today was just too dreary and too wet and too cold that I didn't go there. Probably tomorrow morning, I'm going to have to take that bad boy apart and see what's up. And I am not the handiest man on the planet. I'm not the kind of guy that you would think would just be able to fix a lawnmower that's not working. It might go to the repair shop without even trying, to be honest. I don't know. That'll be a decision that I'll have to make tomorrow. What I wanted to do a little bit, because to avoid piling on, like Lou said and others, you don't want to pile on. You can't. And the thing that really bothers me is I feel bad for the guys that are out there busting their butts. They're not. I feel bad for Mitch Keller last night, Henry Davis last night. I feel bad for Paul Skeens every time he starts, although they got him 10 runs the other day. That was so cool. And we had that game over on the AM side, so I got to do pre- and post-game over there, which was a blast. So I feel bad when those guys give it all, and they're just not getting the support they need. That's what I think makes me so upset with the current regime. Give these guys a chance to compete. Give these guys an opportunity to win. Give these guys a necessary. Give Don Kelly, and Derek Shelton deserved it too. Give Don Kelly bats and players and things that he can be strategic and win with. He can motivate and make things happen. That he can bring baseball, like Neil Huntington and Clint Hurdle did. Bring it back. I didn't think it was going to go away like this again. Did you? I never thought we were going to see 13, 14, and 15, to be honest. I mean, I was mired. I feel like I covered every game during the 20 years of losing. I feel like I was at every home game in that clubhouse asking guys questions and just complete morose and just complete blah. Just, they're mad at Jack Wilson because he was enthusiastic. They're like, he just made it to the big leagues. I mean, of course he's going to be enthusiastic if you have like any kind of, love for the game, which he certainly did. His son does too. His son's awesome. Anyway, that's what I think makes it so hard. Ooh, great assist there by T.J. McConnell. I don't know where we're standing right now. I didn't see the latest score, but I'll definitely be checking in. 25-24, Pacers over the Knicks in the second quarter. So that's cool. It's all cool. Now they're doing in-game interviews with players while the game's going on. I think access is good as a guy that's covered 1 million games in my life. I don't need to talk to players during the game. I don't think that's necessary. I don't need to talk to coaches during the game. Let them play and coach, and then when it's all said and done, we'll talk to you then. How about that? It's insane. Anything to get a few more likes and clicks and a little more of this, a little more than that, and I don't know. Just not sure why. Ooh, what a 3 that was. Now, the FCC prevents me from actually doing play-by-play of this game. But I'll tell you right now, the Pacers still lead at 28-27. I'm allowed to tell you that. So, yeah, that was Sonny Liston. The Muhammad Ali is standing over. But the guy in the glasses, right behind Ali, stole the photographer's seat that took the picture. That's just one of the coolest stories of all time. I love that kind of karma that comes out. Logan, before I get too deep in here, before I have to get out, great job. Pleasure working with you. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Paul. Every time.
Are you done with school for the semester?
Oh, yeah. May 3rd was my last day, so
nice.
Been enjoying summer so far.
You have one more year, though, right?
Yep.
Okay.
1 year.
See, this is great. You're getting a nice jump on your career.
Yes, sir. I'm hoping.
That's all cool, man.
Yep.
Keep busting it.
I will.
All right. That's fun. And I'll tell you what. Let's give Lanny Fratteri a little shout-out. Melinda Roeder, who's not with us at KDK anymore, but those two in particular have created a really great situation down at Waynesburg. Now, I'm a Penn State guy. I love Pitt, love CMU, love RMU, love all the schools here, but I've gotten to work now with a bunch of guys from Waynesburg, Donnie Football, our man City Limits, Mr. Bechtold, Greg Finley, one of the all-time greats. There's just been a lot of great guys come out of there. And Logan's going to be one of them. He has another year. But the fact that he's here now, that tells you all you need to know. He's got a little jump start. I got hired before I was done with school. I was very excited about that. And that's just good stuff. It's a crazy business, but it's a fun one. It really is. If this is your passion, there's really nothing better. But again, back to my original point that I've never gotten to here. I was hoping to get a fair amount of golf conversation about, we're only, like 2 weeks away, or a full week away from the U.S. Open at Oakmont, which is crazy. And I wanted to know who's going to win and what's the score going to be. And I really believe even par is going to win. And there's no way in the world right now I can bet against Scottie Scheffler. He's the most complete player out there. And the coolest thing that he does, when I used to be able to play a little bit, and I played a lot, I would be able to, after a bad hole, get it back together. But I can't anymore. I just follow bad holes with another bad hole. But that's not Scottie Scheffler at this point in his career. If he makes a bogey soon thereafter, in fact, the very next hole, it's going to be a birdie. That's just the way he plays. Jeff Hathorn in the house, ready to go. What do you need there, Jeff? You got something you need? Can I do anything for you? I have.
I was actually looking for the little extender on the headphones.
Oh.
Mine are missing. In action.
They do go missing.
They do.
I can tell you where one is.
Oh. Don't say it.
Yeah,
on
no, I can't because there might be people listening. But
you don't think Scotty's going to get it to like 10 under at Oakmont?
No, he's going to be right at even par. Right at even par. The rough is just too. If they're going to run them at 15, which the rumor is they're going to run the greens at 15 on the stimp, no, you can't.
This rain has done nothing to help the golfers.
No. And I hope we have a dry week the week of the Open.
I was at Hickory Heights with Starkey today, and the rough was thick there.
How about Joe? Was he thick?
Joe hit some good shots.
Okay. Did he lose his mind at least once for you?
He hit some good shots.
All right, I got to get out of here. Let Jeff get in here with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Pirates and Padres and Jeff Hathorn straight ahead. Thanks. Good night.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the middle game of a 3-game set tonight in San Diego. Bailey Falter has a 3-3 record and 3.47 ERA. He starts on the mound tonight for the Pirates. For the Padres, it is Dylan Cease. He has a 1-3 record and 4.58 ERA. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Coverage starting here on the Fan at 8:45. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved.
I'm just living sky high right now. So I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Be a part of something new, exciting, and totally Pittsburgh. It's the inaugural Rockin' Regatta at Pittsburgh Brewing Company, June 7th and 8th. A brand new summer celebration packed with music, river racing, food, family fun, and more. Introducing Sparkling Spring Savings for new members at WetGo. For a limited time only, when new members buy 1 month of unlimited washes, they'll get 1 month free. Bubble away bugs and polish off pollen as often as you'd like for 2 whole months for the price of just 1 month at WetGo. Window Nation semi-annual sale. Mention you heard it on the Fan to get 4 free windows with the purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. 61 degrees the high in Saturday's forecast with a low of 46. Scattered thunderstorms throughout. Partly sunny skies on Sunday with a high of 67 and a low of 47. No rain expected in the forecast.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Spitzer Toyota, Pennsylvania One Call System, Coors Light, Bet365, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Today is going to be a better day. Today is going to be a better day. There's going to be better umpiring. They're going to call balls, and strikes. It's the Pirates and Padres Game 2 of the 3-game series. Buccos lost 3-2 last night. We'll go through some of that and how the Pirates dealt with it. Padres have won 10 straight against the Pirates. It's the second longest active streak in the majors. In this 10-game streak, San Diego pitchers have a 1.98 ERA and have held the Pirates to 2 or fewer runs in 7 of the 10 games. Not only is that bad, but this is the second time in Padres history they've had at least a 9-game winning streak against the Pirates. They did it back in 2010, a 9-game streak, actually from 2009 to 2010, with 9 straight against the Bucks. Bailey Falter, 3-3, 3.47 ERA against righty Dylan Cease, 1-3, 4.58 earned run average. Buccos are 21-37, Padres 32-23 in that very, very tough NL West. What's on tap? Presented by Coors Light and Redbeard Sports Bar and Grill, 6th Street in the Cultural District, where their kitchen stays open until midnight. We're going to discuss how the Pirates dealt with that horrible call and what seems to be a potential silver lining for this team because of that. We'll hear from Don Kelly and Kevin Young. Starting lineups with a different left fielder tonight. Bailey Falter looking for that icing to finish a spectacular May. A lot of finals in the majors. We'll go through some of those. And a big-time lefty prospect returns in AAA for the Pirates. But let's start with last night. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Henry Davis works at 3-2 and then takes ball 4. But it wasn't ball 4. It was called strike 3. Understandably. And I would say if Don Kelly doesn't come out and get ejected, he should probably be fired. If he would have sat in that dugout and just taken it, he should have been fired. He reacted how he should have reacted for a horrible call like that. And I credit Henry Davis now because to deal with that call that could have tied the game and then to have to go back a couple minutes later behind home plate with that home plate umpire right behind you and to not say anything to get yourself ejected or to not like, oops, I'm sorry I missed that one and it hit you. I give him a lot of credit. Like he was very mature through that whole thing. And what we're hearing is how the Pirates handled it and most importantly, how Andrew McCutchen handled it. How we had heard about, listen, Kutch wants to be more of a leader. He wants to step up in that position. He's not really comfortable with that. That's not really his thing. He more leads by example, does his thing. But he sounded off in front of the team after the game last night. Before we get to what he said to Noah Hiles' question from the Post-Gazette, let's hear what Don Kelly said after the game about what went down and how I think this makes me feel better about Don Kelly as a manager.
As a team, we just got to go out and earn it. We got to go out and earn that respect. We got to play, with a chip on our shoulder and find a way to overcome those situations. It was something that, like I said, it was an unfortunate call in a big moment that, it happened in Philadelphia a few weeks ago, happened again tonight. And, just proud of the guys, the way they competed in this environment against those 2 guys especially. And I think that it's something to take forward. We're right there. We're right there with these guys. We've got guys on base. We, in Arizona, we came up with some big hits. We just got to keep grinding and earn that respect.
Earning that respect, is that something you kind of said to the team after today?
No, McCutchen took care of that. Okay. And that's something that, coming from in there, and we've talked about it. I've talked to individual guys about that, and it's just we got to continue to grind, continue to earn it, and go out there and continue to play good baseball. They're coming together, fighting together. Proud of that. Proud of, like I said, I mean, when you're facing Adam and bringing in Estrada, Adam, and Suarez, that the bullpen that they've got and the fight that we put up there to get into that situation, and eventually we're going to come through.
So Don Kelly from last night, after that bad call, and what I do appreciate about it is not whining, not saying the umpire stinks, which, he avoids a fine by doing that as well, but we've got to earn it. Not, oh, woe is us, we're the Pirates, we always get hosed. No, we've got to change that ourselves. That's what I want to hear from the manager. And that's what I want to hear from Andrew McCutchen. That's why the 38-year-old, a big reason, obviously what he does production on the field, but is to set that example. And what he did last night might set something that can linger beyond his career. This is what Kutch told Noah Hiles after the game about earning those calls. It means calls like that will go for us, not against it. We have to earn it. We have to earn it to get those calls. The way you earn it is by going out, playing good baseball, and winning games. If you don't do that, that's the type of thing that's going to happen. It goes around when you're a rookie in spring training. Never been in the big leagues. You're wearing number 95. The umpire in the 7th inning, if it's not close, he's probably going to call it a strike because you're number 95. Essentially, that's the same thing when it comes to us right now and the way that we are playing. Right now, we're on the road. We're playing against the Padres. It's in San Diego. It's a critical part of the game. The call goes against us right now. If we want that to go for us, we got to go out and earn it. We got to go do our jobs, got to win ball games as much as we can. Obviously, we've been playing better baseball, but we've been on the short end of it. I just want things to change for us, for the better, and then we'll get that. Hopefully things will go our way if we keep doing things right and ultimately just win the games. That's what you want to hear from Andrew McCutchen. I don't, unless there's some incredible resurgence and he has a monster hit, I don't think he'll do anything more substantive than this right here, what he told Noah Hiles. That's what I want the young guys to hear. It's like, I keep thinking back to like Animal House and, oh, Bluto. And like, you don't want that reaction. You want the Germans bomb Pearl Harbor. We're going to run out that door and go kick some butt. And that's what McCutchen is saying there. We've got to change what we've got to do. And I love that coming out of this game. For as tough as that game was, as much as you would like that game to continue with Henry Davis driving in a run, that's what I want to hear. Here's what Kevin Young said on the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Fan Reaction show last night.
It's tough to win, a Major League ball game against a team that's, really a good team, especially on the road. I mean, it's just tough to do. So when you have a type of outing like Mitch Keller had, and you had some key hitting to happen throughout the game, and you put yourself in a position with tough at-bats and battle at-bats and key hits with 2 outs and all those things that are working in your advantage, and then, to not get that, across the finish line, if you will, it is beyond frustrating, but it is something that you can rally behind. And hopefully, the team will bounce back, take one pitch at a time, one game at a time, and put themselves in a position, to get a W on Sunday. So, but I do believe that it can do exactly that, and you guarantee those guys are going to have that thought on their mind when they take the field.
Yeah, about it bonding them and maybe having that moment to galvanize them, that rallying cry of, man, that call, but look what we did after it. Starting lineups brought to you by Bet365. O'Neal Cruz, who's only 2 for 17 on the road trip, leads off in center. Then McCutchen, the designated hitter. Brian Reynolds in right, 364 in his last dozen games. Spencer Horwitz, just 3 hits on the road trip, batting cleanup. Alexander Canario back in left field, 6-game on-base streak. He has the most hits of anyone on the team in May. Henry Davis, 0 for 4. Well, I mean, technically, last night. Adam Frazier batting .275 since April 18th at second base. Ke'Bryan Hayes batting 8th at third, just 8 for his last 56. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is a shortstop. He's hitting .357 in his last dozen with 5 doubles. For the Padres, Fernando Tatis, who only hits .196 against lefties, leads off in right. Luis Arraez at first base. The numbers they continue to astound. 764 pitches he's seen this year. He's swung and missed at 17. Manny Machado at third base, batting .355 this month and .346 against lefties. Jackson Merrill hasn't driven in a run for 10 games until last night. Xander Bogaerts at short. Gavin Sheets, who is a +19 in hard hit percentage this year, which leads the majors. Luis Campusano is a designated hitter. He was recalled from AAA last Saturday. He's 0 for 11 so far in the majors. Jake Cronenworth, 6 for his last 29. Martin Maldonado is the catcher. He hits .318 against lefties. My bet to drive in a run tonight is Henry Davis. Don't you think he's owed something? Coming up, let's take a look at the pitching matchup. Bailey Falter against Dylan Cease. Plus, what Bob Walk said about a catch he had with Steve Blass. It's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. North Shore Tavern, your home for steak on a stone.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pitching matchup presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and their new location on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Bailey Falter starts, the 28-year-old lefty for the Pirates. Let's forget about the season stats for a minute and look at May. 2-0, 0.92 ERA, and an 0.92 whip. You rarely see those numbers match up. 153 batting average against, 29 and a third, 12 walks, 18 strikeouts. Fourth best ERA in the majors in May. He will throw the four-seamer 44% of the time, which is down from last year. Slider 19, sinker 18, curve 14. Against lefties this year, actually lefties in his career, he allows a 297 average. It's an interesting stat here, and there's some reasons, sample size, and obviously getting out of the box. However, Falter's induced 37 double plays against righties, 5 against lefties. Against San Diego, on May 3rd, 7 innings, 2 hits, a run, 2 walks. So he started May with San Diego. He ends it with San Diego, and he did so only giving up a run over 7 and a season-high 6 strikeouts, and lost 2-1. Somehow. His career against San Diego, 4 games, 10 and 2/3, 3.38 ERA. Dylan Cease, 29-year-old righty, 6'2", 200 pounds, 1-3, 158 ERA, 11 starts, 59 innings, 20 walks, 72 strikeouts. Has allowed 7 home runs. In May, he is 0-1 with a 3.38 ERA, 29 and a third, 36 strikeouts, and an 0.89 WHIP, and he doesn't have a win in the month. His fastball is like top 87% in the majors. He gets it up to about 97, the average. His slider will go down to 89. He throws that half the time. The four-seamer, 36. Knuckle curve, 8. Change 3. Sinker, rather, 2%. Against the Pirates, May 2nd, 4 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, a hit batter, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. So they were able to extend him out in that last game. His career, though, against the Pirates, 1-0, 2.87 ERA, and 4 starts, has a 1.27 WHIP. Bailey Falter against Dylan Cease. So yesterday, Bob Walk, Pirates broadcaster, pitcher, told a story about being at a fantasy camp with Steve Blass, Pirates legendary pitcher. So this is about 20, 25 years ago. And you heard about Steve Blass's control issues, which ended his career. Went from winning 19 games to a couple years later, he was out of the league. Steve Blass, one of the greatest humans and maybe the greatest Pirate ever. This is what Walk said of this story at fantasy camp a couple of decades ago with Joe Starkey on the Pomp and Joe show.
I went inside. The team's out on the field, and nobody around, and I went out. I went inside, and I went to Roger, I guess, the clubhouse guy. Then I got a catcher's glove, and I told Steve, I said, "Come on, grab a fielder's glove, a couple of baseballs. We're going to the bullpen." And we went out there, and I made him throw to me, and he threw perfect. I mean, even at that point, I mean, he was still, I don't know how old he was at then. He was probably 60 or something. So, but he was like actually popping my glove pretty well. The sinkers were all, on his arm side, just boom, 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 boom. Sliders perfect on the glove side. Just I'm not even hardly having to move the glove, and I'm going, Steve. I go, what the hell? You're throwing maybe not quite as hard as you did before, but your control is perfect. I go, you can go out and pitch in these things and have some fun. And, I remember going and catching him, and I remember how good his control was, both with like the sinker and his slider, which were his 2 bread and butter pitches.
Yeah.
And I was when he had those problems, I was still in high school, and I was growing up in California, so I don't really remember the wildness and stuff. I've just heard the stories. So I really don't know exactly what was going on at the time, but, as he got older, I never saw him have any problems at all throwing the baseball and hitting the target. So he did, as he went on in life, he got rid of whatever demons were after him and keeping him out of that strike zone.
Great story. I just love that story. Love the book. 'Cause Steve was a hell of an athlete. I remember in the old timers games, he'd be running around in the outfield making catches during games, and we all know what he did on the golf course, 2 holes in one round. Just a great athlete.
Oh, he was. I remember one of those fantasy games I was pitching, and he was playing center field, and one of the younger guys. I don't know. I'm just going to say that to protect me. He hit a bullet to center field long. I mean, it's not going to be out of the ballpark, but it's very deep. And there's Blass out there with his back to the infield making an over-the-shoulder Willie Mays catch, just before he got to the warning track.
Wow.
And like I said, he was probably, he was upper 50s or low 60s at the time he made that play. So he was a very good athlete. Well, he still is. He still goes out on the golf course all the time. So it's been really a pleasure knowing when it's like I was the oldest in my family, but being with Steve all these years, especially when he was coming on the road and was with us all the time, it was like I had an older brother.
Some great stuff with Bob Walk and Steve Blass on the Pomp and Joe show, 10 to 2 weekdays here on the Fan. I hadn't heard that story about. I'm picturing those two in the bullpen in Bradenton, just playing catch, and Steve just humming it right over to Bob. What's the Stake is brought to you by the North Shore Tavern, home of Steak on a Stone. What's the Stake is the Pirates ending the Padres' 10-game winning streak against them. That is tonight. Coming up, a look down on the farm, around the league. We get you set for Game 2 of the Pirates and Padres. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the home of the Pirates, 93.7 The Fan.
Many websites selling medication may look professional and legitimate, but the vast majority of sites selling prescription drugs are doing so illegally. Have you seen websites that don't require a prescription or offer to ship medicine internationally? Then you've seen a rogue website. Often they sell fake meds with too little, too much, or no medicine at all. Criminals use websites to sell counterfeit medications that may contain life-threatening toxins. Dot Pharmacy is a website verification program that helps you identify safe and trustworthy online pharmacies. You know where .com is located in a website address, right? That's where you'll find Dot Pharmacy. And because it's part of a website address, Dot Pharmacy cannot be faked. Think that a seal on a website means safety? Only Dot Pharmacy websites are fraud-proof. Purchasing medicine online doesn't have to mean risking your health. Finding a safe online pharmacy is easy. Just look for pharmacy to the right of the dot in website addresses. A public service message from the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I found a toy dinosaur over on the playground by Smith Street. It had this phone number on it, and, well, I just wanted to make sure the dinosaur made it back to its little owner.
Yeah, hi. I think I found your kid's stuffed animal near the swing set. Just want to call. I'm sure she misses it.
I know my son gets super attached to the smallest things, even a fire truck, and I'd be happy to drop it off. The toy was a little muddy, so I cleaned it up, and it's good to go whenever you're around.
When I found the little sippy cup, I just had to give you a call. It's for a kid, you know?
We'd do anything for kids. Yet 1 in 6 children in the U.S. struggle with hunger. Help end childhood hunger and give all of our kids the meals they need to grow. Learn how at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Now, back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shout out to Jay Hay. Josh Harrison officially retired today, 37 years old. In 8 years with the Pirates, scored 363 runs, 773 hits, 154 doubles, 52 homers for Jay Hay, 269 RBIs, 277 average, and it was the hustle plays. 75 stolen bases, and then there were those times he got in a rundown and seemingly got out of them. Like every time, somehow, you would say, oh my gosh, why did he do that? And somehow he weaseled his way out of it. His hustle was awesome. He brought a presence and energy, could do anything that the team needed, and what a key player he was for them. Not as much as 13 as 14 and 15, but Jay Hay, enjoy your retirement. Man, 13 years in Major League Baseball. Down on the farm, Indianapolis leads Nashville 8-3 in the 7th. Matt Frazier, a homer. Last night, Bubba Chandler, 5 innings, 8 strikeouts. Kyle Nicholas, his second save. And today, by the way, Hunter Barco, the lefty, one of the guys that's really rising through the organization, He'd missed the last 16 days not getting on a mound. He got on a mound today, 3 innings, a hit, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts in 3 innings. Portland and Altoona split. Portland won the suspended game 9-3. Tamar Johnson, 2 RBIs. Altoona won 9-7 in the regular game. Bowling Green leads Greensboro 9-6 in the 7th. And Lakeland, a 5-0 lead on Bradenton in the 6th. Around the league, Cubs beat the Reds 2-0. Cardinals 2. Rangers 0. Sonny Gray now 6-1. Brewers 17-7 over the Phillies. Rhys Hoskins with 2 home runs. Blue Jays, Orioles, Guardians, Royals, Mets, Rays, Braves, Marlins all won. Dodgers lead the Yankees 10-1 in the 5th, although the 1 run, an Aaron Judge homer. Keys to the game brought to you by Spitzer Toyota in Monroeville, SpitzerToyota.com. Bailey Falter needs to finish May like he's pitched this entire time. Coming up, the call of the game with Greg Brown and Kevin Young, brought to you by the Pennsylvania One Call System.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. But prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Your Pirates are on the air. Today's Today's game on the Pirates Radio Network is brought to you by Highmark. Highmark is proud to sponsor the Pirates everywhere, from home base to home away from home. Because Life. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Giant Eagle, the official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pittsburgh Brewing, makers of Iron City and Icy Light. NSS Life. For low-cost life insurance and high-yielding annuities, it's NSS Life. Where family matters. Allegheny Health Network, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Cheering for you through every win, every loss, every moment in between. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Operating Engineers. Partner with Operating Engineers Local 66. Join us at IUOE66.org. Dynegy, powered by Vistra, official energy supplier of the Pittsburgh Pirates and PNC Bar. Sheets. Why the Sheets not? Get a snack after the game. And PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. This is Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network.
Good evening from San Diego, California, and Petco Park. Tonight, the Pittsburgh Pirates take on the San Diego Padres in the middle game of their three-game series.